Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Titan Esports Conqueror Finals. Today, we've got a special segment cooked up here by the folks at Strawberry. We have a pre-finals dating show, as featured originally on twitch.tv/strawberrywin. Today, we have one candidate and three lovely suitors vying for their love. Who will come out on top? You'll just have to keep watching to find out. So, I'll start us off from the top. We have the lovely Venus. Hello, Venus. How are you doing? You're good to unmute.
Hello, I'm doing well.
Okay, so to start us off, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay, so I am Venus, a female, 18 years old. I use she, her pronouns. About myself, I am in college currently, studying accountancy, and if you're going to ask me what I'm looking for in a guy, I just really like gentlemen. I like it when they're able to take the initiative, when they're able to assert themselves, but also when they have their own soft and gentle side.
Oh, that's sweet. Do you have any games you play or anything you do for fun, Venus?
I admittedly don't play League. But I do like playing games. I'm more of the storytelling games, so I like mouthwashing. What
Ooh,
else? Along that same vein, I also play Genshin Impact and Minecraft.
okay. Thank you very much. Mouthwashing, that's quite the pull. That is a good one too. Okay. Well, now that we've gotten our introduction from Venus out of the way, all quick and dusted, we'll start off with our lovely three gentlemen suitors, and we will go first with Kaiser. Kaiser, good morning. How you doing, bro?
Yo, what's up? I'm doing pretty good.
All right, so Kaiser, how about you tell us a bit about yourself?
Obviously, my name's Kaiser. I am also in college. I'm 20 years old. Um, I'm just like, I play some games here and there. League of Legends, I'm okay at it. I mainly just play Minecraft a lot, just like survival and obviously like just open world stuff. I love building in there. Um, and yeah, that's for me for the most part.
Okay. Um, so what are you looking for in a partner?
Um, kind of like Venus said, I'm looking for like someone that's pretty genuine and that I can have one-to-one connections and like something that me and her are gonna have, like not me and her friends or her and my friends, just like a one-to-one, very private, and just like looking for someone I can be vulnerable with.
Wow, that's touching. Did anything from, I mean, I guess you had already touched on it a little bit, but did anything in specific from Venus's introduction catch your attention?
Yeah, I noticed that she said she plays Minecraft and Genshin a lot. I play both. I'm not too good at Genshin, so maybe she can show me the ropes on that, but I got her on Minecraft, obviously.
Ooh, are you a Minecraft professional?
Yeah. I'm a professional speedrunner, maybe.
Oh, really?
No, no, no,
What's
no.
your top time? Oh, okay. So you're just lying to me. Do
Kind
you play
of.
PvP?
No, not at all. Just like world building stuff is what I like to do.
Do you think that would
Uh,
impress Venus? World building?
I mean, maybe we can build our house together.
Oh, Venus, would you like that? What do you think of that?
I could consider it.
Ooh, I
Ooh,
like that.
okay. All right. Any final words, Kaiser?
Let's see, we both like Sabrina Carpenter as well, so that's another thing we have going for
Oh,
us.
a sensitive young chap. I like that. Not afraid to display his feminine side.
You could say
Okay.
that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kaiser. Um,
Nice.
let's move on next to let's hear Water. What does Water have to say? Hello, Water.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
So,
not much.
before you can ask another question, I'm going to take the
Oh,
initiative
okay.
to answer it before you ask it. Um,
Oh,
big thing for me is you said two things that I really like Venus. I am a huge gotcha game player as well. When Genshin first came out, I don't know, I feel like I finished that game within like 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. I was never a whale, of course, because, that was COVID and I was still in school, but um, yeah, I love gotcha games. Actually, if you look at my Discord profile picture, it's Belle from Zenless Zone Zero, and I used to be very big into Minecraft, I still have it, and I try to find ways to play every now and then. I actually played on a server a little while ago with some friends as well. Um, and you said something that really struck me is you really like a gentle soul, and but someone who can take initiative, and that is something I very much so have the capabilities of. You could ask any one of my friends or even Jacob. I am very honest. I like to take pride in my respect for other people, and I always try to, you know, do my best to help anyone that is in need. And I'm pretty in tune with the community. I run my own tournament every now and then called Water Invitational. A few people might know about that. And yeah.
Wow. Thank you very
And might
much,
I just
Walter.
add,
Oh,
I think you have a lovely voice.
oh, that's sweet.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Thank you for letting me hear
Water.
it.
Oh my goodness. All right, this guy's got game. You guys got some competition. All right, Water. I appreciate you taking the initiative there. That was very big and strong of you. I'm gonna take back the lead here now and ask you, what specifically are you looking for in a partner and a relationship in general?
Um, I honestly would just love someone who could be gentle with me as well. I feel like I've been hurt a lot in the past and I haven't had the best relationships. I'm very like I'm in a relationship and I feel like I'm in it for good basically, and I'm a very big like gift giver, or um I love to spend quality time. Like I'm very big on that, and I feel like I've been abused in certain aspects that way. Um so maybe just being honest with me, like, hey, I prefer to do this tonight, and it's like, okay, I'd love to, or just honesty is like a very big thing for me, and it's like if you don't want to hang out, I'd rather you be honest, or if you want to hang out, like let's talk about it, let's do something. I'd love to do that.
Wow. Thank you for opening up for us, Water. We love you, bro.
Of
We
course.
appreciate it. Do you have any final words for us before we move on to our final suitor?
Of course, I just wish the best of luck to every candidate. I feel like this is a game that we're all meant to play eventually, some form in life. So Grump Rider is kind of the goat at league, I will say. Plays Sejuani, very respectable. Kaiser absolutely blasted my team that I coached last week, so big respect to them. Um, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
Wow. A humble competitor who only wants to see others thrive. I appreciate that from you. Water, you are loved. We'll
Thank you,
circle
brother.
back to you later. All right. Our final suitor. The one, the only, the Twitter celebrity, Grump Rider. How are you doing today, my friend?
What up? It's me, Gromp Rider, infamous Sejuani top player, known for being probably the most hard stuck Masters player in all of North America.
Wow. The most hard stuck in all of North America. You sure about that?
I'm kind of a beast at it, Nobody loses games like I do.
You ever seen LOL Coach Mike before, bro? That guy might be a little bit more hard stuck than
I
you.
I can't say I have a clue who that is, I'll be completely honest.
Exactly, and that's how I know. Anyway, sorry. I won't take jabs at you anymore. Uh, Tell us a bit about yourself, my friend.
Yeah, I'm 6'5", D1 athlete. I make six figures, Rolls Royce, matte black, you know how it is.
Oh, wow. Matt
So
Black.
yeah, I'm kind of a big shot. I'm kind of a big shot. I don't know who that last loser was you brought on this show, but I'm the one for Venus. I'm just saying it right now.
Okay.
What's so funny? I didn't tell a joke.
Nothing, bro. Sorry, sorry,
All right,
sir.
get
Um,
your shit together.
yeah, my fault. Sorry. Um, so in that vein, you've got everything together. Uh, you've got the money, you've got the vanity, you've got the skill at League of Legends. What are you
Yeah.
looking for in a partner? What does a man who has everything need from a partner?
I'm uh I'm looking for money. I think Venus has some pockets on her, and I'd like to dig in those. So yeah.
um, uh, do you do you hope that Venus has more money than you, or
I mean, the more the merrier. You can never go wrong.
the,
Like money is money. Like I'm just
so
trying
you're
to
just
just trying to make bank.
gold digging, shamelessly?
No, next question. Next question.
Okay, okay. Uh, thank you, thank you very much. Did anything from, I mean, Venus never once mentioned money, but did anything from Venus's introduction other than their wealth catch your attention?
Um, next question. Next question.
Okay. Um, do you have any final words?
Um, uh, I would say I probably have the most pet lizards of anybody here. So like really, I don't know why you'd pick any of these other guys. Like I already won the competition. Like we can wrap this up. So
So
yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
the pet lizards are, you think, more attractive than the six figures or the matte black,
Well,
what was it,
I'm just
Rolex?
saying I have it all. Like,
Oh, you
are
have
you coming
everything.
on to me? Like you're trying to
Hey,
see my
hey,
lizards. You're
man.
trying to see my Rolls Royce. Like,
Hey,
listen.
man, listen. Listen. It's just a tempting offer. Is all I'm gonna say is that if Venus picks another candidate, you have me added on Discord now. DMs are open, bro.
Okay, okay. I respect that.
Anyway, uh, that was weird. I don't know what that was all about. Um, we'll circle back now. We've heard a petition from every suitor. We've gotten to know them a little bit, their true intentions, some of them their net worths, some of them their relationship history. Um, Venus, did anything from the suitors catch your attention? Did anyone in particular that you might be interested in?
Yeah, so far I feel like everyone is kind of in the same level. Um, but I really did like Water's response. I mean, their answers to your questions. I like how they took the initiative to even talk about themselves before you asked about it. I also noticed that they were particularly respectful towards the other candidates. I mean, in some way they're kind of competing, but I like that he still talks about them in a good way. And I like how he noticed what my interests are. And it's one of them is Sabrina Carpenter, even though I didn't mention it, but it is in my profile. I like that. And we both play similar games or the same games, which I really like.
Wow.
For Kaiser, I like that from how you talk about yourself, you are definitely a gentle soul. You're someone that I think I can be soft with. And I also did like the fact that you mentioned um that you like one-to-one conversations. That is something that I am looking for as well. It's something that's very genuine and very close to what I like. For Grumph Rider, I can tell that you are a good name. You've achieved lots of things. As you said, you have six figures. You seem to have won many tournaments, and you seem really cool in general. What kind of made me stray away a bit is that you do seem a bit gold digging. But I am taking accountancy, and if you've heard about accountants, they do make good money. So there's that.
Oh, okay. I like that. So Venus laid down some pros from every single candidate. Um, and we even heard a little bit of the. Sounds like Venus might be a six-figure maker herself. So, um, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask any of the suitors, Venus? Do you have anything to add?
Oh, I can ask them questions individually.
Yeah, ask away. We got what do we got left? 7 minutes.
Oh, okay. So, Water, what's your ideal first date?
My ideal first date? Well, actually, my ideal first date would probably be something like an aquarium. I feel like there's a lot to look at, and along with my
I
name,
love
water.
aquariums.
Well, they're awesome. They're very
Mm-hmm.
nice. I just love looking at the creatures. I think since I was a kid, I live in Florida, and since I was a kid, I remember seeing like orcas and stuff like that. Like going to SeaWorld was one of my. I know it's not really an aquarium, but they have like some aspects of an aquarium within it, and that's just one of my favorite things ever in my life. But second to an aquarium would probably be a nice picnic. That was actually my very first date ever, and I try to be like an old soul in that aspect. I'd much rather do something that you can spend a lot of time with someone else,
Mm-hmm.
rather than something like a movie where you just go and watch a movie the whole time and that's kind of it, or dinner as well.
What would you bring to the picnic?
What did I bring? Um, Actually,
What would
it
you
was
bring?
fun. Oh, what would I? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
What would I bring? That's a good question. Probably like some big sandwiches for sure, because I'm a pretty big guy. I really like rye bread. Maybe it'll be. I'm a big turkey enjoyer myself, but I know it's kind of a red flag. I feel like sometimes, but whatever you enjoy, I'd make sure that that's what we would have for you, and then I would have maybe like a turkey Swiss lettuce tomato. Put some mayo on there, make a big sandwich with it, and then we'd have like some snacks on the side. Normally it's like half and half for me. I feel like, one person could bring the food, the other person could bring the drinks and something like that. So let me ask you a question. What would you bring as a drink for us?
Oh, okay. So since it's a picnic, I think that iced tea would be the most ideal.
Yeah.
I will be able to brew my own tea and then adjust it according to your taste and mine. I feel like that would also be fitting with what you will be bringing. It's more of meats and heavy carbs, so it's nice to wash down. It's also nice if it's we're sunny outside. It's yeah.
That's awesome. I,
Thank you,
I love
guys.
iced tea.
Mhm.
All right, Water is not going to stop talking if I don't cut him off,
Sorry.
so I'm gonna have to. Hey, I appreciate the content. Do we have any questions from Venus for Kaiser or Grumprider?
Yes. So Kaiser, what sorts of topics or conversations would you like to talk about?
I mean, we can just talk about our interests. You said you like accountancy. I also dabble a bit in there. Took a few high school classes in there, so maybe we can do a bit of journals together, or audits. That might be
Uh-huh.
fun. Um, for like, as well as we can like, obviously we both have interest in Sabrina Carpenter, which again, I mentioned, not Water. Water did not mention anything about Sabrina.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I'll forgive you. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Grumprider?
Yes. Can you talk more about yourself? I don't think that I was able to understand your personality from what you talked about earlier.
What? Well, hold on. Why didn't you ask me the date idea question? Are you implying we're not going on a date?
No, we are,
All right.
but
Well,
I wanted to hear
I'll tell you
more.
about my ideal date. I'll tell you about my ideal date. We're going to Raising Cane's, and I'm
Oh,
licking the cane sauce off your toes. Next question.
Okay, hey, Grumprider. This is a safe for work stream. We have sponsors. Let's go. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's rework that idea a little bit to include some safe for work, family friendly speak.
We'll go to Raising Cane's, and I won't lick.
No, hey, don't. All right, thank you so much, Grumprider. We appreciate you. Appreciate you answering the questions honestly and faithfully. You're a really good guy. Great talent to have around. And now, finally, we will circle back to Venus. Venus, is there
mm-hmm.
anyone in particular of the three that has caught your attention more than the others?
Yes. Well, I did lay out my type. Um, I have been thinking about it, and it seems that water still takes the lead for someone that I want to date.
Wow. That's because of like the initiative or the
Well,
picnic
it
talk
is
or anything else?
It is a mix of everything because I did mention that the first thing that I noticed about them is that he takes the initiative. And then I also really like the fact that he will take me to an aquarium date because I really do like aquariums. I like aquatic animals. And I didn't mention that, but it's nice that that's something that we both like. And then the picnic date, I really like picnics. I like the idea of going into a garden or just somewhere that we could stay and look at nature, or we could just spend the time together.
Wow, that is beautiful. So you would like to go on that aquarium or picnic date with water? He would be your
Yes.
front runner?
Yes.
Well, there you have it, folks. Water has captured Venus's heart. Water, do you have any words to say?
Well, I'd love to take you on an aquarium date. That would be awesome. I've never actually been on one, so it'd be a first for me.
Okay.
And look at that. Our second strawberry dating show concludes with another successful match between Water and Venus. Good luck to the new lovebirds. May it flourish. May your dates go well. And do you guys have any closing words for us to wrap up these last 30 seconds?
I'm
Okay.
sorry
Yo,
for that.
Um.
Wondercat talked for 24 minutes out of 25, by the way.
All right, yeah. This isn't your time, bro. You lost. Take the L.
um.
No, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk so much.
I'm not sure how this game goes. But I do believe that you guys are playing league. You're playing around with tournaments. So good luck with that. I hope you guys win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you say
I
go
mean,
strawberry?
Watercat has never won anything, by the way.
Can you say go
Really?
strawberry?
I have. I've won as a player and a coach, but
Okay,
Okay, I believe you.
the dating segment is about to come to an end. For our final, completely final, actually final words, Venus, could you give us a go strawberry?
Go strawberry.
Yes. Thank you
Yeah,
so
go
much.
Syndicate, bro.
And with that, thanks everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Titan, for allowing us to run our show. Thank you to our candidates, and good luck to Water and Venus. And that'll be all. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy.
You do like you do like crazy. Oh 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 crazy. Oh 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 crazy crazy. Oh oh crazy. Oh 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 crazy. 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 Crazy crazy. You do like crazy. Oh you do like
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rift. Tonight, we are kicking off Conqueror's Grand Finals. This best of 5 will be taking place between Synister 6 and Strawberry. I'm your local hosting cowboy, Korak, joined, of course, by the amazing Freedom Potatoes. Say hi, Potatoes!
Hello, hello. This is going to be a great grand finals that we've got ahead of ourselves here. I mean, these teams have both taken down some major titans along their way to this final matchup. So I think this is going to be a close one. I mean, these really have felt like the two strongest teams in the league leading up to this.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited to see the upper bracket winners, which of course are going to be Synister 6, taking on the underdog under bracket bushel of berries that of course is Strawberry. I'm always love to see an underdog story coming through, so I'm excited to see how this boils down. These playoffs have been really interesting to follow from what I've seen, looking through the notes and going through a whole bunch of this. I'm really, really excited. I hope that Strawberry is able to give Synister 6 a run for their money, because Synister 6 got a 3-0 previously.
Synister 6 is coming in with that 3-0 momentum. Strawberry Ira, much closer, 3-2 semifinals scoreline, and that momentum could be the difference maker. I mean, Synister 6 also just first seed overall in the whole league. So in a way, this is a bit of perhaps an underdog matchup, but in all their matches I've watched, Strawberry has been a very convincing team. So I certainly would not count them out. I still think this is really anyone's game going into this.
That might be just a little bit tiny bit of bias on my end, just because I always love to see an underdog story come through and see someone punching up. But either way, we won't know until the best of 5 kicks off. We're starting off with our first little bit of draft, but it's a small item of housekeeping. If you are sitting there at home and you're thinking that you want to be part of the action, thinking that you and your team that could do potentially better, make sure to check out Titans Scouting Grounds, where you and potentially a team can get on board and can be added to this casting overall. Right now, if you're looking for Conqueror's League, you're going to be looking at Friday, April 17th at 8 p.m. EST, Wednesday as well, April 22nd at 8 p.m. EST. And now we're diving immediately into the draft, Potatoes.
Into the draft we go. Junglers being targeted with these early bans. Akali also taken off the table. Rise off as well. We've seen big performances out of these champions in previous weeks for both of these teams. So no surprises there. The Zoe, that is a bit of a surprise though.
Honestly, I'm no longer surprised by Zoe getting banned out after the monstrosity that I got to see released in SIDO. So, it's not really surprising. I don't expect to see anything that crazy, but I have seen what absolute insanity we can get our hands on. But yeah, first 3 bans are already through. Words are difficult. And nothing real too surprising. We're already starting off relatively strong and safe. We're going with Karma. Karma, nice, safe, easy pick, grabbing that support very much so in the Enchanter meta. Don't blame them. There's a lot of things that we can play off of that immediately. Any prediction for what we're going to get with Karma, though, before the next couple of ones lock in?
I mean, some of the strong picks with her are champions with poke, like the Ezreal, the Caitlyn, also pairs well with kind of a hyper carry like Jinx. Now, Karma did get a bit of a nerf this patch, a little bit increased mana cost on the shield, and also some base stat nerfs. Nothing huge, might not be enough to take her out of the meta, but small differences. And we've actually got solo lanes picked up for the side of Synister 6. These, I feel like teams tend to draft so heavily towards bot lane and jungle in these first rounds usually, but Synister 6 go right for it, picking the Orianna and the Scion here. It's going to be responded to with the Cho'Gath in the top lane, great at dealing with tanks, and the Xin Zhao as well, just the classic jungler, pairs well with enchanters, likes to go in. So yeah, I mean. Ooh, Ezreal denied by Synister 6 though, so we're not going to be seeing that paired with the Karma.
We do still have Varus up and ready to go, and I think that's a very hardy combo. I think Varus adds a very good middle of the road. I don't mean that as in the champions mid. I mean that they're good at sort of doing a whole bunch of different things. You can play him forward, you can play him backwards, you can play him poke, and I believe there's 2 different primary builds right now for Varus that are particularly powerful. I also really like the pickup for Cho'Gath that we grabbed here. Cho'Gath is relatively situational, and I think if you're going to play him into someone, Sion's not the worst one. Sion is still an absolute beast in the top lane, and I think Cho'Gath does stand a pretty good chance to dealing with them. Next couple of bans, though, are coming through. Looks like we're focusing on the Gwen. Don't blame them for that. And we're going into the Caitlyn. Caitlyn, I'm a little surprised by. I feel like Caitlyn's a little bit more situational. She was game warping about 3 or 4 patches ago, but right now I feel like she's in a weird spot where I don't like her quite as much.
I'm also getting word that I think the drafts may be flipped. That would make sense to me because I know Boy with Apples likes to play Ryze and Vincent likes to play Zoe, so it makes sense that those picks would be swapped. But yeah, anyway, we've got the Zehen picked up a little bit more, kind of dueling power to get through those frontliners, provide a little bit of frontline. But the Swain and Smolder are going to be providing a lot of scaling, and right now, I mean, the blue team is all in on protecting this Smolder comp.
I am a little bit worried about damage. Not that Swain can't do damage, not that Cho'Gath can't do damage, but they're not sort of the bursty mages that you think of. I do think that if we're fighting in a pure 5v5 fight, that Swain is really good for a lot of those, but we are kind of putting, I feel like, a lot of apples in the basket that is Smolder when we're looking at this. That's not the worst thing to go with, but I feel like you rush in order to get your stacks and get your way into that 225 on Smolder, and then after that, I feel like if you don't capitalize on that execute, if you don't capitalize on that splash damage that you get, things can fall downhill really, really quickly, especially with the fact that we have an infinitely scaling Scion. So I feel like it looks, I think this is correct so far. We've got Spooter. No, okay, it is incorrect. Spooter is on right side, which is red side. So we do have everything swapped right now. Strawberry is red, and then Synister 6 should be blue side, just to correct everyone back at home. So it looks like, I believe you were correct, Freedom Potatoes.
All right, so you're seeing a little bit of pressure towards the top side there. Ward dropped onto the red team's Raptors. And so just taking a look at this, whose team composition do you favor overall in this game one? And do you have any predictions for how the series is going to go as a whole?
So when we were looking at Synister 6, I feel like their first game was a bit shaky previously into Greed, and they took just a little bit longer than I would expect them to sort of find their rhythm. They did ultimately win that first game, so I do think that we have that, and they did seem to have a lot of cohesion. But when they got in some of these team fights, I got a little worried because they seemed to kind of flounder and lose track of what they have. That may not be as big of an issue because we have Scion right now, and we have just a lot of AoE damage. So I do think that maybe there's a solution to that, even though they don't have to have a lot of focus. Maybe the idea is not to have focus. But, the other side of that, though, is I'm worried about the damage on Synister 6. When I look at the other end, we've got Zaheem, we've got Scion. Scion does a deceptive amount of damage. We've got Orianna. I feel like Orianna has fallen a bit out of favor. I've seen her consistently less, almost at every single level. Not that the Paul delivery system still isn't really, really powerful, but, I've just seen her consistently less. She does seem to be faring well into Scion, but I don't feel like that's saying too much. I feel like Scion is the specific answer. So I guess to summarize my question, or your question here, is Synister 6, if the fights go long enough, I could see it going either way, but I think overall I like the team comp here for Strawberries, just because it's more standard. It might be a bit more versatile, even if a tiny bit off meta.
I like the points you brought up there. I do think the one concern I have for Strawberry Ira is there's a lot of frontline on Synister 6 that can kind of eat those Ezreal Qs and protect the Smolder. I think if Strawberry can find those engages onto the bottom lane from Synister 6, I think they're going to be able to handedly win these fights. But
King Fool going in, looking for a first little kill here. This should be pretty easy for them to grab. The flash comes through. If we get this kill and the flash is down, that's going to be pretty devastating. There it is, right on cue. I feel like at that point you were dead, and that maybe you wasted for the spear coming through. But that's really devastating, because not only did we get the kill, the first blood on King Fool, which means that gold is now mobile and we can deposit it wherever we want. But it gets him ahead. Synister 6 is very, very good off of playing off of their jungle, and then on top of that, now we have a very, very powerful ability down for Orianna. Orianna is pretty vulnerable, and if I'm King Fool, I'm going to be looking to capitalize on that.
This is also an Orianna that's running Aerie, not the phase rush, so even more susceptible to ganks. I feel like if Ori does have that rune, she can be very hard to gank, especially in a melee-heavy composition like this. As some trading back and forth in the bot lane, Heart gets a little chunked out, but does a hefty amount of damage back. Nice footwork on the Karma.
Honestly, when we're looking at the spot lane, I'm not too concerned about Synister Sticks unless they mess up a whole bunch. If I'm thinking about this from a support perspective, I'm thinking about this like I'm playing Heart. I'm going to be looking for opportunities to roam, especially right now. This would be a fantastic time to go start messing with the Orianna to rotate that. Even if the Alistar comes with you, Karma has a lot of tools to deal with him, and you can lock them down before anything really kicks off. So I think that Karma's really, really great at that. I would like to see them capitalize on that. And then sort of capitalize on the other side, when we're looking at Loveless and we're looking at the Alistar, I actually don't like the Alistar pick here. Yeah, sure, it gives you frontline, but I feel like we kind of already had that with Zaheem and with Sion, and I feel like that there's better frontline, supports we could have gone with. I think Alistar is such a great tool to have in your wheelhouse to deal with Sivir. Sivir is relatively powerful right now. We just saw her in NCL, and I got to see Levitate absolutely dominate on her, which was fantastic to see, but having a tool like Alistar out and ready to go for that, is an absolute counter to Sivir. Sivir can do basically nothing. Looking for a first little fight over here, though. I don't think too much is going to happen here from this. Loveless did take a whole bunch of shots from that, but Heart's pretty close to out of mana, and Gucci has to back off. It looks like the Qs are pretty solid on the end of, I believe it's Sakura. I cannot read
Yuri,
the characters for that.
Yeah.
It's Yuri? Okay, the sheet says Sakura, but I'll go with Yuri.
Is that what it says? That's interesting.
Next to the name, I think it's the Discord name. But once again, this is exactly what I was talking about. The shockwave comes through, Orianna goes down, Vul applying the pressure exactly where you need to. And I don't feel bad about taking kills from Swain. I really don't. I don't like Swain with kills. I just don't. I think they're much, much better on King Vul. And I think that he's grabbed it, and I think that we need to keep up that momentum. But things can change as it goes forward. Ezreal still does an insane amount of damage, even at this level, Potatoes.
Ezreal is and all Gucci has taken it back, has the teleport to come back in. But like you were mentioning, yeah, the Orianna is so vulnerable to these early ganks, to those repeat ganks, and already being down 0-2 means getting those lethal thresholds is going to be tough, but hold on.
Ooh, Tiny Cho'Gath had to do a little bit of flash to get away here, fighting into Sion. And see, this is the thing. Cho'Gath, King has picked I guess I should call him Cody because there's two Kings. So Cody has picked a good pick into Sion, but it's still a very tough matchup because the thing with Sion is, like, even if you beat him, do you really beat Sion? I don't want to say necessarily he's game warping, but he's extremely powerful. So even when he has people who are better at countering him, it can be quite the struggle. And now we're down a powerful flash tool, so that means now that Cody is vulnerable. Gucci, stepping way too closely to this Ezreal, not respecting him whatsoever, taking a whole bunch of shots. Karma's going to come in, Alistar looking for an angle, but just not able to find it. King Vul smelling a little bit of blood in the water, going to try to go around, popping the sweeper, looking for an angle. I think we have exposed ourselves, though. I think we do see it, and we have backed off entirely. I don't think we want to take this dive. I'd rather back, but, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. Looks like he's going to go for it.
That's a risky dive.
For an angle. Going on the Ezreal, Crescent Guard going to get activated. Gucci picking up an early kill. That's going to be super nice for him. One shot to land. Mother going to get called in, but honestly, I just wouldn't fight the Alistar underneath the tower. You got the kill. Get out. No reason to risk it. And this gold is displaced really, really nicely. We've got it on the Smolder, which is going to accelerate that. We just picked up a healthy kill top. Mid's looking for another kill. Swain absolutely on top of things now. Pick up a kill. So kill after kill after kill. We're 7 minutes in with 5 kills. Things are not looking good for the Strawberries.
That sequence right there was devastating for Strawberry Ira. They are, now down 5 kills to nothing, 3,000 gold and a Drake in the pockets of Synister 6. Gromp is going to go over to CJ Lopez here, who we haven't really gotten to see influence the map much so far. Zahan not the strongest early ganking jungler, but the Xin Zhao has done some immaculate work here. King Vul guy pulls off the tower dive into the Alistar, uses the Crescent Guard excellently to, kind of push that champion away, isolate the Ezreal, and get that kill. And it was almost an overstep from Synister 6 on the dive. Heart did have to blow the shield and the Summoner heal to keep that Xin Zhao alive, but ultimately it pays off, and now fighting again.
And here's one of the biggest things, even when it comes to leaving Ezreal being behind into Smolder just basically means that we're going to continue getting free farm. If you take a look at the CS right now, we're looking at 78 to 56. That's quite the lead, plus a plate, plus a kill. This Ezreal is really, really going to struggle. Sure, Alistar rotated to try and help with the Void Grubs, but Grubbies don't have the same kind of impact that they used to. You know, I guess maybe we're trying to secure it to try to get our hands, on it for Sion, because Sion can put in work with the Void Grubs. He's one of the few left that I feel like is worth it to grab, but I think Alistar leaving Ezreal might be a bit more detrimental. I'm already seeing that. The CS lead is just continuing to increase over and over. Now Vol's here looking to set up an ambush. We're taking more plates. Just this is looking really, really grim. You know, I was going to say potatoes, but Strawberry really, really needs to step it up, but this is only game number 1 out of a best of 5.
Is just game 1, and I think this goes back to what you were saying about not loving the Alistar pick per se. I don't feel like it really has direct synergy with the Ezreal. You know, just having a double ranged bot lane with the Smolder Karma means you can exert a lot more control over the wave. That means it's harder for Alistar to find good windows to go in. It's harder for Ezreal to, you know, land those Qs onto the backline when there's a big minion wave walking at him. And so, you know, in theory, the Ezreal can win fights really hard in the early game. You saw the amount of damage Yuri was putting out with that lethal tempo and the stacked passive, but you know, with the pressure that King Wulgai has been able to exert down here, the Smolder is in a really commanding position already, just 10 minutes into the game.
Well, and this is something I try to talk about too. You know, you need to go over with efficiency, right? When you're not a T1, T2 player, you need to kind of play for your efficiency. Karma is one of the easiest supports, I believe, in the game to play. I'm not shitting on the champion or anything like that. I think they're really, really strong and really, really nice. But I think they're easier to pull off than most. Smolder is significantly easier to pull off than Ezreal, right? So, like, what kind of benefits are you getting with Ezreal? And then to highlight back on the Alistar, right? Sure, yeah, we have Alistar, but we've got people that can be significantly better with Alistar, right? Yanara is fantastic with Alistar because one of the biggest things with Yanara is she still hits like an absolute truck. Ever since LTA Grand Finals, when she was pick or ban, right? The only thing they really got rid of since all of those patches ago was the fact that she has a harder time now getting in range. It doesn't matter if you have a hard time getting in range if you have an Alistar to bring the range to you, right? So what's the idea with Ezreal? Like, I would have rather seen like a Poppy, because if you're trying to rotate and maybe leave Ezreal on their own, you know, I believe you can stop the flap, you can stop Zen going in, and you have fantastic, you know, ganking potential, especially if you see someone like the Swain, but you know, maybe the target problem would be an issue. We're also in, you know, an enchanter meta, so I feel like that already puts you at a bit of a disadvantage. Not that the engagement supports can't be really strong, I just don't see the idea or the thought process behind this Alistar. Looking for another shot here. Spooter going to go down immediately under tower. Just, it's really not even too much of a competition. At this point, King Vol is just sort of all over the place, and even Cho'Gath, who was struggling initially, is doing significantly better, especially after grabbing that kill. He's got a couple of stacks. He's fighting a tank. He's happier than a pig in mud for sure, and we're sitting at 6-1 at almost 12 minutes.
Yeah, Ira really needs to make something happen, but they don't have the easiest time doing that. You know, I mean, in theory, the Alistar provides that snap engage you need to make a pick happen, but we don't have a dragon coming for, oh, here's a fight.
Yeah, we've got Orianna coming in. We've got, there should be a 4-man. Mother going to get called in on the other side, but it looks like we can immediately turn. This gold diff is absolutely insane. However, this is going to be King Bull entirely by himself, having to blow with a flash, taking a bit of damage. Karma keeping them alive, doing Karma things, but now we've dove under tower. All Gucci almost completely out of mana. We did finally get Swain here, but is he going to be able to come into range? Loveless knocking them into the other side. Gucci able to get taken down as Swain comes in for a little bit of revenge, actually over the wall there, trying to lock them down, getting 1 kill. This might be Boy for Apple's time to shine. Looking for this Ezreal. He's definitely happy to pick him up, picking up a 2nd kill. Looking for the 3rd one. Chase going down. He's going to come back up, but he should be immediately back into the wallet of Boy with apples. He has apples, and he now has 4 kills. 9-2 on the board in the favor of Synister 6.
You were saying you don't like kills on Swain, but I don't know. I mean, he did a whole lot in that fight.
I'm happy to be
blow
wrong.
the both summoners, but you know, it's perfectly timed to hit that counter punch onto Strawberry Ira just when it looked like they might have found their way back into the game. Boy with Apples shows up and says no way, grabbing himself now a 4-0 record. score line on the Swain. And, you know, the mid lane is kind of where I expected Strawberry Ira to have the big advantage here. Vincent is the highest rated player in, you know, statistically, or the highest rated mid laner in the league statistically. Hold on, we got to fight top.
Looking for an angle here on Cody. I do like this. This would be some nice shutdown, but Cho'Gath is quite the tree to drop. We're only down about half HP right now. Sion, you get in a good position. This should be a kill and some much need. No, did we get away? No way. Gucci now fighting on the other side. Yuri having to go on the run on the other side as it looks like Mother going to get called in. We get the execute, and that's another 2 kills for that on the other end. And somehow Cho'Gath lived. The beef, the money coming through, and I guess we just didn't have the damage.
He's just too tanky, man. I mean, he's level 11 to the... Oh, hold on.
Oh,
goodbye.
Yeah, and there we go. And now Swain's looking for another angle here on Orianna to try to take them down. The shotgun coming through. Ooh, we get it. No? Okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because we're up so much gold, but that would have been a nice kill there. And something I want to talk about too is, you know, not only do we have kills, not only do we have gold, because it's 28k to 22k, so 6k lead. Going into a little bit of replay, Potatoes. What do you make of this?
Well, we're going to get to see how Cody the King survives here. And yeah, I think it really is kind of just a stat check. I mean, he's a level up on the top laner here, 3 levels up on CJ Lopez. Like, how are you going to do the damage to get through this guy? CJ Lopez just needs to get more farm, more items. And almost turns it around onto the Zahen even. I think the ultimate CD was just about to come up here. So if the pull had come through from CJ Lopez, they might have been able to finish off that kill, but they don't have a ton of damage, and the feast had just come up for Cody the King, so there is a chance that Zahen would have just gotten eaten at the tail end of that play and pay for his sins if he had landed that. In any case, yeah, the whole roster for Synister 6 is pretty tough to chop down at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, and the lead's only getting further and further away. We picked up 2 Drakes here in the background. This Alistar's getting absolutely chunked. Cho'Gath is so happy here. There's so many tanks to play with. You know, and something I want to go into on the other side, you know, I don't like, the more and more I think about this, I don't like most of the team here for Strawberry. I mean champion-wise, right? I'm not going to make any arguments for Sion. Sion's still very powerful, of course. I don't like Zaheem jungle unless it's achieving some sort of specific role. I feel like Orianna is not as powerful as she used to be. I feel like there's better mids to pull out. And then, you know, like maybe if you were going to go Orianna, like maybe try to get your hands on Xin, or Jarvan, on Wukong, on someone like that. I just don't feel like it fits the synergy super well. Sure, Alistar goes in, but like there's so many people that are way better at going in. I just don't like the Alistar. I don't like the Ezreal, and there's just so much to play off of. And to start off game number 1 like this, I think is pretty hard, because I liked the thought process of Synister 6. Boy with Apples running into his first little bit of damage here with CJ. We're running about half HP, but the ultimate is going to pop there. Going down to about half HP. CJ, TP coming in. Ooh, he actually is going to get shut down, so that's a nice little shutdown. Cody coming in the other sin. Smolder looking for those shots, but they're going to get called in, hitting absolutely nothing. Vincent should get taken down here. I don't think we're going to be able to get out of this, but we do have Alistar on his way. If we can get Cody out of range, no. Looks like we're going to back off and sort of cut our losses sooner rather than later, and that turned into a very long-winded 1-for-1 trade, which honestly I'd argue that's not the worst thing for Strawberry, because at this point, if you can do 1-for-1 trades and get shutdowns, that's not the worst thing. And it did go to Zaheem. It did go to CJ. So we have that gold, once again, mobile. And if we're going to make something happen, that might be your best bet. And, you know, I think maybe the other idea is the fact that, like, I think Strawberry needs to realize that they're not going to win these team fights unless they have an unfair advantage. So they need to create some sort of unfair advantage, or when Synister 6 is going for an objective, they need to go the opposite direction, or someone, as soon as someone steps a toe out of line like that Swain did, they need to go for it and they need to back off. If they can continue little skirmishes like that, it is going to be a steep hill to climb, but I do see an angle for them to come back.
They need the Zahen to be able to, you know, chop down these tanks, stay alive for a long time in these fights, because, yeah, I think, you know, not a lot of other people on this team are going to be able to do the damage while also providing the front line that Strawberry needs. Also, saw a, you know, nice little good guy moment from King Wool Guy, giving those little raptors over to Smolder, but we might have another fight in the mid lane. Oh, and top.
I think Spooper should be able to get out of this. This is still a Scion at the end of the day. CJ gonna fight underneath tower. May as well just take it up, but they're gonna get called in. Execute, unfortunately, hitting absolutely nothing again. Gonna get taken down as Vol goes back out and back in like a yo-yo, picking up another kill. And the chances for this turning into Strawberry's favor just get slimmer and slimmer as Shelly crashes into the T2. And of course, we've got our third Drake out and ready to go. We're 13-3 at 18 minutes, still in the favor of Synister 6. But if we can push this off into a much later game, I do like the odds here for Strawberry, because of course we've got Scion on the map.
Scion is around. He will scale up in terms of health, but Smolder also has plenty of scaling for himself to deal with that
Dragon
front line. So, and that is Dragon, the sole point claimed by Synister 6. Up 8,000 gold, just one Drake away from claiming the Cloud Soul as well. If they get that, I think it's going to be really tough for Strawberry to do anything. So, once again, Strawberry, Ira do need to make something happen. Going back to draft strategy, they picked up both of their solo laners as their first two picks, which is a bit of an atypical strategy. And I mean that is where it feels like they, to some extent, are struggling the most in this game. When when you show off such key pieces of your composition right off the get-go, those lanes are where the counter picks matter most.
And I liked all of the responses for Synister 6. They very clearly had a thought process in mind, and I like the idea of pushing Cho'Gath out of the way early, because even if you lose Cho'Gath in game number 1, it's not the worst thing. He's a really specific tool, I feel, to try to go for some of these tanks and go for these other things. I don't think he is the strongest, but I do think that he is still floating around. So popping him into Scion seems to be going well so far. We seem to have a lot of good macro, and this is also something that we noticed from last week as well, is that Synister 6, when they are fully refreshed and ready to go, especially in these game number 1, 2, and 3, they usually have pretty good macro. And so far that is showing. So not only we're getting the kills, we're also using those kills to do a lot of things, and the CSing is really powerful. Orianna popping the shockwave. I don't foresee us getting out of that. Art is here as well. Tether coming down. Yeah, it's just not, there's not too much they can do. CJ going there for the assist, trying to get the Orianna out, but honestly, I don't even know why we're that far forward without a whole bunch of pink wards at this point. Everyone on your team probably needs to be buying some sort of pink wards or blue trinkets or something. You need vision. You step one toe out of line, and then they're gonna absolutely eat your lunch. You need to play extremely safe. You need to play behind. Much easier said, but look at that gold lead, Potatoes. We're almost about 10K difference right now.
Yep, 10K difference. We do have the Baron Nashor live now, so that is something Synister 6 can look to try to force. I think even with all 5 members of Strawberry alive, they still might be able to threaten it, but that is also an angle by which they could throw the game, so probably want to play with caution there, but should be something they look for. They also have, of course, 2.5 minutes on that soul. They can just kind of keep farming up and playing for that. But that is giving a little bit of time for Strawberry to try to hit their 2-item spikes here, and if they can do that, they'll be in a slightly better position to fight back at that next objective.
Well, and we are starting to build items up. I'm taking a look at the CS, and for the most part, Synister 6 is absolutely dominating in that front. The closest one being, of course, the Orianna, but we have 6 deaths to accompany that CS, so I'm not sure it's particularly worth it. And we've really entered sort of like an awkward state in the game, because I don't think Strawberries can or really wants to fight this Drake that's coming up. We got about 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock there for it. Unless we're able to get some sort of pick, which honestly, if I'm them, I'm going to be looking for someone who is going to be out of position, and this should be a dead Orianna. I don't think we can do enough damage to that. Shockwave, I think, actually doing less work for you than maybe you want. Orianna's damage is coming through, so there is a potential, but it's very slim at best. The CSing doing a little bit better, and that's not what you want. Orianna should be up by the time the Drake is ready to go, but the Shockwave, I believe, no, Shockwave cooldown goes pretty quick. It goes much quicker than I remember. So, I mean, it's not the worst thing. Scion getting more kills, what are you going to do about it? We've already got about a 10K difference. But the biggest nail in the coffin is going to be this soul point, obviously.
And when we're talking about like builds on Orianna, we saw there the chase down potential of the Swain with this realize that he has. I really think that Phase Rush would be of big value to Vincent here in this lane. I mean, so much of the game is dictated by are Xin Zhao, Swain, and Cho'Gath hitting you? You die. If they're not, you can actually live and deal damage. And, you know, even the empowered lucidity boots are helping with that. But despite the nerfs to range champions, I still think Phase Rush would be of a lot of value here. Anyway, got Smolder TPing into the mid lane. Vincent is going to have to walk through a warded jungle here to get to that dragon, or might just walk right into Boy with Apples hiding in that tri-bush. This is a scary position as they try to group up for this objective.
We're looking for some sort of angles, and I'm not too upset with Vincent trying to play inside the jungle. Orianna loves to do specifically that. And if you're going to get some damage off, it's going to be in these Nora corridors. Looking for a first little fight, but they're going to get called in. The damage coming down. The Q should follow through, but it's doing absolutely nothing. It's hitting all of the beefcakes as we're just absolutely getting chunked here in the background. Smolder's got plenty of opportunities to continue build more and more stacks, and these tanks just won't die. Fight still ongoing. Massive Q coming in. There's going to be the Crescent Guard, but it looks like the wallet diff is just going to be too much as Sion gets targeted, tethered, and taken down. Now his ghost is trying to do something, but it's just not going to be enough. The last one to go down is Orianna. We don't even care about these towers. We're trying to lock down the Ezreal. Gonna pick up another kill, and it looks like it's only the cow remaining, and Boy for Apples is out for a little bit more blood, and I don't see much Strawberry can do. That is Soul Point. That's more gold over the other side, and it's just looking absolutely dominating for Synister 6.
Synister 6 trying to shut down any potential underdog story from, you know, even becoming a dream at this point. They are stomping all over Strawberry Ira in this game number 1. They still haven't gotten themselves the Baron quite yet, but I think once they acquire that, it should be a quick, you know, they should be able to quickly close out this game.
Absolutely, and we can easily do a 5-5 or a 4-1 when we're looking for this push. There's plenty of towers up, so that can delay it, but I just don't see a lot of chance. Ooh, this is a good opportunity to lock down.
Oh, wait a minute.
About half HP. CJ's finding the damage, but can we lock down the support? Cody here for the save as the Crescent Guard going to get activated.
Wow.
We get absolutely nuked, and Smolder picks up 2 executes, 2 kills, and Cody looking for a little bit extra. Well, you know, we've just got 2 soloing Baron. There's just not a lot. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the trying, but you know, sometimes you just need to conserve your mental energy for the next one. And you know, I guess to Synister 6 credit, they haven't really been by themselves, except for Cho'Gath, right? But Cho'Gath is proven that, you know, we're an absolute monster, and it doesn't really matter if we're by yourself. We're kind of like 2 people already in one. Cho'Gath definitely ate a couple people already, so I don't think Cody's really worried about 1v4ing if they need to, and if we do 1v4, it's going to take so long to take down Cho'Gath that we're going to lose so much of our base for it. And once again, Vincent stepping up in an unfortunate position. The redemption coming down. We do manage to miss the shot on King Vul, but Hart is here. That tether can come in really quickly. We can go for the dive, but I feel like that might be a little bit too much. Tether is good, locking them down. We just need the damage. Alistair here for the save. Loveless able to keep their Vincent alive, their mid alive. And we're going to try to do a little bit of TP getting out of this mess. Plant on the other side, and we should be able to take down this top tower, this T2 sooner as the cannons roll in.
Synister 6 looking to make a potentially game-ending push in the top side. If Strawberry takes a fight and it goes badly, that should be everything over. But otherwise, Synister will maybe have to take a little longer. Cody the King. Oh!
Shockwave. Yep, pretty decent shockwave. So we do have the damage here on Vincent. Gucci down. This is the best opportunity as it looks like Unstoppable Force coming in here for Smooper. Mother going to get called in, hitting absolutely nothing. This is the best opportunity for Strawberry to make something happen, but now Swain is here. We're going to miss the grab, unfortunately, and we still have Baron out and ready to go. Orianna still has plenty of potential damage. They just need to get it in there. Trying to lock down the Scion. That's going to be one key component already out. CJ going in, looking for the pool, trying to grab that, but it looks like Cody's going to take the majority of the shots. I think Synister 6 might be overstaying their welcome just a little bit, but this damage on Smolder is absolutely insane as 2 go down. We don't even care about this tower. Synister 6 didn't lose a single member despite all that damage. Gucci was down to like 30% HP, and now we're knocking at the top door and looking for an in for Synister 6. Redemption coming down to add that insult to injury. Only 3 here for the defense, and these fountains are in trouble.
Even with that massive shockwave from Vincent, it's not enough. They go back in.
It's just not even a competition. We're gonna get chopped down relatively quickly. Smolder picking up another 2 kills. That's a 10-in-1 Smolder with 290 farm, 26 to 3, 61k to 42k, almost a 20k difference. Every objective in Synister 6 pocket. To call that dominating, I think would be a little bit of an understatement. Hopefully, that was a warm up for Strawberry, and it's not going to be a repeat going into game number 2, Potatoes.
I hope IRA can turn it around. I mean, I think they can. We've seen them look very dominating in their own games. And, this possibly this could just be a fluke in the first game here. Resident sleeper dog, maybe showing how Strawberry was feeling towards the end of that game. Just trying to just trying to tune it out and go to the next one. But that's a big win, as this is apparently the dating show. But it's I want to see specifically Vincent, maybe get counterpick. I mean, again, he is the highest rated mid laner in the league statistically. He's also, fun fact, he's climbed so high, he's actually going to double rank out. I believe he peaked past Master 100 LP this split. So not only will he be gone from the Conqueror League, but might be ejected from the Vanquisher League as well. And when you have a player who's, clearly putting in so much work to improve at the game, I want to see them take over a little more. I mean, Orianna is one of Vincent's most played champions, but picking it so early feels like it made him a little hard for him to, show his stuff in this first game here.
I think there's also a reason that we see less and less of Orianna as the patches roll through. I think that there's something figured out. I don't have the math for it. I need to dive into them specifically, but I think there's a reason why we've seen consistently less Orianna. I mean, maybe if it's a really nice comfort pick and it's game number 1, so I could see the angle. Plus, we had, if you were looking at the charts, we had a good amount of damage on it, so the possibility was there. I just think that we had too many things that just were not working, and I don't feel like the mistakes were super insanely critical for Strawberry. I know we lost pretty hard, but I think we lost more from a synergy standpoint than we lost from necessarily individual play. Just things continued to domino. By the time that Orianna was finally starting getting damage out, and we saw that damage, it was just too late, and too many of the pieces had fallen.
Well said. We saw big shockwaves from Vincent, but even when those were landing, there was not really AoE follow-up damage from the side of Strawberry. There wasn't a lot of people who could just, say, oh, big shockwave, I'm going in, we're getting kills. It's kind of like, oh, shockwave, and I don't know, we walk away. I think there could be some better pairings there with that pick and elsewhere in the draft. But I don't know if you don't have anything else to add. I think we can throw it over to a quick break, and we'll be right back with game number 2.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you for joining us once again. We're rolling into game number 2. I'm still your host, your local casting cowboy, Korik, of course, and we have Freedom Potatoes on the other side of me to my left. Yeah. I could do left and right. To my left over here. But before we dive into this draft, which is cooking up here in the background, we've got some player awards to go over.
Yeah, these are the awards voted on by your fellow players, fellow league mates, maybe people who watch but don't play but just want to throw their hat in the ring anyway. I think that's allowed. I think you can vote even if you're not a player. But yeah, we are
somebody part of a different league. Just
we are going to get that up on screen in a second here, so we can shout out those standout performers who have displayed consistently good gameplay across the split.
Alrighty, and there it is. And for the top lane, we've got Cody the King moving into jungle, which is King Vul. So double King does make sense there for that one. Then we got Vincent. We've already spoken pretty in depth about them. And then we've got Monaxa, I think. I probably slaughtered that. And then from there, we're going immediately into Heart. So the ADC is Monaxia? God, I'm going to say that wrong.
I think, yeah.
Monaxia? If someone could correct me in chat, that would be super helpful. Korak is not great with names. And then, of course, our MVP, our most valuable player, is, of course, the exact same one that we saw before, which is Monaxia, sitting there at a pretty high score.
Runner-up for that MVP is also going to be Vincent. So, most of the players here are players who are in the finals, with the exception of that ADC and who is also our league MVP. And then just, quickly going to shout out those second and third all-pro teams. We got Spoobert from Ira up in the top lane. We got Chucko. We got Concerned Badger. My team is muted. And D-Shot rounding out the second all-pro team. And for the third, we've got Daro, CJ Lopez, Cute Jungle Puppy, Slayer, and 6-7.
Yeah, we had to get it in there. Yeah. I wonder why that one was voted in. I have no clue why that name was voted in. But big congrats. These are, of course, user-driven or voter-driven awards, and I don't really disagree with them too much. I haven't seen much from the name I can't pronounce super well, but I do think that Vision makes a lot of sense here. Or Vincent, I'm sorry, makes a lot of sense here for the mid, and we did pop on Zoe there, so I would really, really like to see if that Zoe is prevalent. Maybe it gets a chance to sneak its way through. Maybe we get blue side on the strawberry, and we'll get to see that right now. Starting off right now, if everything is correct, we do have Synister 6 rolling blue side, and then we have the thematically appropriate red strawberries. First couple of bands coming through. I don't expect any of this really to change. I hope that Zoe makes its way through, but I wouldn't blame Synister 6 holding onto that Zoe band the entire time.
It seems to be, I mean, Vincent chose it as the representative champion portrait, so I'm gonna guess that maybe means, Synister 6 isn't going to want to see it. It looks like he does also have a couple games on it with a pretty impressive scoreline, like a 8-3 average across 2 games. That's pretty impressive, especially because it's a 50% win rate. So having that kind of scoreline with a loss in there, that's pretty good. Okay, but we've got most of the same bands coming through. I don't think we had Mbessa in game number 1, unless I am mistaken. So that is a new band coming through from Strawberry. Could indicate something about what they want to play up top. Quirky also getting banned away this time. So that's one of the safe line picks taken away.
Yeah, no, I like the Quirky band. I think Nami is really, really powerful with Quirky. I think that even though Jarvan's not on the table, anything that's got any of that armor shred can pair really well. We're starting off strong, though. We're going with Graves. I'm curious on your thoughts on how you feel about Graves. I've seen him off and on. I've seen him do really terrible, and I've seen him do really, really good.
I mean, I tend not to love Graves because he's, mostly a farming carry damage jungler, and I like junglers that gank because I play mid lane and I like when I get ganks. But
fair enough.
We did see King Vul last week, I believe, just absolutely demolish the competition with this pick. So I will keep my mouth shut about what I think about Graves in general and just say that King Vul seems to be really good on this champion and can probably carry the game with it.
We did immediately go from the Graves into Ashe and, of course, Dr. Mundo. I'm not a big fan of Dr. Mundo top, so I really, really hope that this is Dr. Mundo jungle, especially with the fact that we already know that there is the jungle on the other side. I think Dr. Mundo jungle sort of mitigates a lot of those problems, those issues. We're going to roll from that and, of course, into Kaisa and into Nautilus. I feel like we've gone back a couple of patches. And honestly, I've been catching up, right? Like I've been 2 or 3 patches behind, and out of all of the videos that I've watched, NACL, I've watched the, was it LCK Korean, I've watched LPL, I've been watching a whole bunch of stuff, and I haven't seen too much Kaisa whatsoever, so I'm curious to see how this boils out. And then, of course, to round out Strawberries, we're going to go with Braum.
That Ashe Braum is a very strong bot lane. A lot more synergy than what Strawberry had last time. You know, Ashe has the slows on her W. Her auto attacks can easily set up that Winter's Bite from Braum, and you know the CC train that can come through is very strong. But also the Stand Behind Me and the Unbreakable from Braum just make him a great pick into engaged champions like the Nautilus. He can really shut down what Sinister 6's bot lane is trying to do. So I think this is a great pick from Strawberry Ira. Now the Kaisa can absolutely shred tanks, that Mundo and that Ornn. You know, she can do great damage to both of those picks. But she needs to, you know, be able to be consistently hitting and staying alive in these fights. And I think Ira has a better response this time than they did in game number 1.
Honestly, I'm going to go against Potatoes here. And as good as that combination normally is, the fact that we're in such a heavy Enchanter meta, and one of the strongest combos, I think, in the game and in the meta is the Seraphine Ashe. And the fact that we didn't pick it off is a little upsetting. Nautilus can still be very, very scary, especially with the fact that we have a Kaisa to go with. But, like, I feel like, you know, maybe we're a little afraid of playing some of these more new meta picks that are coming through, or at least combinations. In favor of comfortability, which is not the worst thing. You know, I think we're D4 cap here, so that does make sense. That sometimes that would be a little bit more beneficial to have someone just you're more comfortable with. Next couple of picks coming through are going to be Mordekaiser. I'm not a big fan of Mordekaiser anywhere but jungle right now. I don't like him top. I think he's a bit weaker than he could be. Not that he can't do a lot, but I think that there's a lot of people who can do what Mort does, but better, other than maybe the Death Realm.
I pretty much only see Mord picked as a counter to Ornn, and since the Ornn was shown as 4th pick for Strawberry, I think the Mordekaiser still makes a lot of sense. You know, as the game goes on, he just can eat through that champion's health bar more and more, has a lot of innate percent pen, has a lot of sticking power once he gets the Rylai's, and can also deny Ornn the you know, second part of his ultimate. If he uses the Death Realm well. So I do like the pick, you know, contextually here. I don't like it as a champion in general, but it has the potential to really make Ornn's life hell.
You know, it's not like Cody the King has been doing bad in these fights, in these matchups. There were a couple where I think that Cody was just a bit shaky, but he never got so bad top into Greed that, like, we really, really had to worry about it. He was down a couple of times, so, you know, I'm not going to fault the guy whatsoever. He seems to be clearly comfortable with it, and like I said, the comfort picks are oftentimes a bit better. What I would like to see when we're looking at Strawberry is I think we've got a really good team to take a bunch of these early objectives. Victor is such a powerful tool to do specifically that, and on top of that, we not only have Victor, but we have Ashe. So if Ashe gets in any sort of range right there, it's going to be an absolute pain in the butt. And then on top of that, we've got someone even better than Ashe, which is the Braum. So if we're shooting for these neutral objectives, I think that is a good angle to go for if we can just sort of pop that off. I'm also curious to see Vincent making a bit more moves, a bit more plays into Ahri. Ahri can be very, very slippery, but the nice thing about Victor is I think Victor's kit plays really, really nicely into Ahri, because a lot of times Ahri wants to go forward and Victor's like, fine, I've got a big beam that I'm going to hit you in the face. But I think that matchup should be really, really interesting. I think that's going to be the most volatile part of the lane to keep an eye on.
Victor into Ahri is an interesting matchup. I think Victor outlanes Ahri in the early game. He has, you know, better poke. The power siphon is a great trading tool. Hold on, Cody the King just take a tower shot? Well, they're fighting to the death, maybe.
This is one of the problems that I find with Mordekaiser, and I find that people run in with Ornn, is Ornn I've seen get consistent first bloods over and over and over. I think people forget how much damage he gets taken down. Sure, we have a massive shield on Mordekaiser, but I feel like, you know, if we were going to go Mordekaiser, we should have tried to pair it with a bit more synergy, right? One of my favorite combinations, and this might sound weird, but one of my favorite combinations is Ivern with Mordekaiser. It just turns you into an unkillable god. And we have seen I believe it was Vul, pick up the Ivern in the previous one, unless it was the opposite jungle. Ooh, very clean hook coming in, but I don't think we have the damage really to follow it up. We are going to pop the passive there, trying to lock down Heart. Another Q coming in on Gucci. Gucci needs 1 or 2 more shots to get locked down. Heart getting absolutely hammered. Ash is an absolute pain to get away. I think we're going to need those boots of swiftness on Nautilus, because that's absolutely frustrating to deal with.
That is a massive trade coming out of the Strawberry Ira bot lane. I mean, you can see when Nautilus hooks in, it just turns into an extended trade. If they can't blow Ashe up immediately, which they are not going to be able to do for a while, then the trade is just going to go in favor of the Strawberry bot lane. But you know, once the game goes late, that pick potential is a lot more of a threat. And fight and pop over and over again around these waves.
We are looking for some sort of angle. I'm a little surprised things haven't been a bit more volatile, but, you know, like I said, that game number 1 is often that first opening jab, that opening salvo for Strawberry or whoever it is to sort of find their rhythm. So I don't expect too often. Top's proving to be a bit more volatile than I expected, but looks like we're shaping up for a fight over here. The hook coming in. We've got double root trying to lock it down. The exhaust coming down on all Gucci. Just 1 or 2 more shots. We go forward for it as the barrier gets activated. Yes, and 1 AA here from Heart, and all Gucci is doing exactly as his name says on the tin. Nautilus doing a whole bunch of work, and you know, I've got to go back to it. How much of that fight would have been different if we had a Seraphine, right? As insane as that combination is, that classic combination of the Ashe and of course the Braum, just think about the damage. There's a reason why that combo is meta and so frustrating to deal with. Either way, you know, super fine kill and coordination between Heart and all Gucci. That last AA came in clutch.
That was an extremely close fight, and I feel like a lot of that just comes down to target selection. I mean, Yuri was flashing in deep past where the support was, and you know, just takes a straight up 1v1, and in that 1v1, the isolated damage from Kai'Sa is so big.
No way we get it. Okay. You know, I said maybe we should have a little faith in Cody. I'm not, it's not, oh no, another hook coming through. Double root there, trying to lock him down. Ashe in trouble. Braum there for the save. Shield down so far. Passive on 2, looking for it. Gonna lock down the Nautilus as a flash forward as we're trying to lock down. Can we get the Ashe? No, we cannot. Now Ashe is exactly where they need to, fighting over the wall, and somehow we keep ourselves alive. So that is the strength of having Braum. Braum is very much so is that sit behind me, and while we did not take any losses, we are going to end up losing a Drake on the back of 3 kills. So we've got 3 kills spread out relatively evenly, and we're going to pick up our first little Drake already at about 6 minutes.
For the first bit there, I thought that, you know, Strawberry had stabilized some of those issues that were present in the first game, but we're back to being at a 3-0 scoreline, you know, 2,000 gold up and a Drake at 6 minutes. I think it's, you know, not quite as dire as the early game was in game number 1, but still, this is
for sure
a situation where the bot lane, I think, should be winning much harder for Ira. I can't really call those first 2 kills anything other than a misplay. I think they had gotten themselves in a great state in lane, but overplayed their hand and had it turned back around on them. And then, you know, the Mordekaiser into Ornn, I can't fault Ornn too much there. That was a counter pick that is, you know, a very classic one. He was kind of just trapped in the death realm with nowhere to go, and but yeah, but the bot lane for Strawberry, I think they can still turn it around, but being down gold is never nice.
Looking for a spot here on Cody. It looks like we're going to get at least 1 Q in, 2 Qs there from Dr. Mundo, but we should be able to walk out relatively quickly. Dr. Mundo still needs plenty of time to get that health bar, to get that gold up and going. We haven't been as active as I would like them to be into King Vul, but King Vul is a very proactive jungler, so that doesn't surprise me too much. And, you know, for Cody's credit, Cody has consistently been allowed to just, like, we're just kind of allowed to leave them alone. They don't seem to struggle often into top lanes, and the times they do, they know when to start dialing back. They know when to play behind. So I feel like CJ going up there is maybe trying to mitigate that, but you know, like, what happens? You get a bit of gold on the Ornn, right, which is nice, but I feel like maybe try to play off of Vincent. Maybe try to play off of your bot lane, right? If we get the briefcase in there, we get Dr. Mundo for a gank in bottom or something like that. That combination between Braum and Ashe is going to make it really hard to get away with. We get Vincent some kills. We know that they're going to be able to do a lot of work with those kills. I just don't see what the thought process is with Ornn. Sure, Ornn is down a lot of CS, and Cody's got a kill on him, right? Which is a good chunk of gold early on, but like, you got to figure out where to add your resources, and I don't think adding it to Ornn is the appropriate method.
No, I really think they should be trying to accelerate Vincent. Oh, hold on. Here comes the X-Flash. Oh, never mind. It still finds a hook.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We're going to pick up a hook, and we're going to pick a double root there as Kai'Sa goes over the other side, popping their ultimate, looking for the damage. Braum activating their ultimate. Braum trying to keep them alive. Just one or two more shots on the other end, but it looks like all Gucci is doing perfectly fine. Those crits coming in. Critical success there as we pick up another couple of kills. Now King Vul sitting on 2 on their end. CJ a little bit late to the party, and this is kind of what I'm thinking about. I just feel like there's a bit of a mismatch between King Vul and CJ. CJ just doesn't seem to be quite on top of it. Now King Vul heading over to the gank on this end. It looks like Vince is going to run through his stun. Ooh, we can still get an angle here for Ahri as the flash comes on the other side. The ball does miss. Vincent taking a whole bunch of damage, and this should be a third kill there. Yes, indeed, for King Vul. Now sitting at 3-1, 6-0 at 9 minutes. At this point, Strawberries needs to step it up.
And they almost did down bottom there. I mean, you saw the amount of damage they were able to turn around onto all Gucci with that Ashe Braum combination. Yeah. It was so close. I thought that in the 2v3 they were going to pull out, at least one, maybe even a second kill, or get a one and make it out, but King Vul explodes them with the collateral damage at the end there. I mean, just even with just the serrated Dirk, that you'd rather have a half item Braves than a half item Mundo. Mundo needs a lot more time to start doing his thing. All Gucci blocking the volley from getting the cannon minion as well. A little BM there. I love blocking skill shots to the night cannons. It makes me happy. So I'm happy that All Gucci did that. And yeah, things going from bad to worse for Strawberry. Also in the mid lane, Vincent also almost got a 1-for-1 or 1-for-0 on Boy with Apples with that Victor, but just barely misses the lethal window there. Didn't have the flash, and so Braves gets another kill there. Ooh, Yuri playing with aggression, playing with fire a little bit, but is okay. And yeah, I never really got to finish my thoughts on the Victor-Ahri matchup. I feel like Victor can bully in the early game, but Ahri has a lot more of that X-Factor potential. If she's able to get value with the Spirit Rush, especially in the first few uses of it, whether that's getting a gank off on the Victor, roaming down bot, or winning a fight around an objective, I think she can blow the game open a lot more easily than Victor can. But if Victor is just given time to scale, get a little bit tankier, he does offer more just reliable damage, but he is missing that pick potential that Ahri brings to the table. And so I think if people are playing relatively passively, Victor can offer a lot more. But so far it has been going in the Ahri's favor. And with how the game is playing out, I expect it's just gonna continue to get even better for Boy with Apples.
Loveless walking into the banana bush, barely almost not getting out of that, as top lane continues to duke it out. Cody faring much better into the Ornn than I expected, so I'm happy to be proven wrong. I do like Mordekaiser a whole bunch. I just haven't seen him except for a couple of people pick it up. Like, I even think when it comes to the pros, I think the only one who would swear by Mordekaiser is Whippo, but I don't think he's even playing anymore. I think he got some spiciness earlier on, but I haven't seen too many people pick him up or play him really at all, or just sort of in general. Crystalline Arrow hitting absolutely nothing. That's a little frustrating, but I got to harp back on this combination here on bottom, looking for the hook, looking for a couple of roots. We're going to pick up 2 so far. It looks like Nautilus here to absorb absolutely so much damage. Ashe is doing a whole bunch here to Nautilus, but Nautilus doesn't care. He's just going to continue absorbing and continuing to dish out all of this damage. Well, Gucci absolutely joins him. There it is. Another one goes down on the other end. Swoopert having to back off. CJ looking for maybe some sort of angle, but I'm not sure what we're going to be able to get done. This is 3 people in the top lane. This Ornn's not having a great time. We're going to get a 3v3 fight over on this side as Call of Force going to get called in, looking for the knockup. Only going to hit one. It's going to hit King Vul on the other side. Vincent looking for this damage, but we're going to run into this Mordekaiser in the death realm, fighting CJ, just absolutely chunking Dr. Mundo. one of the biggest things Dr. Mundo needs, like I said, and I'll say it a million times, is Dr. Mundo needs a health bar and he needs kills or gold, and he's got neither one of those. So you're just not going to win that fight. We're behind. I don't know why we're not just backing off. We had plenty of opportunities to get out of there. You're not going to win those fights. Like maybe force them fight under tower or something. But going back to my other quick point is, you know, I got to imagine with the Seraphine, this bot lane would be a completely different sort of scenario. Braum, as much as I like him and as much as I like this combination, he's just been getting sort of progressively weaker and a bit more out of the meta as time goes on and on and on. And I do think he's a good tool to pull out, but I feel like there's better things.
There might be better options, but I do feel like most of it is just the execution. Oh, that's a lot of damage from Gucci. But just going back to that first fight, like if you're not on the same page with your AD carry as Braum, the champion feels exceedingly useless. But if you are, you know, both hitting the same target, you get so much value. And it just feels like in several of these fights, there's been a little bit of indecisiveness on whether to go for the Nautilus or whether to go for the Kaisa. And that's really come around to bite Ira's bot lane. Now, King Vool is up 3 levels on CJ Lopez and looking for the blue buff. Synister 6 playing with a lot of disrespect here.
And honestly, at this point, like, you know, why are we here, right? Give it the blue buff. This is not your jungle. Braum popping out a shield, looking for the damage. We should be able to get out of this. Looks like CJ, I believe, still has... No, he does not have his ultimate, but it's going to be ready here sooner rather than later. But every time we walk forward, the only thing I can think that Strawberry should be saying is, why are we here? Right? You know, and I said this last week when it came to Greed, I believe it was. You know, when you make an action, you need to think, why? Why am I here? What are we fighting over, right? We're fighting over blue buff, right? It would be nice to get that, but is it worth the potential death? You know, I guess we can have Dr. Mundo sort of play around with it, but like, I feel like, you know, maybe just cut your losses and go somewhere else. You know, spend your resources where you can.
Looks like Mundo is going to try to get an invade off top side on that blue buff side, but there's no camps there, so he's going to have to limp back to his own top side, or maybe he'll try to look for Cody the King. No, he's going to go onto the Rift Herald, actually.
I'd go for Cody.
King Vool guy is coming from base, and here comes Nautilus mid.
Hart looking for a good rotation to try to lock down Boy with apples. It looks like there's a little bit of minion in the way, being a bit frustrating as we just cannot get it off. We do finally get our way in, trying to lock down Vincent. The kill coming through, and so is the Cavalry. Crystalline Arrow hitting absolutely nothing once again as King Vool picks up another kill, sitting at 4-1. We've got 11 on our levels, and we're just looking absolutely dominate. We're going to get a couple of kills, and we're going to get a Shelly. Once again, you know, why are we there? Like, Vincent needs to be playing back. Like, I know we're a powerful player. I know we're highly rated, but it doesn't matter if you're dead. It doesn't matter if you're in the gray screen, right? It doesn't matter if your team's not doing, you know, super amazing. Like, you need a team in order to win this game, and right now your team's not performing. So, you know, you got to play back. The whole team needs to play back, or if they don't play back, they need to mash all of their G.I. Joes on one spot. They need to take one person down and get what little wins they can.
A well-placed Ashe ult, an Ornn ult, or a Braum ult onto the Graves could turn things around. Ooh. And that's the power of the Mordekaiser there. I mean, you know, when you see the Call of the Forge God come through, if you just push R on Ornn, he loses the second half of that ability entirely. It's just a little bit of damage into slow, and so Cody the King happily trades those ults and might be able to get some pressure off under tower now.
Well, something that's not looking good is we're at 10-0, about an 8K difference in gold, if my math is correct, which is probably not. Yeah, it's 8K. I did it right. Yay. We've got 2 Drakes on the other side. Vincent able to buy himself some time. Hart once again looking for another little bit of gank, but I think we expected that since we do have, of course, Kaisa there on the other end. Scuttle going down, of course, to King Vool, and I think for the most part, this is King Vool's game to lose. We have to really flub it in order to get taken down. Ornn not using his TP, just entirely giving up the tower, which isn't the worst thing. I don't think you're really going to stop this Mordekaiser. Cody has proven that he's very proficient on it. We are going to look for a gank over here. It looks like Vincent going to make his way top here, looking for the damage. Hopefully we can take it down. There's going to be plenty of ultimates here for that. This would be a great opportunity. I hope they give this to Vincent instead of the Ornn. Yes, good, nice. A little bit of shutdown, so that's going to provide a little bit in the sales of Strawberry, right? It's still quite the hill to climb, but if we can keep doing minor things like that, if we can keep putting gold into Vincent, there is an angle, because Vincent did seem to have a good amount of damage earlier on Orianna. Hook coming in, trying to lock them down. It looks like this should be an Ashe. Nowhere, the exhaust going to come through as Braum pops his ultimate, just buying even more time. Heart overstaying is welcome, but I don't think there was really any getting out of that whatsoever. CJ looking for another kill, as all Gucci going to get taken down. No, the arrow is actually going to come in for the snipe, but I don't blame him. That's a good kill. This is a great opportunity as we're trying to get out. Boy from Apple's in trouble. The Q unfortunately is going to miss, and now Vincent is here to grab it. One of these should be able to take out a kill, and that's more gold in Vincent's pocket. That's exactly what Strawberry needs to do. Keep that up. Play back and mash everything against one person. Spend all of your resources to get those kills, and you have a chance in this game, because now we're only 6K ahead for Synister 6.
Only 6K, but that is an improvement for Strawberry. Those were, I mean, that's 4 shutdowns in exchange for nothing, except Graves getting a whole heaping help of farm. While all that was going on, Graves was taking camps, collecting waves, so he is still very scary at 2 items.
Look at his CS
already. That's 193, highest in the game by a decent margin. And another fight top here, maybe?
Once again, we're doing it. This is what you need to do. Lock down Cody. We're going 3 here for the gank. The Braum here for the assist. There should be plenty of damage. Heart here, but it looks like it's going to be too late as the Death Realm does get activated. Cody almost running out of time, looking for another gank. Now Bull is here to try to mop things up. If we could change target to it, this might be just enough, or maybe we just need to try to cut our losses, which is exactly what we're going to do. No, we're going to pop a TP. Why are we going in? I appreciate the gusto, but you're just going to kill yourself. You Uber Eats delivered yourself. You Amazon Air gold into their wallet. What are you doing? That's a 1-for-2 trade. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but maybe don't.
Oh no. Jensen. No, that's, yeah, seriously. Just when things were starting to look really, really good for Strawberry. I mean, they were finding exactly what they needed to in those plays there, but they overplayed their hand a little bit. I think they could have got the Mordekaiser and maybe lived with everyone, or sack, the Braum, sack one person over to King Vool in exchange. And that wouldn't be the worst trade in the world, but instead they hard commit to the fight, and they lose 4 for the 1. Not going their way at all. And with that, I mean, Synister 6 is back at a nearly 10,000 gold lead, which is such a mountain to climb. They've got the soul point as well. We're basically looking at a repeat of game 1 here. Keen Vool might be able to find Vincent here.
I don't think that's a might. I think we're actually going to find it. This is a 6-0 Graves, and it's not even a competition. He's literally just duck hunting. He's farming simulator. He's 100 CS up on Dr. Mundo, and I can't make out the resolution, but I think that is a level 11 Dr. Mundo and a level 15 King Vool on Graves. This is such a massive difference, and it's not just the numbers you're seeing there. Dr. Mundo, as I say over and over, needs 2 things. He needs a health bar and he needs gold, but levels definitely help, and being down, yeah, it is level 11. Being down 4 levels, being down 100 CS and so much gold, Dr. Mundo is basically useless in the eyes of King Vool. The only thing we have to play off of, I think, is the Ashe utility, and then trying to get Vincent fed. There is still an angle here, and like I said, like you mentioned it earlier, they were doing so well right up until they didn't. Maybe if we had popped that TP like 2 seconds sooner, it might have been different, but like, you got to think why, right? You got to get Synister 6 to fight on your terms, otherwise you're just gonna lose.
Could have done it sooner, could have done it on a minion, but now we have fight brewing in the river.
Oh, coming in, support, grabbing support as Call of Fortune are going to get locked down, get a knock up at least one so far on the other side. We're going to get a stun here on Boy for Apples, but this damage is absolutely insane. Spooper trying to buy time for his team, but it's just not going to be enough. Vincent trying to get away. We got a couple of shots going down about half HP. Flash forward into a hook, not grabbing nothing, but it doesn't matter if Orin's going to walk directly back into you. Flash on the other side, and once again, why are we there? Like, maybe back it further out, right? Like, if you're going to take that fight here for Strawberry, play it to your advantage, right? I tell this all the time, like, run to mom. In this scenario, who is mom? Vincent is mom. play off of him. He's your focal point, right? You want to pull them into your jungle? That's perfectly fine. You've got a great tool to do that. Use Vincent, route on Vincent, make them play into Vincent while acting as his front line. All of your support right now for Vincent, in my opinion. If you can get him fed, both because of the player and because of who he is playing, you will win the game, or at least you'll have a fighting chance.
Vincent is, kind of the strongest member, but even that wasn't enough. I mean, they were able to get some AoE damage down. Synister 6 is just so ahead, felt like it didn't matter. And, with the soul coming up, I understand why Strawberry wanted to fight. I feel like their hand was a little bit forced, but now they lose the fight dramatically and lose the soul. And they're probably going to lose Baron again. It's kind of, again, looking like a potential repeat of what we saw in that first game. And, we didn't talk about this a ton, but I feel like they needed at least one solo laner or a jungler with some more aggression. Ornn, Mundo, and Victor are all kind of champions that mostly want to play, relatively safe and scale. And when you don't have any, motion in your top side, you kind of just get run over like this. Like, who is going, to find Graves and kill him? Who is going to just go up and gank Mordekaiser and kill him? Who is killing Ahri? Like, none of that is happening. And so when the bot lane, which you had counterpick for, goes awry, there's just really not a lot to do. And here comes the Baron fight.
Coming through. CJ in a little bit of trouble as we do get a Braum ultimate on 3. Crystalline Arrow only hitting the support. Call of Forge God coming through. We're going to go through Baron as King Vul absolutely nukes Dr. Mundo. Spooter just not able to get in whatsoever, and this is just turned into a turkey shoot as that's going to be a quadra kill on King Vul, getting robbed of his Penta, looking for it, desperately wanting to get it here. We should have the damage. I do think that this is worth to try to go for our Penta, but Ornn is still quite the beefcake to go for, but look at that damage. There it is, the pentakill coming through. This is a 12-0 Graves, level 17, I think, to level 12 on Dr. Mundo. Things are not looking good for Strawberry.
And I mean, this is King Vul's one trick in ranked. He has like 5 times as many games on it as his next most played champion. We saw him dominate on it last week. I am kind of shocked that this was given over, perhaps just underestimating the strength of that champion when in adept hands. But Synister 6 making them feel the pain with that pentakill, showing off a little bit in the finals here as they now have the purple worm buff and should be able to look to close things out here unless they make some major blunders.
And one of the biggest things that I'm worried about here is I'm not sure if Strawberry is coordinating, right? Like when I see their drafts, I feel like they're picking more from like a solo queue mindset than they are for a 5v5 or thinking about their opponents. CJ might be in a bit of trouble here, although we at least should have our passive. Braum here looking for a little bit of a save. We've got the Baron out and going, trying to take this down, but like I would like Strawberries to spend a little bit more time thinking about the combination. You brought up the fact that, like, we've got Dr. Mundo and Ornn, which don't necessarily jive particularly well. One of the other things I'm kind of thinking about too is, like, we have Wukong available. Wukong's not the hardest champion to play, right? And if you're looking to get kills for your team, Wukong's a great addition to do that. That Cyclone, I think, pairs really, really well. I think it would have gone well with Victor, with Ornn, with the rest of the team. It would have applied to that. Dr. Mundo just seems like sort of a weird pick. Like, maybe it's just pure comfort, but, like, there's a reason why oftentimes meta wins over comfort, especially once you start hitting about the diamond level.
And especially when you get to the the best of 5 playoffs and the grand finals in particular, teams are going to have done their research. They're going to have a lot more answers cooked up for those, comfort picks that, if it's your first or second or third most played in Titan, people are going to be expecting that. They're going to have something prepared to go into it. And, I think it pays to think a little bit more about the tactics and the synergy than just about what your highest win rate is on across the rest of the season.
Well, and that's one of the biggest differences between 5v5 competitive meta and solo queue, right? Isn't it just that, like, you have a team, but like you have a team that you can coordinate with, right? You can get in comms, you can talk, you can research the opponents, you can research what works for you, you can practice things, you can work on combinations, you can plan fearless draft. There's a lot of different things that you can do to coordinate to truly change League of Legends from, like a solo queue toxic nightmare into an actual team-based game. And I feel like a lot of these teams that fall to pieces just aren't playing this game like it's a team game, and I think that's kind of what we're getting. I think they're just kind of hoping for the best, and at the end of the day, they're I don't believe these players are getting paid, so it is for fun at the end of the day. But like, if you want to win and you want to be competitive, like, there's a reason why meta works, and it's not just because there's not more powerful combos out there. It's meta works because it's what's most consistent. We are looking for a spot here. Cody just able to kind of walk in this tower, getting absolutely melted. Ornn taking a bit of shots here. CJ having to back their way out. We do still have plenty of ultimates out and ready to go. No, we're going to bring the Nautilus ultimate through on the other side. That's a little unfortunate. Ashe should look for at least some damage, trying to find one kill, but it's just too many beefcakes to take down. We are going to keep ourselves alive. Strawberries does have an angle. If we could just get in there, that's a 2-for-3 trade. We just need a backup. We need to get a little bit more of our kit ready to go. Boy for Apple's going to get taken down as Bull goes in on Dr. Mundo. Double kill on Ashe. It was a good attempt, but this is going to bring our score 2-1 in the favor at Synister 6.
That was not a bad fight considering the almost 20,000 gold lead and Mountain Soul on the other side. This game were a little closer. That Victor roll could have just eaten up the entire enemy team, but instead it's another dominating victory for Synister 6, going to push us to match point with that win, and they're just looking more coordinated and frequently outplaying their opponents.
And I got to harp back on my advice here on the other end. Like, I do think that Strawberry has what it takes to get there, but the thing that's consistent is their lack of coordination compared to their opponent. Their lack of coordination in Fearless, their lack of coordination in just sort of like their synergy. I just don't think that it's working out. And then a lot of these picks are like very much so in the comfort range. And it's just, it's not working out for them. There is still an opportunity for a reverse sweep, but they're going to have to really, really step it up. And they're going to have to go full throttle from this next game all the way to the 5th if they're going to pull one off on Synister 6. But we have seen Synister 6 fall to pieces as soon as they start to fall on their back foot. Greed had a couple, I think the last 2 games, Greed got really, really close to really, really messing up Synister 6. So it is possible, and I think that would be a good game for them to look at. Hopefully they researched it, but I'm kind of doubting that.
Yeah, when your opponents have been on the mainstream, gives you a lot of data to look at for their habits. You can track how their jungler usually paths. So I think that's something teams should be taking advantage of. And maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but it's I think Strawberry still has the potential to pull off the sweep if they can keep their heads on. We saw for a few minutes at the start here, they were keeping things a lot more even. But once things started to fall apart, they really fell apart hard. I think if we can, keep the mental good. Again, I always say, if you have a loss like this, just go for a walk. You have a little bit of time between games. You don't need to rush into draft when you're still tilted. When you're still thinking about that previous game, just get outside, get some fresh air, do some push-ups, jumping jacks, whatever. Physical fitness helps so much with League, even if it's just 30 seconds of activity. But get away from the screen, get your head back in the game, come in fresh, come in with a plan, coordinate before you load onto the Rift, have a plan for how things are going to go out. And they could still manage to do this, but it's going to be a pretty monumental task.
Yeah, absolutely. And, getting some more oxygen to the blood could definitely help. Maybe getting some caffeine, whatever your deal is of choice. But most importantly, work on that synergy. Find something that works for you. It doesn't have to necessarily be meta, but if it is off meta, it needs to be very specific and very, very good. And the rest of your team needs to be mostly meta. So you can play with that, right? That's something that I've seen Sido play with too, right? Where they'll force on, hey, you 4 play meta. We're going to do one weird thing and try it a couple of times to see if it works. And I think that's the best method to go for it. If you're playing a competitive, right? Like, go mostly meta. And then if you're going to do a weird thing, do one weird thing, right? Like, I'm fine with that. Like, sometimes they work. Sometimes you find something new that absolutely blows things apart. Like, the fact that Anivia is back in support, right, is absolutely stupid to me. Like, I love it, but I think it's almost objectively stupid. Either way. Go ahead.
Oh, I support my secondary role, so I don't go down there too often. But I was playing Nautilus into Anivia support, and oh my goodness, I hate that.
It's miserable.
If you hook in, you get walled. If you try to hook away, you get walled. How can play? But anyway,
you just don't.
Yeah.
We're gonna go on a quick break while the players get some drafts. So make sure you grab yourself some drinks, some refreshments. We should be back in about, I'm gonna guess, I'm probably gonna be wrong. I'm gonna say 6 minutes. Let's see if the clock's right. Prod will make me a liar here in a second. We'll see you in a second. Alrighty, Conqueror fans, we're moving into draft, and of course, game number 3. Strawberries have their back up against the wall. Are they going to turn it around, or are they going to die right at the finish line? Our score 0-2 in the favor of Synister 6.
Strawberries getting ripe on the bush and immediately gobbled up by Synister 6, who are at a commanding 2-0 position in this series so far. Both games nearly 20,000 gold leads by the end, and that is a tough mountain to climb mentally if you are Strawberry Ira. But that said, they can still pull this off. I think there's some adaptations they need, but they've shown potential at times here and there in the series, and especially they made it to finals. We know they can win games, so I'm expecting maybe this game is the one where they finally really start to show their stuff.
Well, and I think that there could be two real strategies as we roll into draft for Strawberries. I think that we can tighten things up and play safe and play slow, right? That's one option. Or we can throw everything out the window and just make things complicated. We can throw pure chaos and just make things work. So, like there are those options. I don't think a middle ground approach is really going to work. I think it's going to be either ultra safe and then go from there, or just play with absolute chaos. Because like I said, we looked at Synister 6, and one of the advantages Greed had that they needed to exploit just a little bit more is that sometimes Synister 6 sort of gets lost in the sauce when those fights kick off, and I think you could definitely see that. And then another item of housekeeping, so Synister 6 is back on the blue side, and then of course we've got Strawberries on red, and I believe Zed is subbing in for Synister 6, so the apples are out and Zed should be in, and I think that is why they are down 2 bans. I'll wait for Prod to tell me here in the background, but I'm 90% positive that's what's going on.
I thought Zed's supposed to be the starting mid laner. At least that's what the sheet says. So I'd be surprised if they were losing bans, but maybe there are some things that were switched, flipped, turned upside down that aren't reflected there yet. Anyway, so. Darius B1. I see. Okay. They lost bans because they had done a substitution and then changed players mid-series. That's what's losing them those bans here. So even though it is the official starter, because someone else was starting prior, that's where the bans go. Anyway, Darius versus Nasus. That is not a top lane that we see every day in this league.
And I like Nasus, but I think people play him super weird. I think that maybe we get a little bit too fighty with Nasus when he's such a great pusher and needs to be farming. I do like him, but I think that people have more of a tendency to play him incorrectly than correctly. We've got a Nivea here, right? This is a nice flex pick. This could be a Nivea bot lane, or this could be a Nivea mid lane. And then we've got Caitlyn. Caitlyn, I'm a little bit on the fence about, because I think she's very specific. I do like Aphelios. I don't know where Aphelios is supposed to sit sort of in the ranking for the ADCs, but I do like the idea of Aphelios, and I think that if you are a chess player, you're pretty decent at Aphelios, because it's not necessarily about what you currently have, it's what you're going to have 3 or 4 guns in advance, and it's more than just red and white fight or don't fight or whatever the acronym is supposed to be for that. It's planning things out in advance to know what you're going to have in the middle of a fight or after a fight.
Loveless has also been given his most played champ, the Thresh. So that is a strong point for Strawberry Ira here. They've got a comfort pick down in the support role, but if that Anivia is support, could throw a bit of a loop into things. I mean, she can't block the Thresh hook the same way she could a Nautilus hook. But still, it is just a great zone control champion that can make it really hard to go in on you. I think would play great with the Caitlyn in the bot lane, but can also go mid. We've got Hui picked up now for the side of Strawberry Ira. He did also get a slight buff to his passive on this patch, so is able to output a little more DPS. And the Ziggs for Zed is going to be the response. Usually see that down bot rather than mid lane, but can kind of go poke for poke into that Hui. So makes sense that they're running that.
Okay, and then didn't expect this. We have I'm going to still call him the Emerald King. We have a Mumu in the jungle. This is someone who I've seen show up multiple times right about the Emerald Diamond level over and over and over, and I think that's where about they start to fall off. His kit's not hard to pop off. And I think it goes really well with the synergy because look what we have, right? We've got plenty of traps to play over. We've got Amumu to go in. We've got the Burb to wall off to stun. We've got the satchel charges on Ziggs. We've got the plants. We've got the grab on Darius. There's a lot of different things to play with. But I don't hate Strawberry's team. Once again, I'm not a big fan of Thresh right now. I think that there's people who do what he does better. And if I feel like there's sort of like two metas, the primary meta being the Enchanter meta, and then the sort of all-in meta. And the problem with Thresh is he sits sort of in an awkward middle zone. But maybe this is, like you said, a comfort pick. This is who they're really comfortable with. I'm always a big fan to see Thresh's pop off. I just don't think they're particularly powerful. And then one thing I really like that Strawberry's got going for them is we have Hui, right? I think that Strawberry has the appropriate person on Hui, because oftentimes you need the hands, you need the skill set. But I do think that this is going to push Strawberry to perform at such a high level because I think the skill floor for Aphelios is a bit higher than a lot of the other ADCs, not necessarily Ezreal, and I think the same thing for Hui. However, I think Hui is really great for bridging the gap when it comes to Aphelios, because Aphelios needs to sort of like get his choo-choo train going. And I've seen Hui's consistently get triple kills in these early objectives. But the biggest problem with that is I haven't seen Strawberry play off of the fact that they have a team that is set up for grabbing these early objectives. We have Victor, and we barely fought for those Drakes early on. I hope that is going to be different with Hui.
They do have the Volibear also on the side of Strawberry, and that is a champion that can really go toe-to-toe with Amumu in the early game. If they are taking an extended fight and there's no one there to help Amumu, or if they're just a little farther back, Volley wins that 1v1 handedly, and that should give them a little more control over these objectives, because in the previous games, King Bull was on champions with much more early dueling power, the Xin Zhao and the Graves, and I think, having a jungler, the Volibear appears to be top, and the Nasus appears to be jungle, actually, unless that's just a graphical error. But anyway, okay, it really is the Nasus jungle volley top. So never mind, not necessarily a hard winning jungle matchup. That is kind of a scaling jungle again, which I feel like has been a bit of an issue for Strawberry, that they're on these picks that don't output a ton of pressure early on.
Honestly, going into this, I'm really, really worried about Strawberries when I look at the team comp. Even if we get Nasus top, if you're going for a macro play, right, like I could see that. So it's like if Strawberry had gotten their hands on like Ziggs or something like that, like we get Ziggs, we get Nasus, maybe we get someone in mid lane who's great at taking out towers, and we're just sort of like, or just holding lanes. Maybe we're just shooting for like a macro combination, but like once again, for like almost the third time in a row, Strawberry's team comp just seems like something I would see in solo queue, where there's just not a lot of thought process before it. I don't like Volibear really at all. I feel like it's too easy for him to get outplayed. Darius is still in a weird spot, so maybe the matchup will be interesting to see. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I was proven wrong, at least in this instance, when it came to Mordekaiser in the top lane. King was very, very comfortable with that. But like, I don't know, like I just don't see the thought process. I just think that we picked things that we wanted, which is kind of okay for game number one, but when our back's up against the wall, like I just don't know what we're thinking. So unless this is like a super godly Thresh, a super godly Hui, Nasus, or everyone else, I don't see a particularly healthy path forward, especially because look at this damage here for Heart. Anivia is one of the strongest supports in bot lane, normally in a Sivir, but it can still be frustrating. And Potatoes was talking about specifically that. He was playing Nautilus, and just everywhere you go, wall, 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 and it's just absolutely frustrating to deal with.
There's just so much zone control on the side of Synister 6. They've got the Ziggs Minefield, the Anivia Wall, and the Ultimate, and the Stun. They've got Caitlyn Traps, and so all of that is going to make it very hard for Volibear and Nasus in particular to get onto them. There's not a lot of snap engage on the side of Strawberry. Thresh Hook is your best bet for starting a fight on your terms, and that is not the most reliable skill shot in the game, unless you're, Mad Life. And right now, the lack of an ability at level 1 from Aphelios means they are just getting bullied in under their turret at level 1 here.
Yeah, and like going back to the notion here on Thresh, I think that there have been moments that Thresh has been really, really powerful, and I think Thresh has an extremely fun kit, and I think I think when you see a really good Thresh, it really makes the endorphins fire off, and they have such a noticeable impact. So I don't blame that, but what's the thought process? We wait for Volibear to go in, and then how do we follow it up? Like Nasus goes in, and then he drops a stun, then maybe we get a hook for Thresh, so like maybe we're going to point at that person and try to lock them out. But I feel like a lot of this is going to be on the shoulders once again for Vincent. So, you know, maybe if Thresh comes in and gets these slows on Ziggs, but, you know, like it doesn't really matter because Ziggs has Satchel Charge. Satchel Charge is a good counter. I won't say directly counter, but Satchel Charge is a good tool to have in your shed against that Nasus Wither. One thing we did miss here from Gucci is we got a pretty good hook on Loveless, able to pop the cleanse on Caitlyn, but we do have a Mumu here, and a Mumu is pretty decent at a couple of these early ganks. We are trying to set up for it, but I do believe we got caught by Vision.
Mumu was spotted on that ward, so shouldn't really be a gank angle, but they're going to try it anyway.
So we have the plant there. I don't know why we just didn't pop the plant. Burp gonna get caught under tower. We're gonna go into a flay immediately. We still have the shot as King Bull takes 2 tower shots and a lot of damage comes through, but it does turn into at least a little bit of a nothing burger. However, we did blow through. It looks like that's heal and flash, and that's really about it on the other end. So not the worst thing, but that is something that Strawberry can play off of, and it does seem like Volibear is doing much better into Darius than I expected, at least so far.
Ooh, regank.
Ooh, okay, another flash on the other side. So we've gone flash for flash on each of the supports. Not the biggest deal with Thresh. Thresh, I'm gonna be looking to grab that hook. I'm gonna take it. I don't care. Like, I would absolutely stop that back. I wouldn't go in, but I'd take that hook.
But no flash into Anivia is rough because that wall can give so much value in the right position, and having no flash to get away from it, to flash over it, is going to be brutal because there are no flashes on either of the bot laners now. That is going to make them extremely susceptible to a pick if Amumu decides to rear his head bot lane again. While that was going down, CJ Lopez did manage to steal away the Wu guy's Grump, and here comes the gank top.
Cody in a little bit of trouble as Nasus comes in with her, popping their way down on Nasus. So I do like this. If Volibear is able to pick up a kill, even if Nasus is going to get it, that won't be the worst thing. But they need to decide who gets it one rather than the other sooner. I don't think we need to, flash forward and go for the cube. That's perfectly fine. I think at this point, Strawberry needs to not play with their food and not worry about KSing, just take the kill. Vision maybe a little bit of trouble here. The Sapphire card, I think, is available. A little surprised that we didn't pop it up and we did not have the range there for Mumu. And this is kind of the fall off for Mumu. While Mumu is very easy to use and is very much so the Emerald King, there's just other champions that do what a Mumu does better, you know, for the most part. You know, like I think Zen is a much better tool to use. And sure, it's not the Curse of the Sad Mummy R that you get that's really big and flashy, but I feel like it can be a bit tricky with a Mumu to get off what you need to get off.
If he gets behind, the Mumu can be very squishy, but he still always offers a lot of CC. Ooh, here goes the fight bot.
Coming with a hook. Looks like we're going to pop a bomb down there, courtesy of Ziggs. Flash forward. Oh, Gucci in a little bit of trouble. Okay, Aphelios able to do a good chunk of damage. Things are looking much better for Strawberry. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Oh, please give this to Aphelios. Give this to Aphelios. There's no reason. Okay. Did you get it? Okay,
Yep,
you got it. Okay,
that's
awesome.
double kill.
So, this is a great angle. Aphelios has 2 amazing kills. We just need to keep up this momentum. And even if Aphelios cannot keep up this momentum, start shifting some of the gold on top of Vision, right? We've got a good opportunity to make this play. And if this weirdness, if this chaos works, you know, like I'm happy to eat my hat on this one. You know, I'm happy to see these things work. It's just from a meta standpoint, I'm more than a bit doubtful. So hopefully they prove me wrong.
I think Thresh is also one of the best supports to pair with Aphelios. That mix of aggression and safety is exactly what Aphelios needs because he has that gun rotation. Sometimes he wants to go, you know, all in, take the fight, and you know, do the DPS, but sometimes he wants to play a little more back, or if he does go aggressively in, the Lantern's also a nice tool to get him out of there. So I do think as far as like synergy goes, I think that is a bot lane with a lot of synergy. And we saw there in the extended trade, they went hard into this Caitlyn Anivia lane. The bot lane for Synister 6 needs to play the zone game. If they're getting engaged on, if they're trading, you know, auto for auto over the course of, you know, 5 to 10 seconds, that's going to favor Strawberry every time. And Mumu's lane gank and top now.
King Vol looking for a little bit of revenge. It looks like we're going to sense a disturbance in the force. The Bear's going to back off. CJ is here, so this is going to be a double gank on each side. So far, the advantage is in Volibear. We do not know Vol is here. It looks like Kurtz the Sad Mummy should be coming in here sooner rather than later. Yes, it is. That's going to provide time for the dunk to come in, and now we're looking for the Qs here for Nasus. CJ looking for a little revenge, but that damage is a little bit insane, and we get the snipe on Zed, bringing our score 2-3.
Nice kills for the side of Synister 6. That Ziggs bomb helping out there didn't make the difference in that bot play. I didn't actually comment on that, but there was a Ziggs ult used bot when Strawberry got those kills, and they still won it even in spite of that. But up top, Spoobert did not have access to the Stormbringer on Volibear, and nice hook.
We're gonna walk right into it. We do have the cleanse, luckily, but we took so much damage from that. Man, I love to see a good Aphelios pop off, and I think what you brought up there, the dual combination between Thresh and Aphelios is a good note to put up. The biggest thing I'm worried about, but is, you know, if you're gonna go these things that are off meta, what you need to do is you need to take what advantage you get from sort of the weirdness and turn that into another advantage, and then turn that into another advantage, right? You're sort of like diversifying your portfolio to where it's like you're playing off meta to get these sort of like weird scenarios to kind of get you back to where you were at the end. And maybe the goal is to get Aphelios a whole bunch of kills, but I feel like if we put too many of our eggs in the Aphelios basket, we're going to start to struggle because, you know, Synister 6 has shown right there with that little bit of engagement where Zed got the snipe on top of the Bear. You know, we have seen where things start to shine through. So I'm worried about the consistency of this continuing to work.
I feel like for that top fight, Strawberry needs a little bit more in the way of items on their top jungle if they are going to be taking... I don't know if they knew it was a 2v2. I thought they knew King Bull was there, but maybe not. Because without access to the ultimates for Spoobert or CJ Lopez, they can get killed by this Darius pretty quickly. He does a lot of damage, and it's going to be a while till the Volibear and the Nasus have the health bars necessary to, you know, withstand that quick combo and then turn things around and kill him. Darius loves fighting melees in the 1v2 if he can get the heal off from his Q. So yeah, it's I think it's going to be a bit till that's somewhere that they can really play around heavily. I'd like to see more emphasis on, you know, accelerating bot even more, getting some dragons, or trying to get Vincent unlocked from his lane a little bit.
Absolutely, and I think something that King Vol was able to add here to Cody was the fact that Curse the Sad Money bought him more time to apply more bleed, to apply his dunk. I think Ignite coming in first. Whoa. Q is good, but unfortunately we're not going to make it. Ooh, just barely managed to pick up a kill. That's really frustrating. It looks like we're going to lay down the hurt. This is something I think King Vol has been very good at identifying, is showing where the problems are. Ooh, Satchel Charge coming in. We're going to have to blow the flash here for Vincent. Super Mega Death Bomb coming in, looking for a little bit of that. It should be a good lantern. Take the lantern. Take the lantern. Take the lantern. Why aren't you taking the lantern? Sorry, I just had a PTSD moment. Can you tell I play Thresh?
I mean, I was thinking the exact same thing there. I feel like everyone who plays Thresh has had that exact moment happen to them. There was a way out there. Loveless burned the heal, had the lantern. Hui could have lived, but instead he tries to trade 1-for-1 with the enemy support, which is an Anivia who has egg, and so Vincent goes down, he gets nothing for it, blows the flash, and it feels really bad for Strawberry Ira that they got 2v1 top and they got 2v1 mid without really being able to trade anything across the map. Again, CJ Lopez and Loveless both a little late to those respective plays. A lot of times it's better not to try to follow the play, you know, once you see it's going down, but try to make something happen elsewhere on the map. And that hesitation, that inefficiency in pathing, whatever it may be, is working all in Synister 6's favor.
We are positioning here to try to get our hands on this neutral objective. This is what I want to see Hui do. I would have liked to see Hui show up for the first Drake. Rather than that, we were able to pick up at least a little advantage on Strawberry. But you know, I want to see Hui for these early objectives, like over and over and over. Hui needs to be rotating constantly for these objectives, and so does the whole team. I think Strawberry has a really good opportunity to go for it. Maybe in the late game, things might start to fall off on the other end. I'm really not a massive fan of Volibear overall. I just don't think he has a massive place. Maybe he can be like really, really situational. And we did help get a kill, but like I don't see what the thought process is, right? Like, cause I feel like he's a discount Olaf. Looking for a shot here, King Vol. Ooh, okay, one flash coming through. The lantern gonna pop down, but it looks like we're gonna pop that anyways. I don't really blame him. for popping a flash there, because if you get caught, you're just dead, and you don't want to lose that whatsoever. King Bull is still here, looking for the angle. Heart goes down to about half HP. Not sure if we have the passive on the burb yet, but King Bull really, really wants this. This is probably going to be a tower dive. We have
nice
the Sad
hook.
Mummy, so we can take them down. Really nicely placed.
Wait a minute.
Gucci takes so much damage. Another kill over here. This should, even if we get taken down, this should be in the favor of the other end. Why are we standing there? What are we doing?
He got caught by a posthumous Thresh hook. So even though Loveless died, the hook was still holding the Amumu in place there. And you know, considering the amount of investment that Synister 6 threw down there, that is not the worst outcome for the Strawberry Ira bot lane. They are going to be able to maybe look for this Darius. I'd rather just go for the objective.
Okay, so we're looking for a shot here on Cody. I don't think the barrier's going to get out. Yeah, we're just going to continue to try to capitalize on some of that lead, but at least that's some of the work old. Darius is going to be down, so, you know, maybe there's an angle for so like maybe CJL continuing to go more and more for top burp here, looking for, not sure. Oh, does he actually get one of the grubbies? No way, that's frustrating. Okay, that's a BM right there. That burp does not care. King Bull back in. CJ looking for another angle.
Okay,
I don't think King Bull wants to stick out. That's a lot of chunk on the other side. Flay coming in on the other end, popping a lantern down the other side. Zed in a little bit of trouble, so the coordination for Strawberry is pretty powerful, but Zed's still able to pick himself up a kill. Technically a long-winded 1-for-1 trade, and I think that's actually in his favor. Bear gonna flash forward looking for that angle. We are gonna just barely miss the pull from Cody to King. Cody the King out for that blood. Really, really wanted that, but I'm liking the chances much better. We're seeing a bit more coordination. We're seeing a lot more win in the cell, and now we're looking for a gank here on Gucci. This is a good angle for Thresh. The lantern is down, providing that little bit of shield, taking a couple of shots there. The Flay is good, should have a fairly satisfying hook, but it doesn't matter. The damage is absolutely phenomenal. Cody going in, locking down the bear. CJL here with a assist from the turret. This should be a nice turnaround. Nice 8-9. There is a chance for Strawberry, and I think they're faring quite well in this weirdness.
I feel like if Strawberry can make it through the early game, they have some great scaling on their side. You know, once Volleybear gets some items, you've been talking about how you don't love the Volleybear. I agree that Volleybear can be unreliable, but if he's in a situation where he can be consistently hitting melees, if he's on the Darius or the Amumu, he can stay alive for a long time and deal plenty of damage to those targets. It's the rest of the team that kind of scares me for the side of Spoobert here, but, you know, Nasus also going to be able to do massive damage, better into the melees than the ranged as well, but has that Wither, and then Aphelios is really the insurance policy for the side of Strawberry, and Yuri is at 3-1. This is a good situation for their bottom lane.
Something I'm kind of surprised at is that Vision's just still continuing to struggle. I would have figured that we got our hands on Aphelios. Aphelios is still pretty powerful. You know, I'm not saying that there's not more like better options that you could have played with, but I just don't feel like necessarily we're playing a bad Aphelios. I just feel like we're not playing with our team. I've mentioned time and time again, Vincent has had these champions that have been really great at taking these neutral objectives, and they've been very slow to make their way over to it. I know you want to shoot for these quests, right? And I know how powerful the quests are going to be, but like, how powerful would you be if you had a triple kill, right? The person I've seen consistently grab triple kills on those neutral objectives has been the Hui. Like so many times I've seen so many triple kills on Hui grabbing these early objectives, or at the very least just securing the objective. Plus the fact that we've got Thresh. Thresh is great over walls. So your next fight, Bull looking for an angle here on Aphelios. Aphelios goes down by half HP. The bomb coming in, the execute for Zed is good. Flay only able to grab one. Heart taking the lion's share of the damage. The camera dramatically switches to the top side as Spooper trying to lock down Cody. He does manage to pick up a kill as there's a double kill on Nasus. This fight has turned completely around. Even though Aphelios is down, we're still finding the damage. We're still finding a little bit of gold. There's going to be the burb getting activated. Zed able to do a good chunk of damage. Heart having to flash away, keep ourselves just barely alive. Massive hook, but can we follow it up? No, we cannot. Vincent is on the run, but running into Aphelios, or running into Hui was not the best thing. We're just going to go for a support kill. No, we just barely don't get it. It is a Nivea at the end of the day, but that's really frustrating. Do we get it? Do we get it? No way we go for this. Okay, okay. So very, very long-winded there. Sorry, I was waiting for a lot more to happen here. We're sitting at 11 to 12, but I think that spells really, really nicely here for Strawberries, especially if we can pick up Zed. We do still have Satchel Charge. We're going to use it to back them off instead. Aphelios has the damage, but Zed is happy for these fights. The ultimate coming in. That's really, really unfortunate. Zed stayed entirely too long, giving Aphelios that gold, giving Aphelios that momentum that he needed. But what I wanted to say was Strawberry fared a lot better when Aphelios went down, right? This shows that like we can still function without all that gold. Nasus is sitting on a healthy amount, right? I gotta imagine the stacks are looking pretty good too. And then even the long way around, Vincent's able to pick up a bunch. Oh, Vul overstaying his welcome. Gonna pick up a Wither, gonna pick up a Q there from Nasus. Gonna walk directly into a hook and then into a Flay. That Glacial is gonna be too powerful. Curse of the Sad Mummy coming down, looking for the kill, but it looks like the Lantern is there for the save, popping a little bit of shield on top of, I think it was a heal, yeah, shield and heal, keeping themselves alive. So Loveless making me a liar, and I'm happy here for it. I always love to see a good Thresh. I just don't always see the math on how it's supposed to work out.
Thresh isn't a math champion, it's a vibes champion. That's kind of the answer there. You just, you know, the power of friendship, the power of souls, whatever it is. Loveless is making the Thresh work, and yeah, it's doing work for their AD carry, keeping Yuri alive once again. Yeah, she's in a position to carry this game potentially. CJ Lopez also doing big work here. In that previous fight, we saw him flash into the enemy backline and just wreak havoc on this Nasus. So finally, it feels like, you know, several players on the side of Strawberry Ira have come alive. The game is still close, though. They're up one Drake. They're up just a few hundred gold. So it is going to be a long road till they secure a victory here. But it does feel like it's very possible.
And most importantly, the critical thing I go back to is like when things fell apart, we still had an angle. When Aphelios fell apart, like we weren't worrying about this Tony Romo syndrome. Ooh, very solid Flay, bandage over the wall. Spooper able to back out just in time. And I'm starting to really love this Thresh, at least in the hands of Loveless. I do see why we picked it up. I do see why this is a champion we favor. We clearly are very, very experienced in it, and I think it's working out for ourselves. And you know, Spoopert, I think it's Spoopert. Yeah, Spoopert is faring much better in the top lane. I thought that was going to be a bit more of a stomp than not, but you know, Darius isn't what he used to be, so I think that does lead to that opportunity.
I'm still looking for a little more for the side of Strawberry to come out of Vincent. Vincent is, you know, supposed to be, in my eyes, the star of this team, but is once again kind of struggling. In that fight around the dragon, missed several key skill shots that you just really have to land. And see, here's the dueling power of the volley bear in the 1v1. I mean, he kind of eats a, oh wait, what the?
Gonna flash in there. We're gonna pop the tower, and we are gonna get the kill. And I think we've managed to walk out. Yeah, so that's one of the disadvantages to playing Darius into Volibear, right? I think Riot has done a very good job of making the bear simulator really accurate. You press buttons and you run at people, and I think where Volibear does really well, ultimate coming down on Gucci. I don't think this is enough to take us out. No, it's not. But you know, what Volibear really struggles to play into is things that provide that space, right? Because I think it's the Q that provides the mark to give you the health regen, right? And that's one of the key parts of Volibear's kit. So someone can correct me in chat. I don't play top. And if you're able to offset that, you know, that's super great. It's his E. Okay.
The E gives a shield. The W gives the heal.
Well, so he places a mark on someone. Does the shield also give? Okay. So the shield provides a shield and it gives the mark, and then you eat the mark. Yeah. So if you can disrupt that mark, then Volibear really struggles. But Darius is sort of counterintuitive to that, to where Darius wants these long fights, making our way in.
The damage from Aphelios is crazy. Not enough to pick up the kill on all Gucci because of that 90 caliber net. But Yuri is playing with confidence. That could come back to bite them, though, as, you know, if you overstep into that Anivia, into that Amumu, there are a lot of tools at Synister 6's disposal they can use to pick you off. And I would be looking for, maybe a Mikhail's for Loveless at some point. There's several key CC abilities that can just ruin Aphelios' day, can ruin Nasus' day, and if those are able to be cleansed away, that would help them out a lot here. So could be a potential next item. These first, I think the locket has gotten a ton of value already for the Thresh. Zeke's I'm not as sure about. I feel like Thresh is not as ultimate reliant of a champion. You know, and I don't know if that's where his value comes from per se, but
it has been a standard for Thresh for a long time, but I see what you mean. I think it does pair with the ultimate, but I definitely see what you're saying. I think Chalice or Mikhail's, whatever they're calling it now, would be a nice one to pop in there for it. Redemption even wouldn't be the worst, even though I believe Redemption has taken not an insane amount of nerfs, but it's nowhere near as powerful as it was like 3 or 4 patches ago.
Ooh, the setup from Synister 6 could be deadly. They've got a lot of zone control up in these bushes, but King Vul is going to go onto the crab, and that is going to kind of expose their angle a little bit here.
But once again, I'm worried, like, where is Vision? Like, this should be his fight. He should have already been here a long time. Oh, Curse of the Sad Mummy going into the other side. Volibear having to ult to safety, trying to fight Cody, but it's not going to be enough. We are able to pick up a massive Q here on CJL, and now CJL taking on Cody. 1 or 2 more shots. Vision is finally here, able to do a good chunk if we can just close the distance, but it may not even matter. Multiple flashes coming through. We are trying to get Aphelios in, and we are trying to find a little bit of hunts, but just it's turned into a little bit of spaghetti. I think we were able to pick up the Drake in the long run, but things started to get, I think, a little bit spicy. And I think not only that Synister 6 was sort of getting lost in that fight, I think that so was Strawberry. I think that we had a plan, and then not everybody followed that plan at the exact same timing for it. But, you know, ultimately we get the Drake anyways, and that'll be our 3rd Drake. So Strawberry's still looking in great shape. We're looking at about 23 minutes on the clock. Multiple towers still continuing to go down. Tower shot there, right there. Do we stick around? Okay, yeah, we do stick around for it. We're sitting at 13-7, 3 Drakes. We're not really just taking it down. This is actually dying super slow now that I'm looking at it. This is infuriating. They had
Moon
so
was
much
still
time.
quite far away. They were just waiting for Nasus to get here to finish it off, I guess. Don't want to risk the steal. We saw Anivia stealing a grub with the Glacial Storm earlier, so that is, you know, risky. I guess having that little bit of dot damage in the area of your objective take. But yeah, the target focus I thought for Strawberry Ira could have been a little cleaner in that fight. Towards the end there were 3 low health bars on the enemy team, and none of them were able to be cleaned up despite, you know, several members actively fighting. If they're a little more together in calling those targets, that could be another extra kill or 2. That could mean, you know, they push their farm lead even more, get some more control set up in this top side, whatever it may be. Those small wins add up, and they've got to look for those.
And honestly, I think that fight could have fared an insane amount better if Vincent had just been there sooner. You know, when all of that was kicking off, Strawberry was in a very vulnerable position without Vincent being there. Even though Vincent doesn't have an insane amount of kills, they are still a hazard to kind of deal with, right? Those very large AoEs are kind of in the same wheelhouse of Orianna, right? So like Orianna, you don't want to fight them in confined spaces, and even more so, I feel, with Hui, right? Hui is happy for those enclosed spaces, which is why I keep trying to hope that he goes to these neutral objectives. We do have Baron out and ready to go. I don't think we're going to want to try to take this. I think we're just playing with Vision. Yeah, it looks to appear to be exactly what it is. Trying to get a couple of wards down back and forward. The rotations, I think, for Loveless have been very, very solid. But Hunt's been trying to follow it up as best he can over the other side. Ooh, you're going to pick up the Flay into a hook. Nice 1-2 combo, and this should be a dead burb sooner rather than later. Yes, indeed. Now we turn it to 4-5, but why are we sticking around here for Synister 6? There's no reason. The burb was down. You were not going to save it, as that's going to be a double kill for the Aphelios, and the 3 down so far, and that just leaves Baron on the board. I'm not sure what Synister 6 is doing. We're just kind of throwing it against the wall and dying.
There's that overconfidence from the Aphelios, and that's a huge part of your DPS on this Baron. Why is Aphelios playing 1v2 mid lane while the rest of your team does Baron? Because there is a chance for Zed to stop this. Well, yeah, there's a whole side comment I want to have about the mid lane builds, but we'll see.
Okay, Spooper over the wall. Should be able to take down Gucci. It looks like we're going to pop the Lantern down, and Spooper tries to chase down Zed. If anyone can take him down, it is going to be that, but that shield is absolutely massive. And we finally get a couple more kills on Vincent. Baron going to go down. okay, so that was a cacophony of things, and I'm gonna let you break down here in just a couple of seconds. I know you're itching at it, but man, so much happened. I'll let you break this down, and then I'll go into my thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so this is one of the risks with Anivia support, first of all, is that you feel like you're invincible because you have a revive, you have a wall, but you are still a very squishy support champion here. And then it also helps show, you know, when you have that early setup with the Thresh and the Hui, like your engage isn't super snappy, but if people are walking into you, you just get free skill shots off in these choke points. I don't know why Synister 6 decided to try to salvage that play instead of just letting their support die, because if they had done that, you know, if they just let Anivia die, they can still deny the Baron. They have a ton of AoE damage with the Ziggs, and then look at the damage from the Ziggs and the Caitlyn here. That is a lot of burst. Yeah. And that brings me to this point about the mid lane builds, which is like we have Zed on the Ziggs going for, you know, pretty much a pure damage, high AP build, and the Hui for Vincent going for a burn build, which I do think is limiting his impact a little bit. Wow, CJ Lopez is bonking him. Oh.
No, we're going to overcommit. Stop it. This is what I was going to talk about. We keep overcommitting back and forth. We do ultimately get the kill, so that's nice. King Vol tries to go on the other side, but Loveless is absolutely on top of it with this Thresh, constantly keeping just everything off exactly like they should. Still, even now, it's play after play, and he's doing a decent amount of damage on the other end as Yuri goes on the other side, going to get taken down. Once again, we're just overstepping, and wow, Loveless was buying time for his team. His team was falling apart. Unfortunately, NASA is going to get taken down. Once again, we're overcommitting time and time again. Strawberries just capitalizing on their own mistakes and just running it down almost. This is really frustrating, and this is not good for morale. I've got to imagine. I don't even think Swooper's going to get out.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is really...
Wait.
Do we get a kill? Do we get a kill? Oh... Okay, so that was a cacophony of overcommitting potatoes, right? And it nonstop. From the moment that Hui stepped up, or sorry, even before that, from the moment that Anivia stepped up, got taken down, and we overcommitted that, then immediately into the Philius, overstepping, getting absolutely nuked, turning that into a weird Baron fight, and then turning that into some more spaghetti. Like, this is, the tables continue to topple, and it entirely has to do with each team overcommitting time and time again. Gonna get a little replay, so I'm gonna pass it over to Potatoes.
In the bottom right corner, we might see a Dragon Claim, but yeah, we can see here Vincent, you know, playing aggressively. CJ Lopez almost gets this kill on Olaguchi, but then tries to flash the wall, eats the net to the face, and gets chunked very low. Even the Thresh Lantern getting interrupted by the satchel charge there. It's a nice pick from Yuri on the back end to get that kill, but we're just trying to force these plays so hard. You can sit back and let that cannon minion do its thing, because at this point they take so much AoE damage, and then the Mega Inferno Bomb, even through the shield that the Hui has, does so much damage. The wall corrals them into it, and then they just get torn apart, you know, and then they keep trying to play this fight out when they, you know, they might be able to get away. But it really is just, you know, patience is the name of the game. Yes, you're playing into a composition that has a lot of wave clear. It's frustrating to do that with Baron, but you can still let your minions do the work. A few more cannon shots and that turret goes down. And if Ziggs walks up to hard commit to it, you know, to commit to trying to clear that wave, you can go on him when he does that, but you don't need to force the issue when he hasn't even shown his hand. And yeah, Strawberry Ira gets punished, bringing this game to a much closer state. They weren't able to get that dragon, so the soul is, you know, where it says 4 minutes till that's back on the table. And the gold lead is just 2,000 for Strawberry. And that is you know, not very much of a lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good point. And we're sitting at about 30 minutes right now, which means we're getting into the scary side for the gray screen, right? Those timers are going to get longer and longer as the game goes on. That 2K is going to matter less and less as we roll forward. And I'm starting to worry about the coordination and just the constant overcommitting. Both teams have just really dove into that. We need to dial it back. Even if we just play a couple of these minutes, just slowing it down, regaining more momentum, looking for our win cons. You know, we've got the angles here for it, and I think both teams are equally poised to win this. However, one of the big things I think Strawberry has to play with is we need to be playing for these neutral objectives, right? We have 3 out of 4 of the Drakes, right? And we still have Hui, we still have Thresh. We have a team that's going to love to fight in these narrow corridors. And the really big thing that you have to watch out for is, like, should we do the exact same thing? Nice hook over here, but do we have enough to follow it up? I feel like we should have just thrown down a Q, but they are listening to my advice, right? So that's not the worst thing. They don't have insane vision. The wave is pushing towards them, and they only caught King Vul on the 2 and 5 Amumu, right? Maybe if they had been able to catch Zed, right, that I could see them overcommitting for that, because he's now 8 and 3 and doing really well for his team, and I'm sure his damage charts are really, really kicking off. But you know, I want to see Strawberries make it to these neutral objectives and fight for them. That's easier said than done, though, because we have Anivia, because we have King Vul, and because we have Zed. So maybe we just need to find an angle here to lock down and grab a kill or lock down Zed. Zed is easier said to take down than not, but we do have a bear, right? Why not send the volley bear after Zed?
I mean, if he plays his range properly, the Ziggs is definitely tough to get onto when you have the Caitlyn and the Anivia backing him up. The bear does a lot of damage, though. We saw that Cody the King had to blow the Ghost just to get away from Spoobert running at him with Q, and that is, you know, does not bode well for the top lane of Synister 6. This bear is massive here, 2 levels up on his counterpart, and there's 2 down in the bottom lane here.
Really awkward fight right here, because Loveless is just able to take an absolute pounding. TP coming in, we might be overcommitting once again. We're trying to lock down all Gucci, but I don't think Gucci's the problem. That's a 1 and 6 Caitlyn. Maybe go for someone else. Sure, we're farming stacks on CJL, but you know, like, what do we lose for it? I mean, I guess we lost a ADC for support. The bear coming in, Spooper is here. We do ping them off. So once again, I like this. Strawberry has identified that we've begun to overcommit, so we're going to back off. Things could turn spicy, though, when we're looking at this Baron. What I would rather see them do is I'd rather see them use Volibear as a ward and get ready for this fight, because you know they're coming, right? Vincent needs that vision in order to pop off some of these fights. So, you know, use your tools. Top laner is such a great ward, especially when we have a lot of beef on this bear, that it might just be better to hold off. Zed in a bit of trouble, completely isolated here by themselves. This would be a great capitalization, and it went to the mid lane. So we got a bit of revenge here, and now Darius is going to fight Yuri, but it's just not going to be enough. That gold is way too much, and that's 2 kills, and might be a Baron secured here. Their only opportunity I think we have to turn this around is for Vul to go in and get the smite, but I don't think that's going to be worth it.
They might turn their attention towards the Drake on the bottom side, but this take is pretty slow on the Baron. All Gucci is trying to walk in here, but no, the pings are onto the dragon. We'll see if Strawberry decides to fight that too. I don't think Synister 6 can burn it before they get there. So if they catch wind that this is going down, they should be able to contest it. King Vul is in the pit and could be in danger now.
Nivea trying to buy time for it. We are sitting about half HP. We can go for the smite fight here, so we need to kill the sad mummy, and we actually get it. That's really frustrating. Sure, we got our hands on the Baron, but once again, the soul slips away, and we lose the smite fight.
Oh, Heart might be in danger.
Oh, no, Heart. Gonna pop the Wither, gonna try to lock him down. Bear over the wall. We do not care about those whatsoever, as Loveless goes in on the other side with a bit of a hook and a flay, but the Burb is just not dying. We should have a passive here, and we immediately get melted. Now we have Baron, and we're knocking at the door, and things are not looking good for Synister 6. This might be our first point for the Strawberries.
Strawberry coming alive in the late game here. Spoobert in particular had such a massive pick onto Zed. That was exactly what the doctor ordered for Strawberry Ira. Seeing a Ziggs walk up too far when the Volibear has flash and ultimate gives them the momentum they need for that Baron, but they're still struggling to break some parts of this base. Zed does so much damage. He is full build here on the Ziggs, so any of these bombs landing is, you know, potentially lethal. Has the Mega Inferno Bomb back up in a second here. Could try to stop a back and help. You know, if he works with all Gucci, they might be able to pick someone off in it. They are just going to all reset, and that top inhibitor does hang on to its life for the side of Synister 6. But before long, I would expect Strawberry Ira to be knocking down these bottom lane turrets and that inhib too.
Yeah, and I did mention that we have an opportunity for a bit of macro play, and I'm glad to see Strawberry play into this. I'm not sure what happened, but suddenly things just seem to have clicked in their head. Whether, you know, like that caffeine finally hit their brains, maybe they did some of those push-ups you recommended, or something, but things have just slowly begun to roll in their favor, and I like it. And, you know, I think in a lot of different angles that Synister 6 has kind of been found lacking, and that some of their overconfidence has cost them, you know, a couple of spots here. And the only one I could say that's doing like super critically well for Synister 6 is Zed. And I think that he's very, very powerful. But at this point, he's reached maximum scale. He's not going to get stronger unless we get our hands on the soul. So the biggest thing to shoot for is to shoot for these towers to try to get more of these neutral. Look at that damage,
Locket's late. Yeah,
man,
that Mega Inferno
that
Bomb
took a
is-
lot of us down by like 30%. Although we still have Baron, we still got cannons coming in. Ziggs is great at delaying a lot of these.
CJ
This is a
Lopez.
really awkward positioning here for CJ Lopez, but the Lantern coming in clutch. Ooh, this might be a kill. Trying to lock down Heart. Yes, indeed, we did not have the egg. That's really unfortunate. Hui absolutely doing a massive chunk of damage as we're getting a free inhib in top. We're pushing more and more of this out, but this can be a potential negative. If Strawberries doesn't find a way to end off of this is a lot of gold rolling into the base of Synister 6. So people like All Gucci, people like Cody can come online. So this is turning into quite the dance. And we've got about 20 seconds on the clock for that support to come online. And there's plenty of opportunities for us to make a mistake there. All Gucci in a bit of trouble. They're taking a whole bunch of damage. However, we're spending a lot of time on an ADC that doesn't have a whole bunch. So there's going to be Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Oh
But do we have enough to follow it up? No, we don't. As that's going to be a 1-for-3 trade. And things might already be over for Synister 6. Double kill on this Nasus, who's sitting 10-4. Aphelios may be down, but it doesn't matter because you're gonna win the game. Cody going in, Hart trying to provide a little bit of reinforcement, but is one Burb and one Ziggs enough to turn this game around. We did get a shutdown satchel charge on the way out. Plenty of things there as the hook comes through to lock down the Burb. The Qs are too powerful. Zed on the run, trying to get away from this. The satchel charge is good once again, but CJ just doesn't care. Look at that tower melt right before his eyes. And this indeed, our first point is going to go to Strawberries. They're just going to ignore Zed.
Or flash into him and die, but that's that's Strawberry Ira's first game. And while it wasn't as convincing as the wins Synister 6 has had in this series, that is still potentially the start of a reverse sweep. You know, a lot of the most powerful champions, a lot of the comfort picks are off the table for both teams, and this is where we could start seeing champion pool depth matter. That is where, you know, if Strawberry has the deeper pockets, the deeper pools, they could start chaining together these wins.
And one of the biggest things I want to point out here is from the first two games to game number 3, Loveless had a significantly different impact once we got our hands on the Thresh, right? And I think that piled into Sakura getting ahead, that buying plenty of time for the rest of the team. And then I'm not saying Volibear didn't hold his own. He absolutely did, even though like I think he was like just down a little bit in the beginning and then just finally came through, and then the Nasus continued to build stacks. So the teams, I feel like, really built from there. But honestly, like if I'm thinking of an MVP, just sort of small things, I've got to give it to the Thresh. Even though I wasn't happy with the Thresh pick, you know, if it really worked, I can't complain.
The Thresh and the Nasus for me were kind of the two standouts in that game. I thought CJ Lopez showed a lot more aggression in this game that was really lacking in the first two, and that all, to me, also made a huge difference. But I think this was also the first game where I felt like Loveless really got to shine. I thought the first two games were, you know, not even necessarily due to Loveless's own fault, but sometimes just like the matchups that they were into, really kind of, you know, games that were, that were pretty quiet from the support role. And this was much more of a statement. We saw a lot of clutch saves, a lot of clutch hooks, some awesome flays to get a Mumu during his bandage toss. I mean, it was, you know, a bit of a masterclass on the Thresh here, and that helps bring Ira to their first win.
We're going to have to see if they stick the landing, because even though we were able to pull one win off of Synister 6, Strawberry still has their back against the wall. But, you know, the pools are getting smaller and smaller. We've got, 30 champions down. It's going to be 40 plus the bans. I guess we're going to be out 2 for Zed. I think we're keeping Zed. So far, I haven't heard any word of getting rid of Zed. I don't blame them. His performance is pretty good. Prod is saying that we might be getting Boy from Apples. I'm saying I have no clue. Either way, we're going to roll into a quick little break, everybody. So make sure to run to the restroom, grab yourself some refreshments, because we could be looking at a reverse sweep here. Alrighty, everybody, we are moving into game number 4. I didn't think Strawberries had it in them, but they said, shut up, Korek. We're going into game number 4, rolling into draft number 4. When we're looking at this, though, Potatoes, what do you think Strawberries have to do in order to roll forward?
I mean, number one thing is keep your foot on the gas. Pick things that can be aggressive early, because I think we saw they were more willing to take fights this game early on, and it played massively into their hands. They didn't over index into the scaling, the passive lanes. They had a little bit more synergy. Even though you wouldn't necessarily think of it, I feel like Nasus and Hui is like a surprisingly good synergy. Like I've played with that in my games, and like you have a lot of slows to make landing skill shots easy. You have a lot of follow up. You have someone who can soak damage in the front line, so Hui can fire off his skills. Things like that let you set up and retain control of these objectives and fight your enemies when they come into you. So I want to see even more of that, because I still think that there could have been even more synergy between their picks, but just stuff that can fight early. If Strawberry can fight early instead of just sitting back and waiting for something to happen, then I think they've shown a good degree of proficiency there.
Well, and I think something to point out too is not only have when the series gets longer in the tooth, as in the further we go on, has Synister 6 I think struggled a bit more. I think they have kind of like I want to say like almost a fatigue issue. Not that like I'm not ragging on them for it. I just feel like that's just something that they just kind of slow down over that as the pools get smaller, as the games get longer, as things just sort of begin to drag out. And we were talking about this a little bit in the background, where maybe it's the idea of Zed popping in there. Maybe the synergy offset them. Not that I felt like Zed was the problem. Zed was doing an insane amount of damage. Right, the Ziggs plays were absolutely fantastic. But maybe because what we're leading up to is the fact that I believe Zed is now out and Apples is back in. So we sub back in Apples. We've got our bands back, and so we should have that for drafting. Also, the picks were a little strange. I feel like grabbing a Mumu is a little weird. I feel like a Mumu is maybe like a game 5 sort of pickup when there's so many people still on the board. Like, I'm still surprised. I know we've been banning out Jarvan, but we have Wukong, right? There's other good junglers available. And even though I'm not a big fan of it, I think Aatrox is still on the table, and I think he's an okay jungle. I think just people have figured out how to play around him now.
I think the idea with the Amumu there is kind of like to have that big AoE synergy. Amumu goes in, hits an ult on everyone, Ziggs does the same, boom, gone. We saw that a few times. Once Amumu had Abyssal Mask, he was amping that Ziggs damage up to 11. And Zed was, kind of 1v5ing that game a little bit. He was doing ridiculous amounts of damage even when his team was struggling at times. But I will say, as far as the player swap, the Synister 6 has those 2 bands back now. And it did feel like, to me, even though Zed was doing a ton of damage, it seems like Boy with Apples plays a little bit more of those kind of enabler type of champions. We saw Swain and Ahri, both of which have super strong skirmishing potential. And I think that really synergizes with the slightly more, carry-oriented picks that King Bull guy might want to pull out.
Yeah. We've seen it on Graves. We've seen it on Zen, and I think that pairs really well. And this is a nice pickup, right? Sorry about that. Our 2 counters are gone. Alistair is gone. Anivia is gone. What a great time to pull out Sivir. Sivir is still very, very powerful. The only thing we can do to really subvert that is just don't have like an insane backline or front line. Don't have an insane amount of tanks, but like even then you can sort of roll your way through. This could be, I would say this could be an Olaf angle, but it looks like Olaf was banned out. I think Zeri is a good answer to it. We've gone with Aurora, who is actually someone I see significantly less and less and less. And Aurora is typically an answer in top lane, weirdly enough, into Rumble, because if you play your cards right, you just dodge everything that Rumble does, and Rumble doesn't really have a kit, and so that's a good way to dive into Aurora. But I don't think that's what's going to happen here. We are going into one of my personal favorites, hopefully in mid, which of course is the Cassiopeia, and then my other personal favorite, which is Lulu. So I'm getting a lot of my my all stars on this board right now. Potatoes.
The Aurora still offers a ton of, chunk damage. Just a QEQ combo with Electrocute can nuke people, but Cassiopeia tends to build pretty tanky. It's going to be hard to pop her, and she can reduce Aurora's mobility significantly. If you're grounded, that takes multiple abilities off the table for you that you can no longer cast as Aurora, so that is a really solid counter. The Seraphine pickup for Strawberry is interesting. I feel like she doesn't have the most direct synergy with the Zeri, and they're going to need to draft some frontline that can they can bounce the Encore off of to try to hit that onto the back line, because otherwise I feel like it's just deadly for Seraphine to walk at that team right now.
I do think it's good for Aurora because Aurora kind of has, like, her kit makes things a little bit awkward to get close, right? But as soon as she does manage to find that angle, she can play over walls. But I feel like if she just had like maybe 50 more range in a couple of things, she'd be extremely deadly, which is probably why they don't do exactly that. I think she's plenty powerful, but I think she can be very awkward to sort of like get in position because she requires such a unique, I feel, positioning. And then there is the Aatrox, potentially jungle, potentially top. I've seen Aatrox into Scion more and more, so I could see that also being an answer. We're going to go with Renekton in the top lane. I do like Renekton, but I like Renekton as a blind pick because Renekton is a good champion. If you're like, I don't know what I'm playing against, I can play forward, I can play backwards. And now we're going into Viego. I don't like Viego as a champion right now, but I do think Viego in the hands of their jungler could pair really, really well, right? Like they favor these aggressive jungles. They have a lot of tools to play with, right? We've got On the Hunt to get Viego in range. We've got Lulu's ultimate to get us in range. We've got plenty of stuns. We've got Cassiopeia. So we have things set up for them to move into these fights and get those sort of resets that you need back and forth. So this is a potential pentakill angle if we play our cards right, but we have to layer things very, very specifically. But the other thing, though, too, is it's not like the other team's just going to sit there and let that happen. We have Aurora, who's hard to pin down. Zeri's hard to pin down. We've got Encore. We've got Gragas, who I believe is fairly weak right now, if not very specific where they go. I like Gragas a lot, but I don't think he's particularly powerful. Go ahead, Potatoes.
Yeah, I don't think Gragas is particularly powerful, but he serves as a nice neutralizer. I'm assuming that's Gragas top up there. We have the final role selection, so Spoobert is going to be on the Gragas. If he can survive and go even in lane into that Renekton, I think he's going to be in a great spot to kind of, just play to peel the Viego. There's not a lot of hard engage on the side of Synister 6. So if Renekton or Viego are not finding the stun, Strawberry Ira could be in a great position to win these fights. Synister 6 kind of wants to, play back a little more, maybe bait people into a bush where there's a Cassiopeia lurking. She can get her Petrifying Gaze off and then have the team fight back, or just, let Sivir do the damage and kind of play for a pick around that. But it's a little hard, I think, for Synister 6 to start fights on their own terms. Of course, a similar thing could be said for Strawberry Ira. The explosive cask is kind of their number one, like, hard engage tool, or if you can hit a big Encore, but without someone else already in the mix, that Encore is also going to be pretty hard to hit. So both of these teams have a slightly unusual fighting style that's not super engage heavy, and it's going to be, a lot of that is going to come down to execution. I don't think either of these teams have like a super brain off front to back play style they want to run.
I think there's opportunities to sort of pick people off in different ways, right? We've got Gragas's ultimate, which is, what's the name? Exploding Cask. I don't know why I can't remember that one. So we've got Explosive Cask for Gragas. That's a great tool separator. And imagine if you're able to pop Explosive Cask, split the team kind of the same way that Zen does, and pull them into CJL, into Aatrox, right? Into the triple flip that you get later on, or into Aurora, into an Encore. Like, I can see angles for that. And Gragas can play forward, right? We have a lot of beef to it. Like, we are very large men. Ooh, man, look at that damage. That was like 30% right off the bat. That's hurtful.
Yeah, the Aurora's early trades are so powerful. If you're playing around your Electrocute timer, it's just really hard to play into that. Heart, though, doing some nice damage with the Lulu in that 2v2. The point and clicks abilities, can't miss them. But as Heart dodges away from the Seraphines E.
So I think there's a lot of good poke potential, but the biggest thing is I think a lot of people underestimate Lulu's EQAA combo. It does an insane amount. Heart taking a healthy amount of damage, but the thing is like they spent all that time hitting Lulu while Lulu was hitting them back, and then Sivir was doing the exact same thing, right? Sivir fares very, very well off of things that add to her multiplicatives, right? Her items, Lulu does that, both the movement speed, the attack speed, the additional damage from the E. So this is going to be very hard, I think, for Zeri to play into, because both Zeri and Seraphine want to play sort of with a closer circle to one another, and that sort of sounds counterintuitive. He's like, oh, they're both range, but in order to get those pokes off and to get those combos out to make those trades proper, they kind of have to be a bit closer than you might normally think, and that's what we're seeing right here. And I think another thing that we're seeing is I don't think we're respecting the amount of damage that Lulu can do, because like I said, that EQAA combo is absolutely insane and can outtrade most people in the bot lane. I think people forget about it, even with the Seraphine Q, which is just as powerful, and Seraphine is really, really strong, but I would argue that Lulu's even stronger.
I mean, so much of Seraphine's power budget is in her AoE, right? AoE damage, AoE shielding, AoE CC. And meanwhile, Lulu has, significantly stronger iterations of those things, but they're more so single target. That Seraphine is extremely low on HP, and there is a Viego looking to try and get a kill here, but the back is going to come through. Unfortunately, Yuri now is the one in trouble, going to try to fight.
We saw this last time too. Yuri looked for this early gank. He did take a couple extra tower shots, and we keep ourselves alive. That's one of the primary abilities for Lulu, is just keeping people alive. Shield able to provide a lot of damage there on top of, I believe we were able to get a polymorph off on top of Sivir for a little bit more of that movement speed. So that's really nice. Now King Vul has a little bit of a running start. King Vul can take that gold and go to other directions, and I think that there is an opportunity. Like we've seen what Vul does with gold leads, and I think that we're going to turn this into more, and looks like so far we're pinging for top.
King Vul, I also think, has shown a lot of great adaptability around the game state there, right? You wouldn't normally think, oh, Viego is going to, gank the Sivir Lulu bot lane and get a kill in the early game. But seeing that, how they took such a good trade and had such good control over the wave state, the dive is basically free, and the Zeri blows a lot of cooldowns to try and live, and while it almost gets the trade kill onto the Viego, it's not enough. So yeah, just great read. Oh. Vincent is alive in this game for sure.
Yeah, picking up an early kill, that's going to be great for their team, and I really want to see Vincent come online. We're 4 games in, and I just haven't really got a chance to see it. Last game was their best chance for it, and they just, I don't want to say floundering, I don't feel like that's the right terminology, but they just weren't performing at the same level I felt that everyone else was. So hopefully Aurora is their ticket for doing that. And then to sort of like double back and be a contrarian here to you potatoes, I absolutely expected Vul to head down to bot lane, and maybe it's because I'm very bot lane minded, there for that, and the fact that we have Sivers, right? Like if you can accelerate Sivir, that's super awesome, but even if you don't, if you just take the kill as Vul, you're gonna be absolutely happy for it. And he's back down bottom again looking for another gank, and I don't blame him. There's no reason not to capitalize on this. We are going to have to back off, but this is going to make the lane even harder for them to have to deal with.
I guess my point there was that, you don't think of Viego as like a hard ganking jungler, and you don't think of Lulu as a gank setup support, but just the amount of pressure they put out in the 2v2 with the amount of poke they have and the amount of control they can exert over the wave makes that still a very appealing place for Viego to go. And off the back of those early wins they have, it is going to be that first Drake uncontested to the side of Synister 6.
And this is one time where, like, I'm okay with Vincent not rotating into the mid lane. Aurora is not bad in these neutral objectives, and if they can get the right wall, but I think it's just as risky for them to head to these objectives. Plus the fact that we definitely have Prio in the bot lane. Sure, Aurora's got stuff, but I think she was about she's not even low mana. I don't really blame them for giving up this first Drake. It's not the worst thing. What I would be starting to look out for is right about this time is seem to be when CJL likes to to head top, and I think that's exactly what we're doing right now. This has been on repeat for a couple of times. CJL should be able to get this. The flash going to come through. We're going to get one flip two, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough. But that is going to be a flash down into a Gragas, so that can be hard to deal with. We do have TP on the way back, and we are going to stop in order to help crash the wave. So I do like the chances for Gragas as this goes on, but we can't overstay our welcome. It looks like Vol is looking for something to happen. Now, going to get spotted by a ward, though, so Aurora shouldn't have to worry too much about it. We did get a rotation here on Lulu. I do like that Heart is more willing to look for these rotations. Lulu is a great ganker. She may not seem like it, but she can really tip the scales in a very annoying way, especially once she has level 6, but even pre then, I think she's perfectly fine. And Sivir, you can leave alone. We've got the spell shield, we've got flash, we've got barrier, we've got such great wave clear. So, you know, we know when to leave and we know who to leave. It's not like we're leaving Kog'Maw, you know, unbabysitted in bottom.
It's not like the Zeri Seraphine has a ton of independent kill threat either, so there's not a lot of punish that comes down onto that Sivir, but CJ Lopez is walking around.
May not matter with this damage here on Seraphine. They've taken both of them down to about half HP. We are pretty low mana on Sivir. First, looks like lunge is good as Lulu does get taken down by CJL. So that's going to be great for the Aatrox. Aatrox still looking for another angle. Got to make their way forward, but I don't think we're going to get the next one on top of All Gucci. So not the worst thing. Now we've got a bit of mobile gold on top of Strawberries as well as the Fat Man and the Gator continue to duke it out into the top lane. I don't expect too much here for this. I want to see
be
more
careful. Resetting there.
From apples. Oh, I see. Oh no, we don't see it. We don't see it. Oh, and Gucci gets it. Okay. I really like that. I don't have a problem ever giving kills to Sivir. Sivir is absolutely still an insane hyper carry once she gets those 3 kills. We did blow a bit of ults over here in mid with Boy for Apples. Kind of turned into a bit of a nothing burger. Loveless is weirdly here. I don't know what the plan is. We do have Encore ready to go, but we got plenty of reinforcements over there. Gonna pick up 1 stun, 1 tether. King Bull should be able to look for an angle to go around the other side, but we're gonna take the short way. Flash forward. We do not have the ultimate. We do have the stun. Good ultimate knock up there from Lulu, looking for the first little reset on Vincent. There it is, going to pick up the Aurora. Going to grab that first one as Loveless takes a good chunk of damage. Should be able to go over the wall. Now we're fighting underneath the tower as the exhaust comes down exactly where it needs to, but will it be enough to turn this fight around? Boy for Apples here looking pretty happy, and these rotations are looking pretty solid. This is exactly what I said. I want to see Heart rotate, and we are doing that. However, to his effect, Loveless is doing the exact same thing.
The rotation from Loveless looks good for a moment there, but there's just so much turnaround on that fight. Vincent, even with how mobile the Aurora is, does go down, and a lot of that I think is off the tempo that was bought by the, you know, those desynced backs and bot. Yuri and Loveless backing at separate timers. Yes, Loveless gets onto the map early, but with the Zeri dead, there's just a, you know, player advantage, and ooh, those cast.
Here comes that exploding casket into Dominus there for Renekton, but we just sort of turn away. Both Gragas and Renekton are such great skirmishers. I think a lot of these are going to turn into big nothing burgers. We don't have a Volibear to do something crazy, and even when Renekton went in like that, if that wasn't a Gragas, that probably would have been a kill. Lulu walks up. Lulu's able to grab a decent amount of damage there as we're able to provide a little bit of shield. And something I want to note here is I don't like the matchup of Seraphine into Lulu. I think Lulu is just so much better there. Like, you can argue Encore, but I think Lulu has plenty of tools to mitigate the effects of Encore. And I think one of the biggest things of why Seraphine is so strong is because she pairs so well with Ashe. So I think that this is a bit of a harder matchup to play with. Either way, it's here. Sivir is continuing to keep up their farm. Look at that, at about 30 CS ahead. So this Sivir is about 600 gold ahead of the Zeri. That's really devastating.
That is a major CS gap down there. You're right. I hadn't been paying attention to that point, and we saw even, you know, how much AOE CC the Lulu can get down there. We saw King Vulgai use the Heartbreaker to get into the middle of the enemy team, and Heart flash ultimate on the Viego to get a 2-man knockup. So, you know, don't sleep on the Lulu AOE CC if you have someone going in for you. Look, we have a Drake spawn bot, and that might be our next fight. There's a lot of players from Strawberry down there, but they are going to back off for now. There might be a re-engage, though.
I think this is a good angle for them to go for it. Cassiopeia is still backing. They saw that she backed. And honestly, if Sinset pushes this, this is entirely a bluff. They don't have Cassiopeia here. They're completely outnumbered. Sure, we've got Lulu. Sure, we got all those things, but this could get really spicy. They do finally spot Boy for apples as we go in. We do get melted. The first little reset coming through as Strawberries are completely on the run. Aurora escaping to safety with their own ultimate, and this is kind of one of those things. I think Strawberry wasted too much time exploding casket here to try to lock down Cody, but the Gator is very, very hard to pin down. Maybe 1 or 2 more shots. We should have enough of our kit here to go for the chase, but flash forward.
Flash for Dominus. Difficult. That's a trade Cody the King is happy to take, the flash for that Dominus, and I kind of want someone to check Loveless's PayPal because there were like 3 people walking into the bush where he was, but instead he throws the Encore solo at the Cassiopeia, who has Rod of Ages. She's not going down to one combo there, but Viego might. Instead, Viego is just untouched, destroys CJ Lopez, and that alone turns the fight on its head very quickly. So Synister 6 once again up about 3,000 gold and 2 dragons as we are at the 12-minute mark. Ooh, King Bull nearly gets his back canceled, and now there might be a gank bot.
They still got an opportunity to try to lock down Gucci, but you got to remember, this Sivir's got a good amount of stuff. We have Flash, we have Barrier, and Lulu's already going to pop their ultimate, looking for that damage. CJ taking an absolute pounding because everybody's absolutely ignoring this Sivir. We can still push our advantage, however, that Aurora does chunk, so I don't really blame them for playing it safe. Plus, Sivir still needs that itemization to really turn into the hyper carry. I think it's like 2 to 3 items. I don't remember if boots count in that calculation, but still, we turn into an absolute beast. And, you know, I saw it I got to see it in T2, I think, literally this morning. I think Levitate was able to play Sivir and went like 5-0 super early on. So that was pretty devastating to see. You know, I do think that Gucci has that possibility. We did get our first like little rotate here, but the problem is I think Aurora's going to have a bit of an issue wave clear into Gucci. Gucci's just happy to continue to farm.
Gucci has the most farm in the game, not by a ton, but you know, still that is a happy spot to be in on Sivir. Deathless, well farmed, just going to continue to scale into a absolute monstrosity in the late game. And one of the big question marks I have here is, while CJ Lopez has, you know, 2 of Strawberry, Iris 3 kills, I feel like it's going to be hard for this Aatrox to play the fights later on in the game, because he's another one of those champions that really likes dueling multiple melee opponents. It's a little harder for him to get into the backline because of, you know, the on the hunt move speed, the polymorph from Lulu, the petrifying gaze, and the miasma from Boy with Apples. And so I feel like when the game goes later, CJ Lopez might be feeling a little bit homeless in how to play these fights, but he can try to deny Viego the entry onto his own backline if Viego oversteps, and they can, you know, pop some CC, pop some damage onto that champion. And, you know, there's always angles to pilot your champion if you're proficient at it, but I do worry a little bit for that Aatrox going into the later phases of the game.
My biggest problem with Aatrox into this is, you know, like you said, like who do we go into? Polymorph is such a powerful tool, right? You know, we get spooled up, you know, Aatrox goes in, CJL is like, yeah, let's take him down, and then just immediate polymorph, and there's nothing to do. Or we go for Sivir, and Sivir flashes or does on the hunt. They can be so slippery, or we pick up a stun by Renekton. You know, it's just, it's really awkward. And then I gotta wonder once again, right, there's a reason why we're not playing insane amounts of Aatrox in the jungle. While it was really powerful at once, okay, Boy for Apples really cutting it close on that one. But you know, while Aatrox was really powerful and very sketchy for a good while inside the jungle, I think there's a good reason why he has fallen off. And I got to go back to, where's Wukong? We still have Wukong available. That's such a powerful tool to play with. That would have worked well with this team. Spoopert overstaying his welcome. Gonna run into King Vul. King Vul sitting at 4-0, and this lead just continues to go steadily, slowly but surely. About 3K, almost 4K, 2 Drakes on the other side, and all the time we have Gucci, who's turning into this ticking time bomb, almost taking down the Aurora 1v1 in mid lane.
If you miss your abilities on Aurora or they get spell shielded, you are not going to be able to pop that Sivir. You need the team with you to finish off that kill. And so all Gucci already close to exploding in this game with that Sivir pick. And looks like it's going to be a little bit more of an AP build for Spoober up in the top lane. I thought it was playing, you know, more for the pure neutralize, but with that AP, might be trying to get a little bit more damage down. I'm not sure if that's exactly what Strawberry needs, but we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, we're still looking for towers. It looks like the only one that's gone down so far is Strawberry's missing their bot tower, but so far there's been a lot of back and forward. People have been happy to farm Aurora. Absolutely chunking. Granted, it's Sivir we're going for, but that does show the potential, and that's another reason I don't think we can entirely count Strawberries out. And the lead that we have, while is frustrating and concerning for Synister 6, we do still have plenty of opportunities for Strawberry to turn around. It looks like we're going to try right now specifically for that, but we're going to choose not to commit and go for the Drake instead. I do like this. We have a lot of control. We're making it look like we're going to go in. We're pushing Vul off, and they're like, fine, we'll get our hands on this Drake. And every little Drake you grab here just buys yourself so much time. I am worried about Gragas from a damage perspective late game, and from like an identity of what they're going to do other than like a bit of utility. I feel like maybe they're going to have a hard time finding their voice, but what are your thoughts on that?
I feel like their team lacks frontline in general, and with Gragas going for AP, that problem just becomes a little bit worse. You know, I mean, it does potentially help them blow up Sivir if you have access to that explosive cask, and it's more of a damage threat rather than just CC. But yeah, I don't really love the look of it.
I don't think Heart's got to worry about this. We still have our ultimate. Oh, but if we get stunned, it doesn't matter. So that's a nice little clip. Boy for Apple's not able to make it on time, but at the end of the day, they only got their hands on the support. Looks like King looking for his first little reset, trying to lock down Aurora. We're going to try to back inside of the banana bush. The exhaust going to come down, unfortunately. Ooh, good ultimate for Boy for Apples, but we don't have any follow-up, unfortunately. However, TP coming in. Turn around, kill him. We've seen this happen time and time again. Just kill him. Either way, the fight's kicking off. Vincent going down, and Strawberry missing a golden opportunity. Like, you definitely could have killed that Renekton. I don't know what the thought process was for it. You already took down a major threat, which was Boy for Apples.
We're going to get a replay here of CJ Lopez starting things off here with the World Ender, you know, forces the move speed, forces those cooldowns out. The ult from Loveless goes wide, but the follow-up CC is great onto Heart. Doesn't get to even use the ultimate. Which, you know, that already is a great start to the fight. Without Lulu, Sivir has to play way more scared. And nice escape from Vincent to get away from King Vul guy, but you know, Boy with Apples, despite a decent ultimate, gets caught out by multiple members and goes down. And then the team once again feels like they lose focus a little bit, because Vincent's looking for all Gucci here, but then realizes he has to back off, and the flash stun from Cody the King is what sets up King Bull guy. Once that Aurora's down, I think, you know, the reset on Viego makes it really scary, the prospect of continuing that fight. So I don't know if Strawberry actually could have taken out the Renekton when he had the dominance, he had the flash stun ready to just lock up someone and set up the kill. But anyway, they are looking for this top lane turret. Should be a nice little bit of standing gold collected. Synister 6 is ahead about 4,000 gold here, and that one Drake, but that is, you know, not the biggest difference. Certainly closer than those first two games, and feels like while there is an edge for Synister 6, we can't count Strawberry Ira out.
The biggest thing I'm worried about, though, is sitting here in the background is just Sivir continuing to build themselves up. Like, what are you going to do when Sivir has that itemization? What are you going to do when Sivir has those multiplicatives, right? Those fights are going to get harder and harder to deal with. And while we still have Aatrox, and Aatrox is not doing too bad, CJ Lopez, I think, has had a fairly strong Aatrox in this one. But, like, what are we going to do? Like, what is the game plan? What are we shooting for? Are we going for, you know, sort of a macro objective? If that's the case, you know, we keep losing stuff. And now we're going to lose this top lane. Shelly going to get deployed in the top lane. Spook, we're going to have to worry about a damage. King Vol taking 2 shots there from the Lulu, popping their ultimate to keep themselves alive. A little bit of awkwardness here from Strawberry. This is a good opportunity to capitalize on it as we do. Take him down. First reset is good. Shelly going to crash into the wall. We can still fight underneath this tower. CJ Lopez going down about 20 HP. However, the tower is still pretty powerful. We're able to escape to safety as Aurora is just allowed to absolutely dish out the damage from the other side. Now the shutdown coming in on the other end, as it looks like Synister 6 has absolutely flubbed the ball there. They didn't pay attention to the Aurora. They wanted to mash all their G.I. Joes, but they didn't pay attention to all that damage. That turned out so well for Strawberry.
Boy with Apples has the flash ult, could look to disrupt this play, but That is a scary prospect into 4 players. Has to blow the flash. That's gonna, I think, be the call off of the play. When you can't hit the flash R, there's not a lot you can do in this situation. And the health bars are getting low for Strawberry, but they should be able to collect this Baron. And yeah, that play just now was a slow process. My eyes were on Loveless that whole time, waiting for the Encore, and it was a perfect flash to safety into Encore to set up the combo. You know, Vincent hitting an R, Q, and E onto 2 major members of Synister 6, blows them up, starts the resetting around, and yeah, that's a really nice win for Strawberry Ira to pick up. They are still down in gold, but with this Baron buff, should be able to recuperate that, but there is a dragon in 10 seconds.
This is sort of a battle of what to do when, because we have Baron buff right now. We can take a lot of these much needed towers, and so now if we spend our time fighting for this Drake like we're doing right now, it could potentially be a little bit spicy. CJ Lopez looking for an angle to go in. A lot of control here for Synister 6 as we're just trying to find the right spot. However, we do have vision on the other end. Gragas almost getting caught, having to blow the rocket belt. Aurora still can't get in. She's looking for that backline. Now we're going in, locking down Heart. Lulu, that's a powerful tool. Already got it. We're gonna start the fight now. And Exhaust comes down, and King Bull Strawberries looking at a good spot. Not only able to grab the dragon, looking for the kills, looking for the ace. Encore able to pick up 2. 1 kill going down. Boy with apples trying to dish it out, but it's just not gonna be enough. The Gator trying to roll to safety, but I don't think you're gonna make it from this Aatrox. I say immediately caster cursing it as he misses the dash over the wall. But either way, that is 4 kills in the wheelhouse of Strawberry.
Vincent with a huge flank on Aurora finds the pick onto Heart before the wild growth can even come through. That is one of the things that can be hard with the Lulu, is sometimes you're so laser focused on keeping your teammates alive and being a good support that you forget you need to be alive to do that. And when you get caught off guard from a stealth Aurora like that, you don't have very much time to react. And so, despite the potential criticisms we've had of some elements of their composition, Strawberry Ira are making it work in these fights. They're, the Gragas is kind of baiting people around. They're able to dish out the damage they need to, with Vincent getting onto the enemy backline, and the Aatrox and Zarya kind of carrying the DPS side of things. So it's been a well-played series of fights to give Strawberry the upper hand in this later half of the game.
Yeah, it seems like every time I seem to critically worry about it, they pull something like that out of their hat, and I think a lot of that falls on the shoulders of Vincent. Just like you said, going back there and sniping Lulu thinking that they were safe. We didn't have vision, and I think that's one of the biggest things, is that, maybe for some of these fights that Strawberry either needs to fight inside their own vision, or they need to put a little bit more focus on that. Sorry, not Strawberry. Synister 6 needs to put a little bit more focus on top of that vision and play into their own vision. That way, flanks like that can't happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen twice in a row, but it is nice to see the Aurora. It is nice to see Vincent finally have a as well as a TP, trying to kid ourselves on the other end, but we might just be delivering ourselves into death. But no, once again, we don't take the Renekton, and maybe this is control here on Strawberry instead of the other. We went for the tower dive, we got what we wanted, we think that we could take this tower. So, Strawberry took my advice, I think, from game number 2, and not my advice later on, which I think is probably the better option.
Discord going down there for a moment. I think we were both trying to cast the play at the same time, but that is a big find. A great backstep on the Petrifying Gaze from CJ Lopez to not get stunned up. Finds that kill. They blow up the tower, and they're looking for another here, but that could be an overstay. They are missing the Aatrox ultimate, and Diego's pushing up mid lane, so they are going to choose to back off and respond to that, spend some gold, and Strawberry Ira up 2,000 gold now. Needs still a decent amount of work to bring this to a win, but they're making it competitive once again here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're keeping the pedal on the gas, or the foot on the gas, like you were saying that they should be, and I don't blame them. This Gragas has had, I think, a lot more utility than I expected. I don't foresee an insane amount of damage, but we get in there, we're frustrating to deal with. We've got these caskets back and forward, and then we've got everyone else to come in and top off the damage. Finally, we've got plenty of angles for Vincent to go in there and do exactly what they need to. The biggest surprise to me, though, is that CJ is finding these angles on Aatrox, is that we're able to pick up kills and we're able to find this consistency. We were both really, at least I was really concerned about the pick into this one, but then again, we're up against a Viego, a very non-traditional support, and while I do see the angle for King Vul, I think there's a reason why we don't see a lot of Viego jungles.
Although his KD looks good, I do think the Viego, similar to the Aatrox, kind of struggles here because both teams are pretty heavy on the range and pretty heavy on the lockdown, which means for both of those champions, going in has the potential to be a one-way street. You need the reset on the Viego, and similarly for the Aatrox, you need to be able to hit people to heal off of them. Otherwise, you aren't actually that tanky on either of these champions. Now, Vulgai does have the shield bow. Ooh, Cody the King sniffs out that there may be a play brewing in that bush and slice and dices over towards mid. Still on a ward, though. Ira has the setup for this dragon, and here goes a fight.
I mentioned this before. One of the biggest things that really set up Synister 6 for those deaths were that vision. I think that's going to be a key contributor to how this goes. A little bit of BMing there, stopping the back for Yuri. Renekton just absolutely not allowed to back whatsoever. The Drake is up. The positioning is so good here for Strawberry,
Baron?
and I think even if we leave Baron, I guess this is only third Drake. We need to at least scout this out. They just backed off all of a sudden. Like, you got to be thinking about it. This response time is pretty slow, but there is an opportunity for going. We do still have Encore ready to go. Seraphine is here. Might be able to get 4. Redemption coming down. This Baron getting so close. Come on, just get in there. Get that Encore. It doesn't matter if they get Baron. Just kill them. There it is. Encore coming through. Able to grab 1, but immediately we're going to stop it right there as Cassiopeia looking for that ultimate. Renekton over the wall. Immediately going to pick up an exhaust there as we flash forward. CJ in trouble going down. That's going to be the first reset there for King Vul. The Q coming out from Seraphine on the other end as Vincent has to fight a fighting retreat, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. We were able to pick up the Drake on the other side as we go in and grab another one, a 1-for-2 trade. The long way around. Strawberries finding a way to make this work.
That was a little scary for Strawberry Ira. They left the Zeri to finish the dragon while sending the rest of the team up to the Baron there, and it does feel like a little bit of an error in the macro. I think that Synister 6 was able to establish so much control over that top river and nearly knock down that Baron while Strawberry was down on the Drake, but they end up getting the Encore onto 1. Even though Lulu has the McHales, the fight still goes the way of Strawberry Ira. Vincent also finding a massive flank. Time and time again, he is finding these plays on this Aurora. And someone from Synister 6 really needs to mark him. It's just tough because if Renekton's marking Aurora, then you don't have much front line. If Viego's doing it, it's a similar issue. You don't have that main reset mechanic to win the fight present on the front lines. And I mean, honestly, that could be a job for Boy with Apples, is find Aurora and make it hard for her to go in.
Well, and I think the biggest thing is I'm going to keep harping on Vision. I'm going to keep harping on playing in Vision, right? At this point, if you've got room to get your hands on a pink ward, get your hands on a sweeper, get your hands on a blue trinket, I think that's one of the biggest spots that we're facing. But we are able to get the Baron and use that for a buff, get a little bit of macro, which does seem to be where Synister 6 really shines and is happy. If they're able to keep these pushing and getting this macro down, I think that they can play really heavily into that, and they're particularly behind on that right now. Sivir has a good chunk of items, but I think it's a little bit harder for them to get into. Boy for Apples getting a little bit of hello on the other end, looking for a couple of these blue buffs, trying to push people out and just trying to get what farm when and where we can. And we're getting really, really close to that 30-minute mark, rolling up on it right now. 3 Drakes in the favor of Strawberry, 2 for Synister, and we've got Baron that we're trying to play with. We're able to get 1 tower, but so far the towers are much better on Strawberry's end.
That Baron has closed the gold gap just a tiny bit, still 1,000 in favor of Strawberry Ira. And if they are able to secure the soul off of this next fight, wherever that may be, I think Strawberry is going to call Worth on that Baron for Dragon trade. But if they don't get that dragon, if they end up going going down in this game and in the series here, they might be regretting that choice they made. Still, they did commit to the play, and it has worked out for them decently so far. But yeah, Sivir is getting to that point where she is going to start to really hurt. Has 3 items completed. It still needs that 4th to, I think, really take over the fights. And King Vulgai, two levels up over the Aatrox, and yet Aatrox has felt a lot more impactful in a decent majority of these fights.
Yeah, I think that the damage is going to be probably surprising on King Vul. I think it's going to be perceptively higher than maybe we're expecting. It's just not as flashy, you know. King Vul has sort of like, at least when it comes to the effects on Viego, they can be a little bit more muted opposed to the guy that's doing literal flips with a gigantic sword. So I think that might be sort of like a vision thing, but it's hard to tell because I think the ganks have been, you know, pretty decent on each side. The biggest thing that I'm going to keep harping on is that vision and that positioning and that placement. And, you know, I think we're really starting to see the fatigue setting in for Synister 6. Well, I think the opposite is happening for Strawberry. I think that they're hitting their stride. I think that they continue to do better as time goes on. Just, you know, maybe they're more a long-winded team than Synister 6 is. Ooh, Casket comes in. Tower shot on the way out. Spooper does have an escape over the wall if he can get it. Yep, that should be relatively easy. And I think we need to be careful here with Strawberry sort of overcommitting. We've seen both teams do exactly that, where we've dove a little bit too far into this fight or that fight. And I've really enjoyed watching both teams sort of identify that and then dial it back. Strawberries especially.
With 30 seconds to go on that Mountain Drake spawn, that potential soul for Strawberry Ira, they pulled a few members up to the top side, but Synister 6 has established some solid control around these entrances to the Dragon Pit, to the river. And with the Sivir gaining mid lane priority, you know, clearing those waves out so quickly, it's going to be tough for them to approach. Vincent wants to be flanking at these fights. He wants to be at these fights early to look for those angles. But he's here kind of late. He's having to TP into the river topside. Ooh, Synister 6 does get spotted out, but they have to make an entrance to the river here, and it looks like there's going to be a fight.
Look at this positioning. Watch the mini-map. There's a lot coming in on this side. Gragas goes in. We're going to dash forward. The casket hitting absolutely no one. However, Renekton looking for that damage, locking down Spooper. Lulu still somehow alive. Aurora going for the kill. Heart digging it out. Able to get that polymorph down. We just need to dig deep for this damage. All Gucci is in a bit of trouble as CJ Lopez going for the hunt. Able to pick up one. Renekton trying to fight the rest of the team. Flash over the wall for Boy for Apples. We do manage to get the Aatrox, but we're going to come back up with that Guardian's Angel. And we're able to pick one of the kill on Strawberry. That's 4 kills and a soul point for the Strawberries.
We've been talking about Vincent on the flank, but this time it's Spoober who finds the angle with the flash body slam onto King Vulgai. It forces him to flash out of the fight very early, and if you're not able to, you know, involve yourself from the get-go as this Viego, it's hard. It's a little hard to find these picks. This is a control-worded bush, and Strawberry Ira just, you know, walks up to it. They play patiently, bait out some of those skill shots, and then they walk in. And as Spoober on the flank here, watch the Viego, watch the Gragas. He forces the flash away from the explosive cask, and then this is just I mean, so many AOE ults going down. But King Vulgai goes down just before Spoober, and that's what decides the fight. I think if the Gragas goes down before the Viego, then you know, this is probably a completely different fight, but instead CJ Lopez gets to run over the back line, even has the GA, so he survives this little 1v1 with Boy with Apples, and then the rest of the team shows up to clean up that kill. And now Strawberry Ira has picked up the Mountain Soul, so they are going to be even harder for King Vulgai to blow up. I mean, there's still a ton of damage on the side of Synister 6, so they may be able to get through this Mountain Soul shield slowly but surely, but making that opening pick harder to get is such a big difference maker. Even in that fight, just the resistances from the first 3 Drakes might be enough.
Oh, and we're able to pick up Baron in the background too.
Yeah,
so
Baron as well.
We've got Soul. We're looking for the pushes right now. We can do plenty of, you know, I think we're doing a 1-4 right now. No reason not to leave Gragas by themselves. Plenty happy to do this. We are setting up a little bit of a flank here for looking at the mid lane. Viego looking for some sort of opportunity to go in, but I don't think that's really going to happen. We have these empowered minions.
He's spotted.
And even if we just sort of delay this out, we do indeed get spotted. Going to rotate. This is now going to be a 2. Casket coming in. Cody in a little bit of trouble, but unfortunately we missed the damage. It doesn't matter if the setup is good if we are not able to grab grab it. However, speaking of getting grabbed, Lulu gonna pick up an encore and a whole bunch of damage, but so is Zeri. Zeri's absolutely nuking them. Coming on the other side, Renekton trying to get him a revenge for his team. Boy for Apples trying to buy himself just a little bit of time. Synister 6 somehow coming on top of that engagement, and we're getting jungle, the jungle in the jungle. Will it be Vul? Will it be CJ? It won't even be a 1v1 as we have to back off, and Gragas is knocking at the top door, going for that macro win.
That's a nice 2-4-2 for the side of Synister 6. Get some Baron buffs off, but the whole time Spoobert was in the top lane, and Vincent was also getting some work done up there. That was, I mean, that was a 3v5 for Strawberry Ira, and they still made it close. And look at the damage on Dakota the King as well. Vincent is shredding the health bars on this Aurora. Almost full build here, but we'll see if he decides to go for the Mejai's or if the Dark Seal gets sold for a different component or for a different item. But now 2 inhibitors have been taken by the side of Strawberry Ira. That's some good value out of the Baron buff, but it will be wearing off relatively soon here. They're going to probably try to look for those bottom turrets, but it's looking pretty likely that we go one more round of that Baron and the Dragon, unless a major fight turns things around here.
Man, and look at the clock. We're getting close to that 37-minute mark. That gray screen is gonna get absolutely frustrating to deal with. And I was something I wanted to keep noting, or kept trying to note, but action kept popping off, was the fact that I think one of the things that's working for Strawberries is the fact that they're not a front-to-back combination, right? Because Sivir needs people to bounce damage off, right? We have the items, we have the damage, but the problem is we're so disjointed for Strawberries, and that's working really well in Strawberry's favor. And even when we do get in range, we've got tools to deal with it. Looking for our first little fight. Gragas going in underneath the tower, taking at least one tower shot. So it looks like we're just going to blow down a flash. The Baron, I think, is completely gone at this point, but we should still have plenty of sieging potential, looking to take down this T2 in bot lane. And we're still positioning, trying to make something happen here.
CJ Lopez
is by himself. This is a little bit risky. Not sure why the poly didn't come down immediately, but we just didn't have the damage. We got him close to about half HP, but it is still an Aatrox at the end of the day, and we do still have ultimate as the siege goes on, but this could be a little spicy for Strawberries if it keeps it on too long, because we're building up gold in the background here with these empowered minions coming in.
Baron buff is gone, so all Gucci can clear these waves out, and I think that actually kind of explains why Spoobert went for that hyper-aggressive play. If you chunk Sivir out and are able to, you know, get a summoner spell, get the ultimate, it makes it the prospect of going up to clear those waves much scarier for that champion. And you know, if you can use even just a second or two of time to hit that turret, can be enough to knock a few plates down, slowly chip away at it, but you gotta be careful that we don't overcommit as Strawberry here.
And I want to note that right there. Aatrox just casually walked into their tower, went down to about half HP, and that's the second time in a couple of seconds that he's gone down to about half HP, and was just kind of allowed to get away. And I don't think there was too much Synister 6 could do there, but I just think it's funny that we're at the point in the game where we can just walk up and be like, nah, I'm just not going to deal any, I'm not going to take any damage whatsoever. And at this point, we've got such a tower lead on Strawberry, right? We kept the fight almost primarily in, you know, Synister 6, which is a good and a bad thing. It's good if you keep up the momentum. It's bad if you take a death, if someone gets picked off or someone steps a toe out of line. Then Synister 6 is very clearly looking for that opportunity, but they might get the table flipped on them right now. They're very, very overextended right now. Can the rest of the team make it there in time? Hopefully we back off. I don't think we want this fight.
Multiple angles being sought out by CJ Lopez and Spoobert, but really the main goal is just to get priority over that mid lane and turn their attention towards this dragon. There are minions in the top lane as well, but they have multiple flank angles covered. Vincent is going to clear out the wards, and yeah, it's a fight over the wave in the mid, but the river is all Strawberry Ira.
And we've got to see the empowered minions back home, pushing top lane. Might slowly turn into a win. So this is Strawberry wants to hang out here. I think this is a win-win for them one way or another. They want this fight to go on. Aurora absolutely chunking all Gucci. Lulu trying to keep them alive. We're not able to find an angle here on Synister 6, and the minions are still pushing in the top lane. Still no answer for the Elder Drake going to go down. So now the fight should truly be in Strawberry's favor. Things are now looking good for Synister 6 as the Rift comes down. It is turned into absolute spaghetti. Double kill on the Aurora. Aurora, minions pushing TP coming to the other side. Gragas going for the end there on the minimap. All Gucci is not all Gucci as we get taken down, leaving only the support to walk away from the wreckage, but at what cost? This is going to bring our score 2-2. Strawberries is going for the underdog victory.
It's another long and hard-fought game, but Strawberry Ira have brought us to match point 2 silver scrapes here. They were just exploding these fights so well in the late game. I really like the comment you brought up about them having multiple angles of attack that makes it impossible for Sivir to do her thing. She can throw her Qs, she can throw her Ws, she can try to get those bounces, but at most she's hitting, maybe 1 or 2 people. And with all the different angles of attack, the move speed isn't enough to get away from that in a lot of cases. And then the lack of front lane also means that in a lot of these fights, it is do or die for that Viego. If Viego gets a kill, he can reset, he can win, but so many times the denial was there, the engage or the counter engage from the Gragas, from the Seraphine, forcing the Mikhails out of the Lulu. I mean, it felt like Strawberry Ira was able to make this a very uncomfortable game for the side of Synister 6.
Man, and I don't know if you caught that damage too. It doesn't surprise me that Aurora was so high up there. Yeah, we're going back to that. The one thing that does surprise me is the Gragas getting up there. But I guess we had a lot of AoE targets to go for. When we look at the Sivir, we're sitting at about, I think it was 31k for that one. Total champion damage right here, yeah. So, we're pretty decent across the board. Gragas did way more than I expected. Renekton is about where I expected him. Viego, I was expecting to be a bit higher, but I think he's a bit higher than maybe people predicted. And then Sivir's pretty decently high, but imagine if we had a front-to-back team. That could have been Sivir's game, but we just didn't have... we couldn't lock them down. We couldn't bounce the damage, which is what Sivir needs.
Sivir needs a reason for people to get grouped up, in those choke points and throw the damage around. And yeah, it just wasn't able to play out that way. And so I think that's some great disruption. I think this is a statement game from the side of Vincent as well. Some of the other games looking a little shakier, but this game really felt like it was all him getting Strawberry the lead and bringing it home in the end.
I'm definitely on the edge of my seat for this one. I didn't think Strawberries had it in him, but I'm perfectly happy to see it happen. Like I said, I'm always a fan of an underdog story. I'm a fan of being wrong on camera. It's a personal trait for me, but I'm really excited to see what Strawberry has, but they still have to stick the landing. They still have one more game, which means we have one more game to cast. Make sure to stick around. And something I want to go over once again, now that we're much later into the game, is don't forget that we still have the scouting ground sticking around, right? If you're liking this action, if you think that you could do better, sign up a team, get in there, put your time where your mouth is. There's a lot of trash talking in the comments. Get in here and prove yourself. Scouting grounds for Titans should be on, a couple of these dates. I'm not sure if we have a slide for the scouting grounds or not. Let me check my notes just really quick. Okay. So
it'll be up in
grounds,
a moment. Yeah.
Okay, so we are getting a slide for that. But just to go over scouting grounds specifically for this league, we're sitting at April 17th at 8 p.m. EST. On Wednesday, we've got April 22nd at 8 p.m. EST. So once again, come on down, try it. Why not? Spend a little time playing these games. It can really add a unique perspective to this overall. But if there should be a league almost for every rank that you're sitting at. So make sure to come check it out. Make sure to come add your trash talk in the game chat itself. Either way, we're going to roll into a quick little break, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We still have a banger of a game on its way. And welcome back to our final round on Summoner's Rift. We are 2-2 between Strawberries and Synister 6. We're absolutely kicking things off. I know about game number 2. I was not the only one worried, but I'm not worried anymore. However, we've got to stick the landing. Does Strawberries have it in the bag, or does Synister 6 have them in their bag?
I thought this series was shaping up to be a quick 3-0. I thought we were going to get to sign off for the night real quick, but Strawberry Ira has thrown a wrench into that plan, has thrown a wrench into everything Synister 6 has thrown at them in games 3 and 4. Well, maybe not everything. Those are some close games. Both, we're really on a nice edge for a while there, but they have brought us to this game 5. Whether the game was close or not does not matter when you look at the scoreboard at the end of the match.
Yeah, and I keep wanting to make predictions, potatoes, on how this is going to go, but Strawberries is like, no, you're not allowed. Every other strategy you come up with, every other thought process you come up with, for the most part, doesn't work. The biggest thing that's worked for them has been synergy, has been warding, has just been pure coordination. I don't think it's really been an insane amount on the picks, although there has been a really good number of picks. They just worked in a way I didn't expect them to. So I don't have any predictions personally for this one. So why don't we go with a general prediction? I'm going to steal something from a good friend of mine, DBZ Freak, right? This is one of his traditions that he likes to try. I want you, Potatoes, and then I'll guess after you. What soul do you think we're going to get in game number 5? And why do you want it?
I want to see a Hextech soul, so I can see a Hexgate flank to win the game.
Oh, okay. That would be spicy. Okay. I'm I'm gonna lean into Cloud Soul. I think that there's still a lot of tools to play with Cloud Soul. I think we have the deer, and I think the deer with the cloud would be absolutely stupid to have to deal with. There's a chance that with how far we're into this, with how many bands there are out there, there's a chance that we're gonna get more of the weird stuff. We might even see a Heckram. I haven't seen Heckram in heck of a long time, just to be honest. So there's so many weird possibilities. The one thing that does get me though is, despite the fact that we're an enchanter meta, I haven't seen very much Janna, which has been a little surprising to me. I don't know if maybe she's just off meta, but we're an enchanter meta, and she's one of the stronger enchanters in my opinion.
Yeah, great into engage heavy comps. You can play Peel for the ADC very effectively, and if it were a Cloud Soul, empowering that move speed even more feels pretty good. Now, was that when you say the deer? Do you mean the Udyr or the Lilia deer?
Oh, that's the Lily. I mean, fair enough. You got me there. Fair enough. Yeah. No. Lily. I would love to see Lily, but I don't think Udyr would be a bad choice either. I think that both of the junglers are well equipped to do that, and I think we saw specifically, Synister 6 has pulled out the Udyr in the jungle, and I was pretty happy with the performance. I think they struggled a bit more than I expected them to, but I think Udyr still has some pretty crazy to deal with, AOE damage. Is there anyone jungle-wise you think we won't see? Like, just zero chance we won't see jungle. And don't be like, oh, Heimerdinger jungle. Yeah, of course we're not going to see Heimerdinger jungle.
I mean, you keep bringing up the Wukong and how neither of these teams are picked. And now it was banned last game in the second phase, I believe. So it seems like that is something the teams are considering. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets picked up by one of these teams in the first rotation here. It's a pretty blindable jungle. And when you get this deep into the Fearless draft, it's something I would expect to show up.
And if you look below our perspective dumb heads, all the way down there at the bottom of the screen, you can see all of the bans rolling out for the Fearless picks. We're immediately going to ban Heckram, so I guess I'm not going to see that one. I think they heard my pun and did not like it. So the ban's coming in for that one. We're going to go with Akali on the other end. And honestly, I think a lot of my attention's going to be on the jungle. I want to know how that's going to shape out because it's been so weird. Looks like we're keeping the Olaf. I would have liked to see Olaf, but I don't blame them because at this point, just Olaf running through your entire comp to kill your backline can be pretty devastating to deal with.
Olaf, I feel like, has so much potential late in Fearless because teams are just not ready for it, and the number of answers for it kind of goes down. So it's a sensical ban. We're seeing a lot of targeting towards the mid lane, also Zoe and Akali, as well as that Annie. And Rise now also taking off the table. Now that is something that I know Boy with Apples has played before, so I'm kind of surprised to see Synister 6 banded away. But it is a strong pick. If Vincent plays that, then makes sense to deny it. Ooh, and we're getting the Urgot. Spoobert had a great Urgot performance earlier in these playoffs. I was hoping that would come out, but it had been banned in some of these prior games. So excited to see that one, but curious to see what the response is from Sin.
Looks like we're going to go with Set, weirdly enough. I like Set's kit, but I just don't feel like he has the same kind of thunder that he used to. I feel like one of the biggest things that Set really play. Ooh, there's the Wukong finally. I feel like one of the biggest things that Set really does well with is haha, I'm low HP. Oh, I'm sorry, you're actually dead instead. And that's sort of been Set's sort of thing. And for a while during the skirmish meta, like they didn't do too well with that. I think Mbessa is a good call into specifically Set. So, hold on, wait.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. This is draft order. Okay. We got some spoilers maybe, but I already forgot what it was because we got new stuff. Okay, so Mbessa, top jungle flex. I mean, that's great. Jhin Bard, love that synergy. A lot of CC and utility coming out of the bot lane. Could lack damage, but Mbessa provides a lot of damage. We've got the Nico provides some great engage angles, but Bard could counter that if he's on top of his game. Quirky, safe blind AD, whatever. Wukong, good blind jungle. Like to see that. We were hoping for that.
I'm not a big fan of the support pick here for Synister 6. We're going to go with the Nico, right? Which I think Nico does pair super well with the Wukong, right? We've got a decent amount of armor shred between the Quirky and the other side, but why not Nami? Right? Nami pairs extremely well with both of those. She's very powerful in the meta. And I don't have a lot of faith in Nico, right? Like I've seen Sido players struggle to get Pop Blossom in range, right? It doesn't sound like that would be hard to get in range, but I've seen them get so frustratingly close over and over and over to get that Pop Blossom in range. Because, you know, a lot of times if these players are paying attention, they're going to notice that Nico is coming in. They're going to do the math. You know, you could argue that one for that, but like, you know, I think it's a weird pick. Bard, I think is still pretty powerful. Tempered Fate can be really tricky to deal with. Talia, I'm not a massive fan of. I think that she has taken a lot of hits and she's not where she used to be, but I see what they're kind of going for. Synister 6 isn't necessarily going for a meta pick, which does make sense with how far into all of this that we're going with. We've got a lot of sort of knock up, you know, knock up, knock you down, pull you back, shred your armor, pick at that person and destroy him. And Talia does fit that. Wukong going for that singular target, Talia knocking them back into them, and then we've got the shred for Corky and then the stun. So there's very much so like if Strawberry steps like 1 foot out of line, we're going to get murdered. But the side of the too is like if we look at Strawberries on the other end, who are you going to get out of line? Urgot, right? Like Urgot's going to be hard to take down, and Bessa's going to be hard to take down. She might be a valuable target, but like Syndra's not going to get close enough. Jin shouldn't get close enough, and Bard should still have time to get his Temper Fate off before he dies, and that should be good enough for him. Like who are you going to pick off? And the nice thing about Strawberry is I think they have a lot of versatility to play with. We've got Curtain Call, we've got a lot of damage over the wall with Vincent. The Embessa jungle might be a little weird. I saw it a lot more, I want to say like 2 patches back or so, where she was like way more consistent. So I haven't seen it in this patch, so maybe there's an angle for it, and we are pretty low on that. But like I gotta be worried about the ganks on Wukong, because is this Wukong jungle?
That is Wukong jungle.
Okay, go ahead.
So for me, I think this is going to be a question of, can the Synister 6 pull off a trickster type victory? If they can use the Nico and the Wukong to kind of their fullest potential to find those engages and set up their team, I think they have the potential to you know, blow the game open and run away with it. But I think as the game goes on and you know, those unpredictable angles start getting a little harder to find, I think Strawberry's composition just has so much. They can play the ranged game so well. They can disengage with Syndra and Bard really effectively, but they can also pick targets off really easily. I feel like looking at these drafts, I like Strawberry Iris a little bit more, but Synister 6s does have that. They still have those X factors. You know, it's a game 5. People might be fatigued. They might not be expecting the Nico or the Wukong from the Fog of War. And so if those champions can find their value, I think Synister is, you know, they have a comp that can win. But I think if things are, you know, if Strawberry is still paying attention and playing heads up, I think they could take this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Strawberry seems to thrive in a lot of this chaos, which it seems to be the kryptonite to Synister 6. Synister 6, ooh, Zed, maybe. Why are we still going forward? What are we doing? Do we just die here? Is this a first blood? Oh man, this is do we give it to Urgot? Okay, we give it to Embessa. I don't think that's better though. CJ Lopez already picking up a kill, I think is a little devastating. I feel like one of the things Embessa's jungle struggles with is just finding a bit of that early damage. I think that we do really well, like level 5, level 6 for those ganks, but that's definitely going to offset that.
There's just no reason to fight level 1 in the mid lane. Yes, you are less likely to get ganked because of the, you know, the changes to the minion timer arriving. But if a free kill like that shows its face, I mean, you're gonna take it. And Spoober blows the flash. Zed had time to react. You know, it just kind of just didn't.
Yeah, super unfortunate, but like I gotta wonder, you know, why are we there? I think we're back to that now. Why are we there? And then if you weren't paying attention, Strawberries is sitting over on blue side, and we've got Synister 6 on the right side. And this is kind of one of the things I was worried about. Set gets so outclassed by so many people right now, and I think this is just a kill. Yeah, it's just a free kill. It's not even a competition. Sure, once we hit level 6, like maybe the team synergy is really good, but like this is not a great start for Synister 6. Like by any stretch of the measure. Words are hard.
Yeah, the Set is another one of those champions where it's like he likes having, you know, melees to ult into the enemy team to kind of brawl, but with the amount of range and kind of disengage that Strawberry Ira has, I feel like that's a champion that is going to struggle to get value. And we've eaten our words, you know, several times this series with comments like this, but I'm still going to say it. because I think it's the truth. And, you know, if they prove me wrong, then good for them. But I mean, we saw there, he just got solo killed by the Urgot at level 2. Like, that is not a good start to your game as set.
Well, and you know, like, and I might have cast a curse this. I might have like willed this into existence because, like, I was while you were talking, I was thinking, well, at least Urgot didn't get like a first kill, right? That would make Set's lane pretty unplayable. And then, like, as you were chatting, and then like it switched over to the fight, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. I just willed that into existence because honestly, like, Urgot getting fed early on, Urgot just getting fed in period is absolutely frustrating. And look at this damage; he's absolutely chunking Set. Set can return some of it, but he just doesn't have the same sort of kick that he had. We are fighting in minions, so that is an angle for it. We did pick up a refillable pot by Set, but like, that's already going to be down. We're down a TP. Urgot can back anytime he wants, and he's going to have such an advantage. We do spot a little bit of gank, and this is something I was going to talk about with Wukong, is I think Wukong has a very good early gank. You know, it's just such a good combo. He goes in and just absolutely thwacks someone, and then that armor's shredded, and then it's just easier to take them out from there, and I think that's one of the really great strengths for Wukong. You could argue that maybe sometimes it's a little harder to get in range opposed to someone like Zen. Zen has a much easier time to just literally poke their spear out and move forward. But, you know, we still have a little bit of invisibility, and then we've got a dash when we get close enough.
Ooh, nice poke onto the Jhin here. And yeah, I mean, you know, hey, to his credit, Cody the King has a health advantage here. Is down a few CS, but that's not the end of the world. TP still is available for Spoobert, so he will be coming back bigger and better in just a few seconds here. But I feel like the Urgot offers a lot on the scaling front too.
I think Urgot is probably going to be Synister 6's biggest problem. I think that Vision has opportunities to pop things off and really help out their team when it comes to just the damage. I think Syndra is just such a great champion for just kind of making just things happen. And I think that we have two very weak lane opponents. I think Talia is not meta for a reason right now. I think that Set is not meta for a reason right now. I think both those champions are not that they can't work, but they just get outclassed, and I think we're seeing specifically that. And while Vision has not gotten a kill, I say that immediately as another one comes in and we get a flash. CJ able to pick up a second kill, 3-0. Things are looking devastating there. There's the clone going in for a little bit of scout, but that's really frustrating. And honestly, you got to expect it. We have a Bard. That's Bard's whole thing, is looking for the rotations, looking for the roams. And sure, we have a Nico to try to counter that, but like, it's next to impossible to keep up with Bard. I think Karma might be one of the only ones who, maybe Poppy and Karma stand a good chance of keeping up with Bard, but that's really about it. Nico really struggles to follow them up.
Okay, we're gonna get a replay here because that flash cosmic binding from Loveless was gross. They knew Zed didn't blow the flash in that level 1 gank. I like Vincent holding the wave on his side here. You know, Talia can get control early, but that comes back to bite you if you end up frozen on. And then yeah, here comes the flash Q, lines it up perfectly onto the Talia, who goes down, is now 0-2, and Hart tried to follow the roam, but just isn't fast enough. And well, Keen Vul guy gets some Raptors, I guess that's nice, but that mid lane is going to be a big problem. I don't even think that Strawberry necessarily needs Syndra to, you know, be finding kills per se. I think if she's just doing damage, throwing stuns out, she can make it this game like basically unplayable for the side of Synister 6, even if she's not necessarily one-shotting people, although she will.
Honestly, on every metric that this can go bad in the early game, I think that it has. Urgot's got kills and Bessa's got kills, because like one of the things that like I kept wanting to try to think or say, and maybe I should just shut my brain off or something, was that like, you know, one of the big things that Wukong has on Mbessa is I feel like Mbessa struggles in sort of this earlier game, so struggles to get sort of some of these kills, struggles to get sort of some of these this gold advantage and this damage down, and we're completely mitigating that, especially when we have like Bard to just get us in range on top of having a really phenomenal prediction there. They knew exactly where Zed's going to be, and I think we're about to do it again.
They've got the roam again. You can see these plays brewing from a mile away, but of course we have the caster vision. Zed does not, and that is quite the privilege for us. Ooh,
no.
Spotted. Oh, this might be...
Okay, we get a stun. Do we get out? We didn't have to pop heal. Okay, it cost us 2 summoners. While I don't think we lost anything on the other side, so that's a little frustrating. At least Zed's still alive. Nobody died. So as long as we do something, at the end of those summoners, it's not the worst trade-off. There's a reason why we have those abilities, and I think Heart running in there is probably the best case scenario, especially for Zed, because we're already going to struggle. Yeah, I think you pointed out correctly. Syndra doesn't need these kills. She just needs the pressure. She just needs the CS, which is exactly what she's getting. We're about 70 to 60, so she's got about a 10 CS lead. And one of the biggest things is King Vul is struggling to find some sort of purchase, struggling to figure out where to go and where to counter. And I think a lot of this has to do on Loveless. Loveless is doing fantastic on this rotation. We're absolutely everywhere we need to. And the entirety, I feel, of Synister 6 is struggling just to keep up with his Bard.
Now, Synister 6 does have that first dragon under their belts, and level 6 is here for both the Talia and the Wukong, so we could start seeing 4-man plays pop up in the bottom lane, or maybe even in the top lane. Gucci trying to punish this Jhin for existing while Bard is roaming the map permanently, but it's just a little chunk of damage, and there is a decent CS lead for Gucci. I just think this is a composition where Corki is going to struggle to consistently get damage off.
Yeah, I could see that. I do think Corki can be a good but very thread-the-needle answer to Urgot. We can chunk Urgot if we get enough gold, if we get enough support. The biggest thing I'm worried about, though, is the reason why Corki wants someone like Nami is Nami buys them time. With healing, with bubbles, with tidal wave, it buys us damage, it buys us speed. It's just so much. Nico buys a little bit of that time, but Nami's so much better. Oh no, are we just gonna die here? Yuri, Yuri's gonna pick up a stun right there. Gonna go down about half HP, flash over the wall, but I don't think it's just gonna be enough. Gucci should be able to take this out, and this will be a nice little kill. And most importantly, this should be a good morale victory for them. Jhin stepping up is a little frustrating. They are taking advantage of the fact that Bard is roaming, so I do like to see that, and it does say that there is some gas still left in the tank for Synister 6.
Some gas in the tank, and speaking of which, that ult did kind of nothing. Never mind. It looked cool, but that little void might.
CJ is here. We are going to pop the vertical on the other one, and we just cannot catch a break. Wukong going in, King Vul trying to be able to get a kill. Now it's going to be jungle into jungle. King Vul having to back off. Heart is here, looking for going to pretend to be set, looking for the stun, but we're going to miss it. There's going to be the Pop Blossom on one, but we don't have the follow-up. This is exactly what I was talking about there with Nico, is sometimes it's hard to find purchase, and while we did get a Pop Blossom, if we had popped it just a couple of seconds earlier and had kept Wukong alive, that would have been a different fight. I think Nico's Pop Blossom is deceptively harder than people make it out to be. I've watched these T2 players miss it, and I'm not saying these players are bad. I'm just saying that it's deceptive sometimes. The positioning, either the positioning or just people are so aware of how powerful that Pop Blossom is. Either way, it makes it difficult for sometimes that to work correctly, and I think that's a good example. I think that's a minor example, but I think that is a good example.
I might be incorrect here, but I think Heart was level 5 when that fight started and dinged 6 off a minion, and that's why the Pop Blossom was late. Otherwise, I agree with you. It had to come out sooner, but I think it was a mid-fight level up. Yeah.
Rewind doesn't exist. Nobody can call me on that. No one's recording this video, so I'm fine.
But I mean, for the side of Strawberry Ira, I feel like it's if they win this game, that's got to feel good for CJ Lopez. That in games 1 and 2, I really feel like a lot of the difference was in the jungle with King Vul guy getting those massive games, and now CJ Lopez is here at a 5-0 scoreline on the Mbessa in what could be their most important game of the entire split.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before, King Vul started out really strong, but I think as soon as we start getting to that third game, we start to lose more and more steam, and I don't think it's just because of the picks, right? That's probably an element too. I just think all of Synister 6 just doesn't have they're not marathon players. They're sort of sprint players. So if you can beat them in the sprint, or if you can hold out in the sprint, then you can sort of get to where you need to right here. And we kind of saw the same thing with Greed. So that is something that Strawberry seems to be able to capitalize on. There is an angle here for Spooper to go down, but it's just so hard. Set just does not like this matchup because, Set's happy to pull like big people who maybe don't want to be in your face into the rest of your team. but Urgot's happy to be in your face the entire team and literally flip you over and over and over. And it's just such a pain in the butt to deal with. And one of the biggest things is, like, we've got this Mbessa who's sitting at 5-0. This is really scary. I think Urgot with those kills would be a lot scarier, but, like, it's not like Mbessa's not frightening to deal with.
Oh, I am extremely terrified of a 5-0 Mbessa, probably more than the Urgot personally, because she has the public execution, which can get onto you from Fog of War. She can dash right on you, and specifically for Zed, right? You would think, oh, Talia into Mbessa, that's great. She has so many dashes, and I have so many rocks, but public execution lands onto you, you kind of just die even if you land that stun. So that is a matchup that should feel better for Talia, you would think, but if Mbessa gets strong enough that she can just one-shot you, like, it does not matter. And
And that does make a lot of sense, because if we're able to get on all Gucci as Mbessa, this Corki's just going to go down. I don't see a lot of safe, because once again, right, like, even if Corki survives the initial volley, we are looking for a first little gank over here. We've seen this consistently. We're going to pull it in, but we do have CJ Lopez. The Cyclone going to get activated. We do have a good amount of armor shred, as Urgot does indeed go down finally. Just a little bit of angle to go for. CJ Lopez looking for the runaway, as Vincent looking for the damage. Now we're 1v3 and CJ Lopez looking for the back. I feel like we could have gone in, maybe gotten a kill, but we're going to back off instead, and that's a 1-for-2 trade. The rotation is looking very, very solid for Red Team. Looking at 7-4, looking for another damage here on Yuri, but we just cannot stick the landing. We are trying to grab a stun, but now we're sitting at 7-4. One Drake for each side. Almost 14 minutes on the clock, but it looks like Synister 6 is still peeking their head in. They're still looking for a way back into game number 5, Potatoes.
And that was a bit of a way into the game for them. They got some nice kills up on the top side there, and CJ Lopez, I think that whole time had access to the public execution. I was kind of surprised to see that not come back out for a re-engage. Vincent didn't necessarily have to go in for that kill there, but it might have, saved the Syndra from going down. I guess you'd rather have Syndra die instead of giving over the 5-0 and Bess's shut down. So maybe a smart move to hold on to that, make sure you live, but they even could have turned that around. Oh, nice buffer on the face breaker by Spoobert. Gets out of turret range. Just, really feels like a major comfort pick for Spoobert in the top lane here.
He does not seem to be struggling whatsoever, even though we've gone down and taken one death. I think that set just doesn't really win this whatsoever. This should be pretty much a free lane. However, when we got Gragas from Spoopert before, Gragas wasn't like an insane amount of damage. For the most part, they were kind of utility, and I think that's the idea for Set. Set is utility for the rest of the team. Maybe for Talia, maybe for Corki, maybe for the Wukong, just depending on the scenario. I could see that. I can see an angle where Set can set things up, no pun intended, for the team to really knock it down. And I think at this point, Set just needs to buy themselves some time and just start this fight. There's going to be an ultimate underneath the tower, but it looks like we did not even trade one little bitty shot. This is going to take us down about 30-40%, but Swooper just really does not care. Massive, massive shield, but still, we don't care. We're going to go back to farming, and this should turn into a bit of a nothing burger. Bard doing Bard things, looking for that vision.
Has to be careful.
King Bull going in. We're going to go over the other side. This is the nice thing about Bard, is we have plenty of escapability, so these supports know just those limits to play, and I really like Loveless's ability here to play with this. CJ going in, just saying a little bit hello to Wukong. Nothing too much I expect to happen. We're getting close to that 16-minute mark. Still one Drake on each side, and not a massive difference. I think there's about a 2K lead right now, if my math is correct. Tempered Fate coming in, but I don't think we have any follow-up for it. We're getting pinged off.
They are going to have to back off of that play. If a dive comes through, they're going to regret not having that Tempered Fate. But I think they should be able to stave off this minion wave here. King Vul guy deciding whether or not to go for the play down there. Isn't on vision, I don't think, but could walk over some vision. And Loveless is kind of playing with fire right now.
But I think that's what makes a good Bard, right? I don't think it's just hitting the Tempered Fate. I think it's knowing how to play with that fire, because I think that Bard specifically does really well with that. I think that the only one that gets really close to that too, but is even safer to play, is Rakan, right? Rakan, I think, is where hooks go to die. I think Rakan is a moving ward, and there's so much you can get away with. But Bard plays with that same sort of fire, where it's like a good Rakan knows how to play with that fire, but the same thing with Bard, and I think we're doing just like that. our rotations have been pretty good. We're relatively happy to leave Jin alone. Jin's only got 1 death. Yuri, that could be a lot better. That could spell doom later on, but it's not the worst thing. Jin, you still can mostly leave alone, and we're going for a lot of this farm while there's some shenanigans happening inside the neutral river right now. Gonna pop it to the rock, so I don't blame them for that, right? We don't know where CJ is, and there's no reason not to pop it as we go for it. We're gonna pick that up, but we need to get out of here soon. TP coming in. Why do we keep doing this? Early TPs, although I guess this could turn into a fight. Maybe this is the potential to turn it around. Looks like it is. Set looking for that damage. We're only gonna find a whole bunch instead as the stun comes in. The curtain call opens up. Set's just not allowed to play the game. I'm not sure what spaghetti just happened there, but Set died at the end of it. Either way, Syndra also looking for a bit of damage. I'm not sure why we didn't just run. Why do we keep doing this? We go, hey, we're out of the fight. Let's overcommit. I mean, we get barred, I think. I hope. No, why? Did we not get barred? No, don't go for it. Okay, can we get Spooper? We got double armor shred here. Okay, I think this is a good angle. This could turn accidentally into something good, but we don't know where the rest... No, we do know where the rest of the team is. Hey, did you do your mini-map? Okay, easier said than done. I feel like that was a good opportunity to lock down Spooper. Gucci having to blow a flash going back in. Armor Shred's still good for their side. Spooper doing the flip, but it just does not matter. Corki is so powerful. As much as Urgot wants to fight in that close range, Corki's happy to oblige, and much of his kit came back. Let's go back to the recap.
So Mbess is late to the fight here, which is kind of what gives them the dragon to start with. No Tempered Fate also means they get out initially, but this TP kind of baits Synister 6 into trying to play for this. And then, we get some very wonky interactions here. Fear Beyond Death comes through, the root comes down, and then Mbessa yeets the set up into the air. I mean, it is just a comedy of movement animations there. And then Hart gets hit by the Tempered Fate, gets killed by Vincent at the back end. So Drake for a couple kills, not too bad for Strawberry Ira, but you definitely do want to be playing towards that soul win condition. And then Loveless tries to clear a ward when there are still people around. He goes down, and
then on the live.
Oh, there is a fight in the live. All Gucci. Get that replay, but fight for the Herald, it looks like.
Herald is gone. Set's in trouble. The fight truly kicking off. There's a lot of people messed up over here. Ooh, we're gonna knock Urgot over into the other side. Pop Blossom able to get, I think, like 1. Man, this is just absolute spaghetti after spaghetti over and over. I'm not sure if it's Italian night or what, but holy crud! I don't even know what even went on there. When the transition came in immediately, we lost 2 of them. We lost the Mbessa. Curtain call got to open up here. We do have opportunities for a couple of executes, but I don't think the follow-up's just not going to be there. So Urgot, I believe, went over the wall, got absolutely murdered by Set and the rest of the team. And Bessa, I'm not even sure where they were, and it looks like Jen just stayed entirely too long on top of a ward. So, things are just falling to pieces here for, Strawberries. We tied up our score 9-9. We got a massive shutdown on the Mbessa.
After a great start to this game, Synister 6 has brought it back to an even state. 800 gold is the lead for Synister. And they are up that 1 Drake. It's still really, anyone's game here. But given how many kills Strawberry had to start things off, this is arguably a bit of a disastrous turn of events for them.
Well, and I think it might be suffering from not only just like positioning mistakes, right? That was very clear in weird spaghetti for sure. But like so much of our gold was on top of the Mbessa, which is scary. You mentioned a lot of good reasons why it's scary, but it is all of our eggs in one basket. So if that player makes mistakes, if CJ makes a mistake, then the other team can capitalize on it. And now look at Vul. Vul sitting at 5-2. Corki's picking up a second kill, starting to fight on top of this, but I don't think it's going to turn into too much. Set just cannot do a whole bunch of damage on that, but things have almost completely reversed. I think if we look at the levels, Wukong's actually ahead, probably by about a half a level.
Set has been able to weather the storm surprisingly well, and just as I was kind of, talking up CJ Lopez and his big Game 5 performance, Keen Vul guy now has just about as many KP, down a death, down an assist, whatever. That doesn't really matter, and is poised to lead the charge for his team in this Game 5. All Gucci also has been having a great performance here, up 50, almost 50 CS over the Jin on this Corki. We saw that big 1v1 against Spoobert going the way of the Corki as well, spacing the Urgot out nicely, and yeah, it's 30 seconds on this next Drake. That's probably going to be the big play here. And there's a TP in from Set.
Okay, we're looking to make something happen, but I'm not sure what the plan is. Maybe we're just trying to position here for the Drake. Banana Bush is in the control of Strawberries so far. We've been able to clear out plenty of the wards. They're pretty good at this, about going for these objectives, but you know, we still got a couple of minutes.
Weaver's
There's going to be the Talia wall in order to stop Shelly from knocking on the door, so that's not the worst thing. I've seen that happen a whole bunch of times, but I think Shelly might still get a charge off, although I guess it's pretty awkward. We do stop the Shelly, but Shelly's doing exactly what it should be, which is, you know, helping us get this neutral objective. So that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Very textbook use of Shelly. It does not surprise me. But something I want to note here is, like, we have this double armor shred between Wukong and Corki. So even Urgot getting in range can be really sketchy. Ooh, Loveless playing with fire and finally getting burned. Kill going over to Heart, but honestly, we're 5 games in and we're like, what, 5 hours into the game? Just take the stupid kills. It doesn't matter. The other guy died. That's the important part at this point in the game.
They should be able to catch wind of this Baron. Syndra has TP. Vincent needs to get here, or else this could get really bad. Okay, I have to assume that Synister 6 is going to pull off this Baron, but wait a minute.
This is Cody. So Set's here, happy to that. Then a flash comes out. Curtain Call going to open up on the other end. Urgot able to pick up a kill. Going to grab a little bit of damage. We're going to change into a minion right there at the last second. Do a little bit of juke. Pop Blossom only on 1, though, but it could be enough if we could just find that damage. Spooper trying to go in. CJ on the hunt for a little bit of blood. Able to grab the Wukong. King Bull going to fall down. Syndra doing exactly what she does. Pinpoint damage. Spooper looking for the gank. This should be a 5v5 under towers. There's only 2 left from the other side, and this indeed will be an ace. We're able to pick up so many kills on blue side. Take down a tower, take down the entire team for Synister 6, and now we take the Baron. That the bodies are on the floor.
Uber with the flash disdain at the end there gets revenge, and we had that opening pick onto support, but it is just a support. People still persistently underestimate the effect of these Baron debuffs on you, and the whole of Synister 6 is really split off. Cody the King getting walked down there multiple times in a row. Shield does nothing with Fear Beyond Death. Now, this is a nice little bit of tech from Heart. Switching into the minion to dodge the public execution does burn that cooldown, but I feel like just a lot of these compositional issues that we mentioned are kind of rearing their heads here, where, you know, even with that pick, in the extended fights, it feels like it's so easy for Strawberry Ira to win these out.
Well, and I think, you know, Baron is reminding people of something that, you know, there was an autocon before autocon, right? There was a deal to go for, a neutral objective to go for that would mind control teams into losing, and that was Baron. Those debuffs do really stack up. You get a Temper Fate there in the background, and there should be plenty of damage. This is why Syndra is absolutely stupid. She has an outplay button, which is R, and when you can combine that with Bard and just getting in range, it can be so hard to deal with. And honestly, you know, despite the fact that Synister 6 is down, you know, a couple of kills, there's still plenty of opportunities back and forward. We do have Baron, which is going to be frustrating to deal with. We're going to lose a bunch of towers for it, especially with the fact that we have Syndra. But there's opportunities for each side to come back. I don't think we can call this for other end. You know, we're 10 to 15. You know, I think it's about a 4K difference in between gold, 2 Drakes on each end. One of the biggest, I think, distributors of this gold and just sort of everything in general is just watching these towers go down. But Spooper might run into a little bit of trouble because we're putting all of our eggs in one basket, and Wukong's on his way looking for the damage set, pulling him into the other side of the wall. This should be a dead Urgot. We might be able to take out Set, but like, what would be the cost? Gucci able to pick up the kill. That's probably the best person to pick up the kill. You cannot underestimate the damage on Corki. Corki is absolutely a just creature to have to deal with, and now we're rotating into the mid lane and trying to stop more of these pushes. However, even though Urgot went down and got taken out, we were able to do a lot of damage to a lot of those towers and even take down some of them just overall.
Multiple towers over to the side of Strawberry Ira in exchange for their top laner's life is not a bad trade by any means. Now, yes, all Gucci is kind of the one hope, it feels like, for Synister 6 right here. The one who can deal the damage, can follow up on that armor shred and chunk through those frontliners. And although Strawberry Ira is, 5,000 gold ahead, a good seismic shove, a good cyclone, a good pop blossom, a good showstopper. All of these are tools that Synister 6 has that could turn the game around at a moment's notice, but they need to find these angles, and Strawberry Ira's composition is making it so hard for them to do that.
Wukong able to get a little bit of juke out there. That's phenomenal for him, because getting caught there would be frustrating. Syndra continuing to do things, trying to lock down Zed, but it looks like they got the Uno reverse card, as now all Gucci's been able to pick up another kill, sitting at 4-1. Corki continues to get scarier and scarier, and I think that's the whole idea of this utility, right? Knock them down, or set them up for Corki, let Corki knock them down, right? We have so many tools to do for it. Swooper in trouble as the wall comes in on the other side, but it's not going to be enough to lock him down as we go over the wall, starting the fight now on the Drake. But this could still go either way. We've got a couple of wards. We don't have control of the mana bush for blue side, so we gotta watch out for it. But I wonder what the plan is. We're still down one. Curtain Call gonna open up as public execution gonna activate. There's gonna be a pop blossom on 3, and this should fall to pieces relatively quickly as the Cyclone doing a good chunk of damage. Tempered Fate on almost the entirety of the team. Absolutely trying to keep things alive, and most importantly, Synister 6 is able to get their hands on the Drake, and now they're overcommitting. Why do we keep doing this? Why? We were out, we were fine, things were good. What are we doing?
That is a 5-player Tempered Fate from Loveless, but it's, you know, the dragon had already gone down, the fight had already been lost, so it doesn't really mean much. And I don't understand really why Strawberry Ira was, you know, trying to contest that dragon when they had lost their Syndra. I think Syndra is such a crucial component of this composition, both for blowing people up, for finding picks, you know, for healing for Jhin, whatever it is. Syndra is pretty central to this composition and just simply got picked in mid lane. Maybe they were trying to, you know, kind of stall things out here, but this is just such a hard angle to find. CJ Lopez also has no real way to get in and smite here. Tries to use all Gucci as an entry tool, but the smite comes through, and then this 3-man pop blossom is big. The showstopper to follow up is also huge. CJ Lopez goes down to the burn, and then
just go home.
Everyone should have left long ago, and then Loveless tries to flash flash Cosmic Binding on a Nico clone. Almost landed the you know, the follow through onto the Corki, but that's a Corki with who I assume had that cleanse and flash available at that moment. So even if the stun lands, there was not a pick to be found there.
You know, I was this close to complimenting a sub-masters bard, and then that ruined it. I was like, oh my god, that's awesome. That's clippable, and now it's clippable for a different reason.
Pretty much. I mean, I still think Loveless has overall been having a pretty good game, but that play
sure.
there and you know, getting caught a few times, not ideal. But hey, you have to play with fire, with Bard, as we were saying earlier. You got to be able to play on the edge, find some of these risky angles in order to make things happen. So now Synister 6 is on that soul point, can try to leverage that into you know, a favorable fight for them, but there is a Baron spawning here in 10 seconds, and Strawberry Ira, I feel like, still do have the upper hand potentially. Ooh, King Bull guy in a weird spot, but Loveless doesn't want the smoke.
CJ also in a, I want to say, equally weird spot. We do have the Baron up, just like you were talking about. 15-14, not a massive difference in gold. This is still anyone's game. The pressure is going to be on grabbing that fourth Drake. No, we're just going to okay, we do miss the stun, but it looks like we're getting a stun over the wall. This is where Cinder is happy to fight. This should be her fight if they play their cards right. We're trying to look for an angle. The red buff's already gone looking for it, popping the sweeper down, trying to get just a tiny amount of vision, clearing that out. I do think that's wise for Synister to back off. The red was already gone. You need to sort of recoup your losses, and I don't think you want to fight Syndra in the jungle. You don't want to fight Syndra when she has a wall, because she's just going to murder the hell out of your team, and I don't see a scenario that really works out unless King Bull's able to dash their way over and go for Syndra, but then she could knock you back. It's just a recipe for disaster, I feel.
Little impatient on the Cosmic Binding from Loveless there. Threw it kind of as soon as Wukong appeared on the screen, and that gives the game away. The jig is up, and even though the Syndra stun comes over the wall, nothing was to be found in the end there. So these teams are kind of going to reset, and it looks like the farm gap in mid lane is massive. But also down bot lane, all Gucci is closing in on a Flame Horizon there. So the Corki, 4 items now. Really, really scary. I mean, Jin's on 3, but that is a full item difference down in the bottom lane. Now, Jin offers a lot of utility, and we're seeing, that despite the lead they had, Strawberry Ira is having to play more scared with each passing moment because the death timers are long and the pick tools available to Synister 6 are pretty scary. 40 seconds now on the Drake. Urgot's split pushing top lane. Gonna try to pull the set up there, but should be able to work on the turret a little bit before TPing down to this fight. We do want to be early at this objective, though. We don't want to be TPing in late. We've seen that go disastrously for these teams, and that Super Scuttle Crab going to give a lot of vision control in the area over the side of Synister 6. That is nice to have for this fight.
We have seen Strawberry typically struggle with getting that vision, and when they don't have the vision, they take a good chunk of damage just like that with Syndra. TP coming in. We're going to get set here in the bot lane. We're shaping up for some sort of fight. Urgot heading to mid, trying to look for that. There's going to be ult that, but the tower is just not there, so it really doesn't matter. Now we have the Drake out and ready to go. We're in a kind of a bad position here for Synister 6. However, we've got Talia to block him off, so this is great. This could just be a free Drake. Curtain Call going to open up a can. We stick the landing. Couple of shots there on the other end. Set's not in the best spot, as actually Talia is able to get their hands on the Drake instead. Hot Blossom going in. There's going to be a Cyclone hitting absolutely nothing. Bit of a whiff. 1-for-1 trade. Can we stick the landing? Really, really bad position is Tempered Fate, and we just keep struggling. This is continued. Spaghetti, these players are clearly exhausted, and I don't blame them. Is this just going to turn into only a 1-for-1 trade? I was expecting like a full ace there. We got a 1-for-1 trade and a trick. Either way, the soul has gone to Synister 6, so in the long run, that's better for them. I don't blame them for taking these more controlled plays, for backing off. You got your objective. I think every time you move in and you take something or you go to fight, ask yourself why. When you move forward, you need to ask yourself why, and I think Synister 6 is doing exactly that.
With Spoobert gets stunned by the rocks.
Spoobert not looking for an opportunity to ask themselves why, but we do have Syndra here for damage on the other side. This could be able to turn it off. Ooh, we go in, and that armor shred is real as Wukong's able to pick up a kill. Now Corki gonna fight the other Jin on the other side. The 1v1 is in Corki's favor. Jin just cannot fight in close range. He is a sniper, while Corki basically has a minigun for close range. Baron up and ready to go. 2 in the graveyard for strawberries, but call them spiders for some reason. This, once again, we can mind control our way into death. You cannot forget about Baron's debuff. Blossom, go forward. We're able to get 2, so that is going to be good there for the start, but we did pick up set for the other one, and we were able to pop a little bit of damage here on Syndra. Syndra is able to keep up. There's going to be a knock up as we're just absolutely separated, but that may have bought us some time. Urgot has about 13 seconds on the clock. If we can close the distance, if we can make our way in, this could be really spicy here for Synister 6. That debuff is going to do a lot of work, but can we thread the needle? Can we play with fire? Is the TP coming in finally? Urgot got another 4 seconds, but the Baron is so close to going down. We have to get it. We have to get out at the exact same time. If I'm Strawberry, I'm going to be yelling at my team to go in there. That would be a perfect opportunity, because remember, they have to get out for that to work, but it happened in the end. So I guess, great for Synister 6.
Synister 6 now really in a decent level of control of this game. They have a ever so minute gold lead. They have the soul and they have the Baron. These fights, as the game goes on, I expected these to swing more in Strawberry Ira's favor, but Synister 6 has surprised me with their control. A lot of it is all Gucci just being so strong on the court. You saw as soon as Yuri walked up, it is just deletion, and now they are coming together in the top lane once again.
Spoopert going to get taken down as soon as I go to take a drink of something. But that's going to be another kill, and most importantly, that's going to be a nice stagger for, Synister 6. Now we're going to be able to focus on more of these towers, which are some of the things that they're lacking. We've got the Baron buff. It's time to utilize that right now. We've got Talia in the mid lane, but this is only 3 in top. So we could turn this into a 3v3 fight, but we don't know where the Nico is. We should have an idea where the Talia is. A little bit of TP backing here for Syndra. We're going to need them for this stop, and we're going to turn this into at least least 2 towers into the top lane. Should be able to get the T1 in mid lane, judging by where Talia's at right now. So far, very great use of the Baron buff, tying up one of the few advantages Strawberries had left against Synister 6. But we cannot forget about that damage on Syndra. Syndra's an absolute beast, and we can thread the needle incorrectly here with Synister 6. We're doing a bit of a 4-1 here, looking for this T3. We're already going to get it. Baron buff has so much value right now, but can we get out without dying? Tempered Fate on 3, leaving Wukong and the other Sim. There it is. Hot Blossom on 2, exactly what we need into the Cyclone. However, we cannot ignore the Syndra. Syndra sitting right there to the left. Go kill her. That's the majority of the damage. Hard to pin down, though. CJ able to get out. We're only able to lose 2 on that end, so it could have been way, way worse. Wall there to block off Swooper, so we're going to lose another one on the other end. I'm not sure we can escape from this whatsoever. No siree. We're going to go down, and it looks like this might be the end of the entire series. CJ going back in, but I'm not sure we can do a 1v5. No siree. We cannot. Syndra trying to hold down the entire base by themselves, and there it is, folks, at the end of 5 hours, 18-24, 2-3 in the favor of Synister 6, taking the whole kit and caboodle.
That is an absolute roller coaster of a series. I thought we were going to see the reverse sweep, but instead, it's just in their darkest hour, Synister 6 turn it around and pull out the victory in this 5th game. Just, with really superior coordination as the game went on. There were a lot of individual leads that Strawberry Ira was able to accrue in the early game. They were playing together, and then it just fell apart.
Yeah, I did not have a prediction on how that was going to go one way or another. It was so up in the air, and I think up in the air in the good way. And this is the one thing I want to see. Look at the damage. Look at that Corki. Corki just for damage on their side is absolutely insane. But we were split up on the other side. One of the biggest things I think that kind of hurt us is while we had Urgot, we had such a great matchup. The utility I think that Set provided just made things next to impossible for them to really get anything off, because they just kept setting them up, and then Corki just kept taking them down, and then the coordination just continued, just like you said, continue to fall apart piece after piece after piece until we ultimately got a victory with the Baron.
Sorry, I got a cat distracting me, but yes, that is an accurate assessment. I would say it felt like they struggled to snowball that top lane in particular. Once Set just started, he had the tab eyes, the Warden's Mail, like Urgot was having a hard time getting those kills and needed to exert some more pressure elsewhere, not just play for the side lane, because that wasn't really the win condition. It also felt like as the game went on, because there wasn't a proper dive buddy for Mbessa, most of these fights, if Mbessa was ulting in, she was just getting turned on by the Corki and dying. There was a lot of reactive CC available to the side of Synister 6. They were able to, Pop Blossom, Cyclone, Showstopper, whatever it is. It was really hard for Mbessa to go in and play those fights. And so if things weren't really together for the side of Strawberry Ira, the fights just looked unplayable. And then a few times there were Syndra stuns that could have been huge, but were just a little bit off. I think for one of the plays that led up to a Baron, it's like, I think Vincent, threw a Q or a W but the E came out before it. And so the stun never connected, and the fight just completely turns around from that. It's a game of inches. And while Strawberry Ira got themselves off to a sizable stretch of a lead in the early game, it's that coordination for Synister 6 that brings it over the line in the end.
Absolutely. It seems where the rubber finally met the road ended up in Synister 6 victory, and massive congratulations. But don't go anywhere. We are going to go into a quick, maybe 2 to 4 minute break. I don't know. The timer always lies to me, so I'm just throwing a number out there. We're going to go into a quick little break here, pull the champions in here, go over a little bit of an interview, and then close things out. So don't go anywhere just quite yet, but we'll be right back. And we are back with our grand champions for Conqueror Leagues. Give it up for Synister 6. I'm still your host for the evening, Korak. We still have Freedom Potatoes, but in here we have the full team for the grand champs. I guess most of them. We got the coach in here too, I believe. We should have Hart. We should have Ruin. I don't know who Sovereign is. We have Vul and we have Zed in here so far. So I'll start us off with a question. I'm going to direct it at Hart. Hart's going to give their role. I'm sure you should already know it. But the first thing I want to know, Hart, is whether it was you or whether it was someone on your team from the start of the season till now, who do you think has had the biggest improvement? Like, who are you proud of? Are you proud of you? Are you breaking your arm, patting yourself on the back? Or is there someone on your team who you think has made a big improvement throughout this entire series?
Not gonna lie, I think probably I'm the guy like getting the most improved because I think
Mhm.
like besides me, everybody on my team pretty good already when I first time I
Mhm.
met them, and at the beginning of the season I feel like I recognize how bad I played before and appreciate the coach Ruin give me some advice and also my AD carry or Gucci told me how to play ball and better. Yeah, and my team is pretty good.
Cool. Well, I guess moving on to next question. I'll have this one for you, Ruined. As the coach for the team, how do you kind of keep the players, motivated, keep their heads on straight when you're going into a game 5 like that, staring down a potential reverse sweep?
That's a really good question. This is my second split coaching. So obviously the last split, I coached Jerry as well, all Gucci. And we didn't have the type of problem in our last finals, but going into like any losses, I guess, like I wasn't too concerned about like I was concerned about us losing, but the reverse sweep was like I was not gonna happen. I was like very convinced it's not gonna happen. Just like they have to keep their cool and like remember that we're just a better team than them. Like this game, every game is ours to lose. Basically, just remind everyone that like we're playing our game, like not to make silly mistakes and play our champions, and just remember that we're the better team. I guess just give some reassurance.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta believe or know that you're the better team in order to follow through on that. You need that confidence is kind of what carries you over the finish line.
Alrighty, and I'll roll into my next question, and I'm gonna need help here. So how do you want me to pronounce your name here? I'm gonna absolutely slaughter it if I just dive into it. Person right below Ruined. If you just want to give your role and what your name was in game.
I'm Cody. I'm top lane.
Cody, top lane. Okay, so you were. Let me check my notes real quick. Right, Cody the King. Okay, so this is a good one. Your last game, when you were fighting top, right? You picked set, and you saw the Urgots. What was the thought process? Were you going for something more utility in that last game, and just sort of accepting the loss and just kind of withering the kind of pounding that you were getting top? Like, what was the thought process, both in draft and I want to say about like mid of the game or so?
You kind of took the words right out of my mouth. That's what I was kind of thinking. More utility, more play for team in those like team fights. I really wasn't looking for the 1v1. And as you saw, I kind of got solo killed, but it was I mainly picked it to lose and then play team fights well. I also was thinking some other picks, but I think they were kind of banned out. I think Strawberry did some really good bans versus me. So, but other than that, yeah, it was mainly just to hopefully win team fights.
And I think it really worked out in the end. I think we saw the exact same thing with Gragas, but in reverse. For the other side, I think Gragas didn't have an insane amount of damage, but the utility they provided was really great. And I think you had a great team for it. Had set to bring them into your Wukong and your Corki. You had so much armor shred to where at the end of the game it just didn't really matter. Corki could almost like 1v1 the Urgot, and I think there was even a couple instances where we saw exactly just that.
No, 100%.
All right. Next question is for King Vul guy. So I feel like for you, we saw both sides of the coin in this series, playing kind of more carry type champions as well as more engaged champions. And I'm kind of curious, like what's your approach to how you're deciding what you want to play in draft and how you kind of determine where you path in the games.
Well, I'm glad you asked this question because this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Thank you. Basically I'm just my coach's dog and he just picks me whatever I want, or whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like chilling there in game 3 and whatever, and like we're need CC in the front line, and he like locks me a moo, and then I'm just like sitting there like torture chamber. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, I mean, best jungler in the league, like jungle's easy role, just play whatever champ, win the game.
Is the Graves pick also a dog pick, or is that one all you?
Well, he's like, what do we B1 here? And I'm like, Graves is open, bro. Like, I'll play into anything. Like, the best Graves on the server. Hey, I'm top 20 Graves tonight.
Oh damn, that's an impressive stat. I mean, I certainly believe it after the past. I've gotten to
Like
see
the
it twice in the
mental
past couple weeks, and I believe it.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I'm glad they left it
And
open.
then-
It's a fun champ to play.
Oh yeah, I was a little worried about it initially when you were picking it, because sometimes Graves can be a little awkward, but it seemed to be perfectly fine in your hands. I'm not saying Graves can't be powerful, but I've seen people flub the ball pretty hard on Graves, and it can be pretty devastating. But I think you definitely killed it. I'm going to direct my final question here to Zed. Zed was the mid laner that subbed in and then subbed out. The one game that you got a chance to play with, I don't think that like you were really an issue. Like the first thing I want to know is like how'd you feel about that game, and then how'd you feel about like not being able to get a play? Was it just worried about the bans, because weren't y'all down 2 bans when you popped in?
Yeah, I mean, it's low-key my fault. I went to Cancun a little early, and I came back, and my games were not valid. So they did take the bans, and I'm not gonna like say anyone's a bad person for taking bans. Hell, we took bans all season. It is what it is. So I let the team decide, and I was like, we can either play me, lose 2 bans, and maybe win, or we can have the other person on our bench who played for me last week while I was away play while I get my last 2 games in. And ultimately, I just was like, I don't want to be the reason we lose. So it's not fair for me to force my way into it. And I wasn't angry about the game that I was able to play, even though I did more damage than all my teammates combined. I think, you win as a team, you lose as a team. Doesn't matter. One game doesn't define the series. Can't mental boom over it. I hopped right into solo queue and played 15 minutes.
And sometimes you just get unlucky. Go ahead, Freedom Potatoes. Sorry.
So you literally got in the last game that you needed to be like eligible mid-series? Is that? I thought that was a joke in chat.
I played a game during the period of game 1 to 2, and it was 40 minutes. So I couldn't get into those games. And then I needed one more, and we gave the enemy team a choice of either playing against me, which they should have taken, over the D1 guy we had on the bench that we managed to sneak in. And so, yeah, I played the game. I was like, they need the bans because my team are horses. So I hopped into solo queue so that we wouldn't lose anything for game 5.
Awesome. Well, I guess with that, if we have any shout outs that you guys want to give, we can do that, and then we'll wrap things up. But yeah, anyone have a shout out they want to give?
Honestly, it all just comes down to shouting out the org that we all play under in Syndicate, and most of all, shouting out to Ruin for coming on, because he wasn't our original coach. We had a coach before, but we just didn't feel like it was working out necessarily as much, and Ruin came on and honestly changed everything for the team. I don't think we would be here without Ruined, and I most of all want to shout out Lost and Chris and a special someone named Turn Up Tom. The whole season, I was told I was last resort Zed, and I mean, their last resort just won them the chip, so I expect them to kiss my feet at the end of the day.
Hey, can I have a shout out?
Way, guys. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to shout out OMT. I'll never forget my gold days. King of Gold. Shout out.
Any more shout outs before I try to close this out?
Yeah, my bad. Long night.
I have a shout out to see shout out last split. My teammates, we fell last final last split, and now I make it. I win the trophy.
Absolutely, our totally real trophy that will be shipping to you any moment now. Either way, guys, It was an absolute blast to cast. I did not expect a 5-hour 2 to 3 game, but I was happy to cast it. It was absolutely phenomenal. Massive congratulations. I know that you're going to enjoy the $16 million prize pool that you're definitely winning from this. So I hope you guys enjoy that and invested wisely. Either way, I also want to thank all the fans and all the support staff here in the background. We've had so many amazing people helping us out. We've had Prod, we've had a bunch of subs coming in. I'm actually a sub coming in. And then, subs coming in for all the teams. And thank you once again to every single team that played, whether you won or whether you lost. You make a lot of these things possible. And remember, we still have the scouting grounds out and going. I'm not sure if we can get that right before we close things out or get that screen one more time. Because if you're interested in playing in Titan Esports in this league, and we have plenty of other leagues for you to check out too. It's not all just Masters Plus or whatever like that. There's plenty of things that you can check out for the scouting grounds. Make sure to look at exactly just that. But either way, I've been your host for the evening, Korak. He has been Freedom Potatoes. We've had Shurigan on production, but most importantly, this has been Titan Esports.